Okay. Alright. Hey, sweet. How you doing tonight, dude? Okay. Do that. Try to find something to put on here. But, okay, I guess for anybody that might actually be watching this on a VOD, which I doubt is anybody, so I'm going to be spending the next 6 fucking hours just farming Netherwing, not Weave, yeah, Netherwing reputation. So that's going to mostly consist of me flying around looking for Netherwing eggs, maybe doing some dailies. But for the most part, yeah, this is all the stream is going to be, just flying around looking for eggs. Because why the fuck not? Yeah, I'm going to be doing this for 6 hours, so I might as well have something worth doing for 6 hours. So, yeah, in case anybody cares for a quick explanation, there you go. So, but, yeah, I'm glad you're doing good tonight, Perp. Or not Perp, Sweet. Glad you're doing good tonight. My day's been pretty fucking boring, so I haven't had much to do. Yeah, someone was here. Yeah, you seem to miss most of your ending streams. Well, yeah, you weren't able to watch. Well, yeah, if you've seen it once, you've seen all the endings. The ending, it was pretty good though. I like the ending. And after that, the only thing I did was the scavenger hunt after the ending. So, and that was pretty cool. It was a nice little, cool, nice little family thing for it, I guess. But it was all right. But yeah, now if you miss the endings of my streams, hey, you're missing the boring part. So good on you. Oh, you better not fucking. There we go. I didn't want to have to fight that motherfucker. I've experienced it 4 times. Well, I don't see the difference between seeing and experience, but okay. But yeah, you've seen it 4 times, so you would know. It is a really good ending. Of course, now I gotta wait for I'm waiting for whatever, the 2023 when they release the next Spider-Man game, apparently. Was that it? No, I thought it. Fuck. No. Well, still, either way, that's, you've seen it, experienced it, same difference. But now now I gotta wait for the fucking third game to finally come out. Hopefully then we actually get the Green Goblin. Fucking Harry Osborn. Oh, here's the fucking prick. No wonder. So yeah, I guess all the fucking eggs are gonna be farmed because some asshole wants to do that already. But, yeah. And, as we used to see it, I mean, played it or watched someone else play it. I mean, that's just being pedantic at that point, but...
Be good. Time is money, friend.
But, okay. Relics? Fucking, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a bitch trying to find any fucking eggs now. It's just some asshole that's already here. Now, he looks like he doesn't mind, so I can at least get these. They have a chance to drop the eggs I'm looking for. But I guess I'll try to find something to put on here. Because this isn't just... Doing this for 6 hours ain't going to make for good content. Not that doing this for 6 hours at all is going to make for good content, but you know, who fucking cares? That didn't really care about Finn at the end. Yeah, by the time she could have been redeemed. You know, had she not been such a dumb cunt, not realizing, oh, maybe the bad guy is going to do some bad guy shit and fuck with the whatever the fuck it was, the new form generator, whatever the fuck they called it. Like, yeah, she had no idea that he might have done something like that, might have fucked with it. And then it's like, oh, once I see the city, oh, city's getting destroyed. I didn't want this. We gotta stop this. Like, bitch, you had your fucking shot. Like, yeah, she was... And maybe I don't remember the beginning of it that well, but did they give me a reason to give a fuck about her in the beginning? Like... You don't blame it on her not believing Miles since he lied to her a couple times. Well, yeah. But she still knew what was going to happen. Yeah. But then again, she had... If she was incapable of considering the reasons why Miles lied to her, then that also kind of makes her kind of a... I blame her for that. If she's unable to remove herself from the situation and think, okay, why would he lie about this? It's like, yeah, of course he's going to... I mean... Everything Miles did, it made sense. I mean, it made sense what she was doing, but after a certain point, she should have realized. Like, I get the, like, I was with her wanting to destroy the Roxxon building. Like, yeah, obviously, just fuck yeah, do that. Nobody's in there? Nobody's actually gonna die? Fuck yeah. Just destroy that fucking building. Let's cost that motherfucker a few $1 million. You know? But that's all she would have been doing, though. Is costing a rich man pocket change. So, I don't know. I think she should have had her priorities a little more thought out. There's usually an egg here. Not anymore. I mean, what did I think of Uncle Aaron? I mean, okay, if I remove... Okay, thinking about Uncle Aaron, if I do not consider Uncle Aaron from the Spider-Verse, if I think of just this version of Uncle Aaron, I kind of liked him. Although I did find it very weird that he kidnaps us and attacks us right after giving us that suit. Or maybe it was because I just did that mission and just so or did that side shit and just so happened to go into the next part where he does that. So maybe that was a little weird. It's like, yeah, here you go, young blood, here's a suit. Now I'm going to kidnap you and put you in a prison cell. Like, hold on now. It don't make no sense. But, I mean, his reasoning for doing what he wanted to do, yeah, made sense. Like, obviously, he doesn't want more people he loves to die. But he should have teamed up with Miles, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like he really should have... Yeah, kind of see him the way as Joel... Yeah. Well, no, because he doesn't really bond with Miles that well. Not like he bonds with Ellie. So I feel like his bond with Miles is more just, oh, because you're family kind of thing. Not because he's spent so much time with Miles that, you know, that it would just be fucking weird. Not weird, but you know what I mean. Like, to build up that kind of relationship, to do that kind of thing that he did at the end. Like, I feel like there should have been more scenes with them for that to be a good idea. Yeah, but leave. Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, I mean, Simon Krieger, he was his fucking employer. So it's like, yeah, you're gonna. I mean, obviously he don't give a fuck about Finn. Bitch is there trying to destroy the building. Of course he's gonna protect his employer's building. And of course he'd want Miles not to get hurt, because family. But I don't know, I feel like there should have been more. There should have been more with Aaron and Miles. Because this is one of the few times that I've seen where the uncle of Spider-Man doesn't die. At least I don't think he died. I think Miles left him in that area. He's still alive, I think. So it's like, you know, one of the few times that an uncle doesn't die. It's like, I feel like they should have just done more with him. They could have done more with them. Which is the only problem I could have come across with it. Yeah, the problem is that Miles isn't really a character that has a lot of screen time in the Spider-Man universe. Yeah, that's true, but they still had parts of the last game and this entire game to get us to be endeared to him. I feel like it kind of worked, but at the same time, yeah, we don't really have the exact same kind of history. Like, everybody knows about Peter Parker, you know. Like, I could probably go on about it, but everybody knows Peter Parker's story. You know, stupid kid, Sandman, Uncle Ben, Spider Bite. Maybe not in that order, but like everybody knows that story. So to get Miles in there and then try to be like, oh yeah, he's Spider-Man, he's got an uncle, but he don't die, his daddy dies. Like, it's interesting the way they decided to go about it. But I feel like they really did try to hit a lot of the same beats as the original Spider-Man, instead of being like, hey, this Spider-Man, he ain't the same. You know, he may have all the exaggerated swagger of a black teen, but the fuck? I got a text message? Hold on, let me check this shit out. Okay, apparently that was nothing. Fuck it. No. Yeah, he did have a pretty happy ending. I mean, I guess, well, happy ending for me, maybe. For us, maybe. Since we didn't really give a fuck about Finn. She was kind of useless as a character as far as I was concerned. Not useless. Just too overeager, I think. Just too overeager of a villain. But yeah, my text notification, yeah, it's the codec call, yeah. Of course oh, someone's been here, fuck. But yeah, of course it's the codec calls. It was my favorite part of the Metal Gear games. Colonel, I got your text message. Why did you send me a picture of your dick? Like, yeah. That would be a fucking amazing. That would be amazing. Oh yeah, there's the asshole. There's another fucking paladin over there. There's like 3 fucking people here farming the shit. Man, yeah, speaking of Metal Gear, rumors that Metal Gear Solid 3 is getting a remake, but turned out to be fake. That sucks. That's the one game. Well, that's one of the games that actually I would love to see all the Metal Gear games remade in the Fox engine that Metal Gear 5 was made in. Like, I think that would be amazing. Get all the games remade in the Fox engine and then leave it at that. But you can't, because Konami is just going to be fucking assholes about it. Yeah, it was kind of fun. Yeah, MGS3 was kind of fun, but there are certain parts of it just kind of weird. Like the frame rate issue. Like, they really need to remake it just to fix that frame rate issue. It was probably the worst. But yeah, you only did the demo on the 3DS. Yeah, the forest part. But yeah, the forest. Like, if you can like the game in the like, yeah, if you can play the demo and like the game for the demo, or like the demo at all, then yeah, you'd be good off with the actual game. The actual game is like, if you're stupid like me, it's a little difficult because you gotta remember shit. Oh wait, we got a fucking rogue in this motherfucker. Of course, why not? This motherfucker's not. This motherfucker doesn't even have the Felork disguise. You can't even gather the eggs in here. You dumb fuck. What are you doing? I don't understand this. What the fuck are you doing in here? You literally cannot. I mean, I'll buff you, but what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I fell. I'm done. But, yeah, I hope Metal Gear Solid does get it. Yeah, I hope it gets a legit remake, too. That way it could actually be worth playing again. I mean, yeah, it was worth playing the first time. But I feel like they really... Even on the fucking... Even on the actual console, on the PS2 console, or yeah, PS2, that shit was, or PS, no, I was playing it on the PS3. That's the remaster. But even on the PS3, even on the normal console, the actual fucking console, like, there were still the boxes around the characters. Which makes no sense to me, but, yeah, they really need to just remake that game. It was fun the first time. If they could remake it in the Fox engine, then they could have something really good there. Have all the same intricacies as Metal Gear Solid 5. Like, that would be perfect. Yeah, you only played some of the prologue. Yeah. You only played it when PS Now was thing. Yeah. Yeah, you did start off in the hospital. The hospital, that I kind of hated that. Like, after like 20 minutes of that, I was just so bored of the hospital bit. But like, but yeah, it was a really good game. I did play it. Yeah, that's why you got, yeah. After yeah, the hospital bit goes on way too fucking long. But if you can get past that, if you can get past just how long it fucking takes, once you're finally into the world and you can start doing shit, start exploring, like, it's really fun. And then halfway through the game, they tell you, oh, you've been here in Afghanistan for far too long. Go over to Africa for a bit. And it's like, Africa? What? But, you know, I thought it was kind of cool. Of course, the jungle in Africa, the fucking industrial area that you gotta go explore in that place. Like, it's really cool. I liked it. Yeah, yeah, it wasn't too long, about an hour. Yeah. Yeah, that hospital scene does go on for way too long, though. I mean, I get they have a story to tell. But, like, hurry the fuck up with it. Like, you don't have to constantly try to get people to understand the story just to drag it out like that. Like, yeah, do you understand what I'm doing? Do you understand the story? Like, yeah, I did, like, 20 minutes ago, dude. And it's not only that, it's like, Like, oh, by the end, it's like they got to recontextualize the beginning by the time they get to the end, and then when they get to the end, it's like, oh, really? That's the twist. Okay. Okay. Like, oh, and he's doing, oh, okay. So when that thing happened, he just fucked off. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see what happened. It's like, you know, like, they could have had a lot of that go by a lot quicker, really. Yeah, you remember one of the patients in the hospital like pissed his pants, and you had to hide from the guards. Yeah, and yeah, that horse chase and crash into yeah, that was just that horse chase too. That went on way too fucking long. That entire prologue, I guess it's what it was. Yeah, the entire prologue, just way too fucking long. There was absolutely no point in having it be that long. I believe, like, I'm pretty sure the beginning of that really turned a lot of people off. I mean, if I wasn't poor and could have afforded more games, like, I probably wouldn't have stayed with it. Yeah, that game has one of the longest prologues. Yeah, well, it seems like it. I feel really bad for, well, MGS5 speedrun. I feel really bad for, I can't spell. I feel really bad for speedrunners. Like, they have to, how long does a speedrunner have to, I'll mute that real quick just to, there we go. Yeah, oh, no? Oh! Okay, so yeah, apparently the intro is so fucking bad, speedrunners skip it. Really? I had no idea. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that intro it's too fucking long. Even speedrunners won't even do it. Damn. Yeah, you know you done fucked up when you got an intro that long. Yeah, that might not. Yeah, it might not. But then again, you never know. Given that a proper, 3D remake, not 3D, non-fixed camera angle remake, giving it that kind of remake probably wouldn't never happen. I think too much of the story is tied to the mechanics anyway. So if you try to switch the control scheme, try to switch everything up with that, remake it, I don't know if it would have the exact same impact. Then again, maybe, I don't know. The fuck? Wizard 101 hacking disaster? Okay, why not? I like these videos.
Wizard 101 is a wholesome virtual world for kids about cool wizards transporting them into a wondrous world of myth and magic. Spellcasting, mythical creatures, epic wizard battles, fantastical worlds, broomsticks.
Of course it's gonna lag.
The game has been going strong for over 14 years, building a dedicated and passionate fan base in the millions. And in September of 2022, it made headlines. Wizard 101 temporarily offline after disgruntled employee fills it with vulgarities. MMO for Kids shuts down temporarily after hacker fills it with nasty swears. Alleged disgruntled employee derails Wizard 101 servers with spam and profanity. Reading these articles, you'll get a general idea of the story. It's the shocking tale of an innocent kids game being brought down by some shadowy hacker, or alternatively, a disgruntled employee furious with the company taking their anger out on the innocent players. But what a lot of these articles don't include is context. They don't discuss the company behind the game, or the brewing tensions between them and the player base, or the fact that this whole situation
sounds like the only reason to give that one a remake then, if that's the only, if it's only on one console.
Who really did this and why.
Sounds like eventually they would.
Consider this an investigation into the great Wizard 101 hacking of 2022.
I don't know why they'd bother remaking it for the PS5. They could just remake it for PC. be the best way to do it.
I also just really quickly wanted to mention, I have a new piece of
Have
clothing
so
out on
anybody
my
with a
store.
good enough
It
system
is
can actually play it to
the
its
Edgy
fullest
Cat
extent.
sweater. It's got blue sparkles on the arm.
That's what I'd like to
and
do,
on the
but
neck, and it's got this big embroidered.
yeah, no
hat
fucking
on the front, this
console
edgy
emulator
Izzy's
doesn't
pink
even
cat
want
that
to work
says
on
cringe
PC.
but free. If you do want to grab one, head over to izzy's.com. They
no.
are limited edition, so they'll only be in the shop for about a month, and then they won't be back. So if you do want to grab one, head over there and pick one up. And
I
yeah,
know
thank
these
you so much
fucking
for,
ores
watching
have
this, and now let's get
Netherwing
on
eggs
with
in
the
them.
video. Before we get into things, I just want to give a huge thank you to Squarespace for
why I
sponsoring
can't
this
find 'em.
video. If you want to make a website for literally anything you can think of, Squarespace is there for you. They have hundreds of award-winning templates for all kinds of sites, and if you can't code, that's fine. But if you want to get more in-depth and customize things on that level, you totally can, and may I just say I'm very impressed that you can do that. You're like a real-life wizard. If you want to set up a storefront for your small business, there are tons of third-party extensions.
We'll skip
Part
that.
1,
Fuck
Wizard
the ads.
101 is a powder keg. Alright, so a little pre-story
I do not watch
context.
ads.
Wizard 101 is an MMORPG aimed at young children and tweens, released in September of 2008 by a company called King's Isle. The game transports players into a world of myth and magic as they play as their own customizable wizard, complete quests and travel to different worlds to meet allies and face off against foes. You get to pick a magic school for your wizard to join, which is basically a class of magic for them to specialize in.
Well, if you
I
won't
always
say it,
picked the
then
School
I'll
of
ignore that
Death
you ever
Magic
said that
because
then.
I was just edgy like that. But real ones know about the secret door behind the waterfall, but there's also fire, ice, storm, myth, life, and balance.
Myth?
From there you can progress through the story. The
Why you say
main plot is all about this evil wizard called Malice, about the secret door behind the waterfall, but there's also fire, ice, storm, myth, life, and balance.
You say meth?
Door behind the waterfall, but there's also fire, ice, storm, myth,
She's... Huh?
myth, life, and about the secret door behind the waterfall, but there's also fire, ice, storm, myth, life, and balance. From there you can progress through this.
Well, damn. I didn't know they have meth in fucking Wizards 101. I think I need to play this shit now.
The main plot is all about this evil wizard called Malice that you're
What the
trying
fuck?
to defeat, but there are plenty of side quests and games and activities to get sidetracked with as well. The mechanics of the game are like a combo of a TCG and turn-based RPG combat.
It's weird.
When encountering
I'm probably
enemies, you
mishearing
interact
whatever
with
she's
them
saying,
with
but
other
it's
players and
sounding like she
participate
says
and join,
meth.
And then you use all the cards or spells in your deck to beat them. It's honestly pretty fun, and the unique mechanics are what drew a lot of players to the
is
game
weird.
in the first place. Now a little bit of personal context.
Kinda
Wizard
funny, though.
101 is very near and dear to my heart. I played it religiously as a kid and even had a membership at several different points. Whenever I say things like that in videos, I always get comments that are like, you say that about every game that you talk about on this channel. Something's not adding up here. And no, depressingly, that's just how much time I spent on the computer as a child. That's actually why my eyes are square. You know, you can't see it on camera, but yeah, it's from looking at the computer too much. Anyway, I love Wizard 101 a lot, and there were a lot of blogs and communities dedicated to talking about the game and giving hints and tips, and just discussing things in general. Yeah, I guess you could kind of say I was in the fan base surrounding the game. And all this is to say, you can trust me when I tell you the players really did not like King's Isle. Looking through various Wizard 101 communities, particularly the subreddit for the game, you'll find a lot of criticism towards the company for their various terrible decisions over the years. A lot of it is like, oh, King's Isle used to be great, they've really fallen from grace recently, and I'm here to tell you that relations always felt pretty tense and players were always fairly critical of them. It's just gotten worse over time. So you may be asking, what exactly did King's Isle do to harbor all of this resentment from their very own player base? I actually have a full Wizard 101 deep dive in the works that's going to cover everything in much more detail, but for the purposes of this video, I'll just give you kind of a quick summary of some of the things that the community tends to complain about.
But do you actually think that the order that the games are released in is the chronological order of the story?
That you have to pay for cosmetic items and extra
Anyway, hey, Mr. No Dad, how are you doing tonight?
Club Penguin and whatnot, but full on pay to play.
Because if you think 4 is meant to actually come before 5, you couldn't be more wrong.
Story before they have to start ponying up, and that paywall comes really early in the story.
Snake looks older in 4 because 4 is literally the last game chronologically in the series so far.
Story enough that they want to invest. A lot of players get turned off by the sudden paywall, essentially locking them out of the game, and just end up quitting. The cosmetic item shop itself is also controversial.
That's good. I'm glad you're doing good tonight.
Kind of dodgy with how they
shut up, you idiots!
certain items and bundles, but that's
I need to be barking.
Second, Secondly, the game isn't updated very often, and when it is, the players usually hate it. Bugs have been receiving fixes less and less often over the years, and overall a lot of players feel that King's Isle has kind of abandoned the game as of late. You know how before we mentioned that whole issue
Well,
of
I've hardly ever played them properly myself either, so I've at least I've looked up shit
for this video. So when you start the game, you play through this tutorial.
I mean, I've looked up chronological orders of shit, so
the battle, you're told to wait inside this tower while the
it's
game
easy.
loads, and
When you're interested in
oftentimes,
something, even
after
if
the
you
game
don't play it,
finishes
I mean,
loading,
why
it will
wouldn't
just
you
keep you
look
there
that up?
indefinitely. I tried to restart the tutorial multiple times, and every time I was
What?
unsuccessful, and I just had to make a new character and go through the whole thing again. This is a common bug, and again, it's one of many ways that King's Isle are failing to hook new prospective players in. There's a reason player numbers have dropped
Okay, that
sharply
sounds
in
fun
the
then,
last
Mr.
few
No Dad.
years. Number 3, the support is generally considered to be poor. Some players get banned for no reason. The company
Hopefully,
isn't
other
very
than that, you had a
responsive,
good
and from what
birthday.
I've read, they often won't be able to offer much help if you have issues. And if you couldn't tell, players have issues. Now keep in mind these
so
are
I go
just
back in the
opinions
fucking
held by
mines.
some members of the community. I don't want to make
I need
King's
to
Isle out to
I
be
need to
this
get the
evil
fucking
company
crystals
or
anyway.
everything. Not everyone feels this way, and plenty of people love them. But from all this, you can kind of get the picture. The community generally has pretty strong feelings
you
about
did.
how
Oh,
they're
that's
running
good.
the game. So now that we've established the camel's back, let's introduce the straw. Part 2, a bunch of kids are scarred for life. September 17th, 2022. It was an evening like any other.
Actually,
Wizard 101 servers were up and bustling, and the
Turn
unsuspecting
it down just a
players were
little bit.
going about their business as usual, adventuring, questing, shopping,
Basketball
you know, the whole
practice
deal.
was
And
mid.
that's when
No.
it happened. That's when the messages began appearing. For context, admins are able to issue server-wide announcements within the game.
Well,
They appear as these big pop-ups on every
I mean,
player's
if practice
screen, and
isn't
they're
that
usually
great,
reserved for info about
why even
game
play
incidents
basketball?
or events. But this day was different. The messages range from nonsensical to rambling to
Sounds like they're not
outright
even trying to do
offensive.
practice
The
well.
next world is my boss's asshole. King's Isle is the worst company I have ever worked for. Touch the fountain to get crowns. We apologize for the ongoing issues. All impacted players will receive compensation in the form of 60,000 crowns. Oops, I lied. No refunds. Bradley, come down to the office this instant, the CEO. Come into room 102 and I'll beat you up. Split up and form teams in the team with the most people get their message sent. This game is shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. I fucking hate my job. Email support at Wizard101 so
That's
I
good
can
for
get a
college.
raise.
Well,
My name is Walter Hartwell White. I
if-
live
if
at
you say- if you
308
think so.
Miguel Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. This is my
I mean-
confession. Guys, I need to run. The wizard police are after me. Dick and balls. The person
Yeah,
with
if you think
rogue access has been dealt with and will be
basketball
taken
practice
care
makes
of.
a
Fuck you,
college
I
resume
still
look
have
good
it.
instead of
Social media
having
was
good
soon
grades,
flooded with
then
screenshots as players live
yeah, go
posted
that
the
route then.
hacking, and the news quickly spread. Soon, videos and articles were coming out on the disaster.
I mean,
and
personally,
though
I
King's
would have
Isle
just went the
scrambled
good
to take
grades
servers
route,
down,
but you
it
know.
was too late. The hacker was dubbed Server Dude by
That's
the
just
masses,
me.
though a small subsect called him Bradley as a reference to this image. The servers remained shut for a few hours, and King's Isle posted a tweet informing players of the issue before it was eventually resolved and everything went back to normal. So obviously not ideal. It's not great that young kids were subjected to this while playing their cute child-friendly wizard game. But there's a deeper mystery to dive into here.
Apparently not good
Why
enough
exactly
if you
did
think
this whole thing
basketball practice
happen,
is going
and who had the motive
to make
to
a
do
college
it?
resume look good.
Well, let's discuss.
Why the fuck
Part
do you even
3,
want to go to
aftermath,
college
while
anyway?
King's
You
Isle
want to
scrambles
go
to save
thousands of
face.
dollars
On
in
the
debt
21st
for
of
a
September,
fucking
around 5
diploma?
days after the
For
tragedy had
nothing?
occurred, an official statement was
dude.
posted to the Wizard 101 forums titled,
I mean,
"A
if you want to go to
message from
college
King's
at
Isle,
all,
Wizard
the fact that you
101
have good
broadcast
grades
system
is kind of
breach.
surprising.
Community. This past Friday, the broadcast
College
system
really
of Wizard
isn't-
101 was illegally
Like,
accessed
skills-
to post
you can get-
inappropriate messages
what's-
in-game
which
as
skills?
if they were written by a King's
Like, you
Isle
can literally get
employee.
any
We
skill
sincerely
online for free,
apologize for the unacceptable
as long as you
statements
actually
making
study.
their way into the game and causing disruption of your gameplay. We take great care in ensuring Wizard 101 is a family-friendly game and
And at
feels
least that
harm
way
when
you're
someone
not
finds a way to
hundreds of
disrupt
thousands
that
of dollars in
experience.
debt
The incident was quickly
to get a
identified as
job
were
you can't
immediately
get
taken
because
to
somebody
halt the
that didn't
behavior.
go to
We turned
college
off the broadcast
is going to be
system
better
and
than you.
added additional security measures to ensure this won't happen again. At this time, we believe that an external
Really
party
law.
initiated the messages through a
Like, do you need an actual law degree? Because surely all you have to do is just practice all you have to do is pass the bar. California, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington allow you to take the bar exam without going to law school. If you live in Maine or New York, you can substitute 1 or 2 years of law school with an apprenticeship. So in a lot of states, you literally don't even need to go to the fucking... No wonder the lawyers in my state are so fucking retarded then. Yeah, damn. Oh, really? Minnesota. Well, let's see if Minnesota has anything different then. Because that's surprising. I didn't know. You literally don't even have to go to law school to take the bar exam and pass. Apparently, if you just pass the bar exam, you can be a lawyer. You don't need to go to law school to do that in these states. Huh. Well, let's see. Minnesota. Really now? From an ABA approved law school? Oh, this just sounds like a boys club then. This literally just sounds like a boys club. It's like, oh yeah, we decide which ones are ABA approved. And we decide which schools are good enough. Like, yeah, oh my god, fucking, that's pathetic. Law school sounds so fucking pathetic. Besides, if Legally Blonde has taught me anything, it's that you don't need to be smart. Well, you don't need to be really smart to go to law school. You just need to have a good fucking entrance video, whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised 4 states don't require you to go to law school to be a lawyer. That's a little surprising. But then again, those 4 states aren't very... Those are 4 stupid states.
A non-traditional method of accessing the broadcast system. No other systems were accessed. As an apology, they gave every player membership for the rest of the month, which was nice, but also kind of disappointing because it was towards the end of the month anyway. So obviously this throws a spanner in the works, or, you know, a broomstick in the works, or something whimsical like that.
These fucking assholes that keep coming around here.
Very clearly stated to be an employee,
just farming these fucking eggs so I can't get any, like, Jesus Christ, these assholes need to get a life.
As if an employee wrote them. They blamed a quote-unquote external party that posted the messages
or
through
maybe
a
an accountant.
non-traditional method. In simple
Maybe,
terms,
or
they were
maybe an
basically
accountant.
completely denying that an employee
okay.
was involved. And this is a tricky situation, so let's go over both options here.
I mean, maybe.
Option 1, Kingsisle are lying to save face. An angry employee.
I mean, what's an
really did
accountant
go
do all
rogue, and
day?
they didn't want
Just
their company to look bad
add and
or
subtract.
negligent, so they lied. This is the theory that
Like
most
any
people
idiot can be an
believe,
accountant.
and yeah, there's a lot of evidence pointing towards it.
I
the
could
most
be an
obvious
accountant.
being the server messages themselves, which very clearly paint a picture of an
I just gotta
unhappy
familiarize
employee
myself
lashing
with
out at a
fucking
company
Excel
that
again.
mistreated them. There's something that I've kind of noticed
But-
as a rule within gaming communities. There's only so much that a company can annoy a player base before they start moving on from complaining about the gameplay issues and start just digging up dirt on the actual company itself, and this has happened with Wizard 101 a lot over the years. Now all of these accusations and quotes that I'm about to read, all of them are unsubstantiated, none of them have verifiable proof attached to them, so take them with a huge grain of salt. Legally, you know, they're all alleged. They're just things that I found the community saying online, so again, they're alleged, please keep that in mind. From a Reddit comment, quote, I know the HR person for this studio, and what I've gathered is that they both over-monitor and underpay
Why
their
don't I watch
employees. They literally
World of
lowball
Warcraft
new hires
videos?
as a criteria for hiring.
Because this one caught my
Lowball is
interest?
under 6 figures for a software engineer to even move forward with the hiring process. One employee even got
Yeah, I
told
might
to lose
watch
weight
more
by
WoW
management.
videos, but
Lol. From a post on
we'll
Glassdoor, a
find
website
out
where
whenever I
employees review
decide to
workplaces,
watch something
quote,
different.
Over the past 10 years, their 2-ish successful live
But-
MMO titles have declined in
What did I say? I was
profitability,
going to
and the
replace
company
Miles
remains
Morales?
directionless
I
with no
didn't say, and
sustainable
I don't know
future.
yet.
Upper management is filled with sycophants and decision dodgers who form a wall of exclusion
I'll figure it out
comes
when
to
we get
making
there.
creative or informed decisions. Not
Or
a
I'll
lot
figure
of
it out the day
organization or
before we get
follow-up
there,
on projects
and I'll make a
until
panic
crunch time.
decision.
There's been a lot of people leaving the company lately. So, according to these alleged posts, there could be a
So
reason for an employee
I have
to
no
become
idea what the fuck I'm
frustrated
actually
and
gonna play.
potentially
Like, I-
snap and do something as
Like, I literally... Like, I literally have a list of games that I kind of... No, fuck off with the fucking... Like, I don't know if this shows up well, but, like, these are just a few games that I've considered. can get rid of that now. But yeah, I've considered playing some of these. I don't know why I decided I wanted to try these one day. Those are just going to piss me off more than anything. Maybe Dark Souls. Lollipop Chainsaw. I know I need to do Yakuza Dead Souls at some point. That can fuck off. Yeah. Danganronpa should stay with us. But what do you mean? I'm going to keep doing Danganronpa. What do you mean should stay with us? Yeah, Dark Souls is going to piss you off more. You would think. I'm actually more used to Dark Souls than I am any other kind of game. On this list, at least. I played the original version of it. I played the remastered version several times. So I can at least understand the bosses. I know how fucking easy the bosses are in the first game. Like they're a little too easy. I mean, that doesn't dismiss the fact that I'm too stupid to actually do them. But like, yeah, nobody cares. But I can actually tolerate Dark Souls a little more than I can any other game.
Additionally, in regards to
at least that way I know like the difficulty is like properly attuned.
Lie about what happened. Why would they openly
It's not just randomly dealt out like it seemed like it was in like every other fucking game I've ever played.
About what a terrible company they were. It's not a good look, and obviously it reflects pretty badly on the company. Option 2,
Sly
KingsIsle
Cooper
is
collection.
The truth. None of their employees
Do
were
I even
involved in whatever internal investigation they conducted.
Do I even have
that it was a hacker. A lot of people are quick to dismiss this theory.
Okay, I still do have the emulator.
Firstly, whenever some scandal like this happens, a lot of people tend
Sly
to jump
Cooper
to the
games
most
would be pretty
extreme
fun.
Dramatic answer because they like juicy drama. And
actually, I might just do that then.
Specifically to this case, a lot of players found this whole thing weirdly cathartic and were actually kind of reveling in it. They needed to be humbled, hard eyes emoji. This is too funny, and I support this 100%. Fuck Clown Isle. KingsIsle deserves all of this. That shit was funny, LMAO. Don't even blame them if they're an actual employee. I'd quit too. KingsIsle is dog shit nowadays. All hail server dude. You know, you believe what you want to believe, and I think that a lot of players took this at face value.
I'll download that later.
They felt wronged by the company and wanted karmic retribution.
So that'll
and
work.
What better retribution is there to not only be hacked, but hacked and
four of them
by your own employee? But when you think about it, there's no proof that it was an employee beside the hacker's word, and well, why would you take a hacker at face value? A short while ago I made a video about the Norm of the North official Twitter account, which began posting bizarre, risque tweets and posing as an ex-employee gone rogue. And even though it wasn't real and was basically just a marketing stunt, people ate it up because it's an inherently funny and scandalous idea. It's
okay,
really
I
not
didn't even know that one was out.
That a hacker could have just lied and pretended to be
that
an
work.
employee for the lols. But maybe it wasn't just for the lols.
Then at least it's on PS. Well, hopefully the fucking emulator will work with it.
Go a little bit deeper than that. We spent the whole first section of this video discussing how frosty relations are between KingsIsle and the player base and how frequently complaints are made about how they run the game. If it was indeed a
better
hacker,
see if they're
it was
actually
certainly an experienced or even veteran player.
Are they compatible? Yeah.
Rather than a random. The reason I say this is because all of the server alerts about KingsIsle and
Come
how
on.
terrible they are so
It's just a
similar
fucking
to the types
list.
of
I don't know why it
messages
takes
you
so
see on
goddamn long
subreddit
just to
and
load
on
up a
forums,
fucking
but I
list.
can't help but think this came from a very personal place. The messages may not have just been intended to make KingsIsle look bad in general, but to kind of call them out in a very public way, basically. To
okay, it's gonna take forever just to pull up a fucking list.
So
yeah, fuck that
according
then.
to the player base that essentially been ignoring
Fine, hopefully it'll fucking be compatible.
And this could have been a way to force them to
if it's compatible, then yeah, I'd have no reason not to.
Now this isn't definitive proof or anything, but I think the way that the server alerts are written is interesting and may potentially point to the author being younger. The Breaking Bad quote especially stands out to me as Gen Z humor because the show is really popular with teens as like a meme on TikTok and Twitter at the moment. The spelling mistake is also notable, and even the way they wrote KingsIsle makes the whole thing feel a little bit off to me. But again,
what do you mean misspelled? It's person with rogue access. What do you mean it's misspelled? Rogue. Rogue. That's how you spell rogue. I don't understand it.
And even the way they wrote King's Isle makes the whole thing feel a little bit off.
Or is
to
that
me,
another
but again,
thing
not
where
definitive
English
proof
isn't fucking
whatsoever.
phonetic like it
Different
should be?
people write in different ways and have different senses of humor. It's just something to note. I
Anyway.
also found a comment on the Wizard 101 subreddit that potentially lends credence to this hacker theory. Quote, someone hacked their servers. They said a lot of vulgar lewd and even some funny things, but it was all a troll. It was not an employee. Source, I have a family member who works there and was getting live updates as it happened. Again, take this with a generous helping of salt because there's no source for this, and we've all heard the whole my uncle works at Nintendo spiel, so you know. Basically add salt to taste for all of these first-hand accounts with no verifiable proof, you know. Reddit is not a credible source. I originally went into this whole situation under the pretty strongly held assumption that it was an employee. After all, the screenshots seem to pretty clearly illustrate that, and all of the posts and videos and news articles I read about it boldly proclaim that it was an employee gone rogue. But the more I've looked into it, the more I'm convinced that King's Isle is telling the truth. It really was just a hacker, in my opinion probably a player with a vendetta against the company. Even if an employee was frustrated, why would they risk not only their job but likely some pretty severe legal action to basically just post corporation bad, sad face.
No,
This
it's only
wouldn't
the
be
first
first
one
time
that's
Wizard
short.
101
Well,
has been
good.
hacked either. It's actually pretty common. Maybe
I'll
not
actually
on
get
this
a-
level, but it's not some crazy
get some-
stretch to
ooh, an
imagine
egg,
this is
finally,
being breached
fuck.
by someone with hacking
Finally get some
experience.
time.
They had the tools.
Or finally get
They
a
had the
few
motive.
streams out of a game for
All
once.
they needed was a time to strike against the innocent civilians of
Well,
Wizard
one that's not a
101.
Yakuza game.
And strike they did. As of the publishing of this video, the culprit has
Yeah,
not been
at
identified,
least I'll
and
get some
honestly,
fucking time
I
out
don't
of it.
really think they ever will be. They've disappeared like a thief in the night.
Then again, that
Like
also
a
depends on
wizard
how
in the
bad I'm
night.
gonna suck at it.
And while I
So
do personally believe that it was an unrelated hacker and not an employee, at the end of the day, with all the evidence that we have, that's just a theory. A game theory. It's still entirely
Fuck.
possible that it wasn't a disgruntled employee or even a marketing stunt by King's Island.
Why would they say that? Ugh.
Personally, I'd love to hear what side of the fence you guys
You
fall
think the
on.
rest is
There are a
over
lot of
9
different
hours?
theories
Well,
coming from people who both play the
that'll-
game
that'll
and
be
haven't
fun, I
played the
guess.
game. So, you know, whether
Well,
you're
I'll
a veteran
figure out
player
how
or
long
you've
it's
played
actually
a
gonna
little
be
bit
on
or
my
you haven't
own.
played it all, given all the evidence, I'm really curious to hear what you guys think. I mean, like I said, we don't really have all of the evidence for everything, but I feel like there's enough to maybe make kind of an assumption on what happened. So yeah, generally
I'm
let me know what
pretty
you guys
sure
think.
eggs drop
I'm very
from
curious to hear kind of what
netherite.
the majority theory is.
site.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it.
Rarely.
I hope that you enjoyed that video. Like I said, I do plan on making a full Wizard 101 video eventually, but that one is sort of in the works because it's a little bit longer. But I really
Alright, this video's ending. That was interesting. Let's see what's so good. No, I'm so fucking tired of this one channel. Videos are so fucking old. I'm so fucking tired of these. It's like from 4 years ago. Like, I don't give a fuck about WoW from 4 years ago. Weird. Yeah, here's something I absolutely fucking hate. Like, putting in your title, do not watch this video. Okay. I won't fucking watch it then. I don't know why people fucking do that shit. Do these retards at fucking GT or GT Game Theory Live fucking retarded MatPat actually think that, oh, putting do not watch is going to make people, oh, that reverse psychology? No, motherfucker. It's not gonna reverse psychology, it's just gonna continual psychology with me. Don't watch this video? Okay, I won't. I seriously fucking hate videos that do that shit. I absolutely fucking hate them. They go, don't watch this video. Alright. It's the stupidest fucking thing, I swear. Why the Brotherhood of Steel is problematic? Huh. Well, I know why they're okay. I know why the Brotherhood of Steel is problematic. They hoard technology. They act like they're the only ones that can ever use it, and when someone gets any bit of technology, they try to kill them for it. And they believe because they have all the technology that they're somehow superior than everybody. That's their fucking problem. I mean, that's why they're problematic. Let's see what they have to say. I mean, the Brotherhood of Steel are just outright
I
dicks.
bid welcome to all of
Like,
Adam's children.
the Brotherhood of Steel is literally the American right wing if they cared about technology. Or if they were technologically savvy. That is literally all the Brotherhood of Steel is just right-wing America with technology.
Children, please gather around as I,
So-
Rad King, bring you the holy word of Adam. This sermon focuses on the fan favorite Brotherhood of Steel.
Favorite.
One faction that we can never seem to shake, no matter when or where a new game
Yeah,
takes
motherfucker,
place.
what were you gonna do?
This love for the Brotherhood is understandable. The Brotherhood are exceptional.
Have I ever played the
fighters,
Borderlands
have
series?
great
I've played the
technology,
first
and the most
Borderlands.
extensive lore
I
of any
loved the
faction
first
in the
Borderlands.
franchise.
Up until the
Yet,
final boss.
even as many fans and Bethesda
Well, up
alike
until that
can't
point, I
seem to
did
get
love the
enough of
first game.
Brotherhood, all
I
games have shown
tried to
us
play
one
the
thing,
second game.
and that is that they are
Never played the
deeply
third game. I
problematic.
just
Let's
trying to play the
explore
second
what
game. I
makes
don't
them
know.
so by looking
Couldn't
at
really
their
get into it.
purpose, philosophy, and structure. So, turn up the rads and pick apart.
Well,
the
yeah, I
fact
know they had
that
the
is the Brotherhood of
the
Steel.
story-based version
As
of it, but
always,
that's
my
hardly a.
comment highlights at the end where
I don't really
respond
consider
and
that
react
a
to
Borderlands
comments
game.
from my last two videos.
That's as much a
Well,
Borderlands game
let's begin.
as the Batman Telltale game is an Arkham game. Like,
I am coming out swinging with what I regard as the biggest
just
issue
because I
with
think
the
they use the
Brotherhood.
Borderlands characters and the
That
names
is,
and everything.
they
Like,
are inherently
that's not really a
hypocritical
Borderlands game in
their
my
guiding
opinion.
philosophy of collecting technology
Like a Borderlands
in
game
order to
is
save
Borderlands 1,
humanity
2, and 3.
from repeating the mistakes of the past and subsequently destroying itself.
Just having a
This
story-based
philosophy was born out of
video
two
game. Even if it's
formative
good,
events in the
it may be
Fallout
good,
world. The inhumane
but
FEV
I don't know.
tests being conducted at the Mariposa military base that was
yeah.
funded
Well,
by the
exactly.
New York government was proof of the
And that's how I
horrible
feel about the
acts
Borderlands
committed by
Telltale games. Like,
people
yeah, it's
in the
technically
pursuit of technological
a
progress.
Borderlands game, but
While
it's hardly a Borderlands
war
game.
was the ultimate show of mankind's destructive
Like, if I'm not
tendencies,
going around shooting shit in the
it is
face
understandable
with a
that
billion,
Robert
with a
Maxson,
gajillion
after
different
observing
guns,
the
it's not a
horror of
Borderlands
the
game.
experimentation and living through the end of the
I mean, that's literally the only thing.
nuclear
That and the
technology,
humor
that the misuse of technology
that makes Borderlands
came to define
worth it.
his personal philosophy and that of the Brotherhood in order to safeguard humanity against
Yeah, it doesn't
its
seem like they.
destructive
Well,
capabilities. In this endeavor,
they don't have the
they
guns
have a few options.
in the Telltale version.
They
That's
can
obvious,
actively
but
seek out technology that they deem dangerous,
maybe they have the humor.
confiscate it, or withhold that technology from the rest of the wasteland.
Yeah, just
in
like,
their
well,
role as
yeah, just like the Lego
humanity's
Batmans aren't. But
This
yeah,
exact
exactly.
thing is seen in Fallout and Fallout
And
3.
that's how much of a that's how much of a
Technology
Borderlands game the
sought
Telltale
after
game is to
and
me.
brought back to be studied and
It
protected
isn't.
by the Brotherhood itself. Another option would be for the Brotherhood to actively pursue technologies, either pre-war in nature
But-
or emerging technologies that they deem dangerous to humanity, and actively work to eradicate
Like, I can hardly
and
even
suppress that technology.
hear that
This
myself.
tactic is seen in Fallout 4 when the Brotherhood invade the Commonwealth
Okay.
with the sole pursuit of eradicating synths and the origin of the synths, the Institute.
Yeah, it's a little better.
Lastly, the Brotherhood could put considerable effort and resources into educating communities in the use of technology and the potential danger that it poses. Ideally, this would foster attitudes towards creative uses of technology rather than only destructive uses. This last option is not seen in any serious capacity by the Brotherhood and would be one of the hardest options, as people are fickle things, and it's easier to lock away dangerous technology than to properly educate and trust people to act in the best needs of humanity.
Yeah, it's
Being a
true.
technology-obsessed group, the Brotherhood opt for the confiscation or destruction of technology that they deem dangerous, and in so doing, concentrate all this destructive technology into their hands only. One of the most powerful and useful technologies in the Wasteland is power armor, and the Brotherhood have come to elevate the technology to an almost holy status.
Yeah, they're the
This
only
could
ones that
represent
use
the
it.
Brotherhood, but not just anyone in the Brotherhood. It represents the most capable and loyal members, and is isolated to knights and paladins. Likewise, advanced weaponry is another hallmark of Brotherhood knights and paladins, as they use this technological edge effectively against enemies who would otherwise
Oh, that's
overwhelm
a
the
shame.
Brotherhood with sheer
I always
numbers.
thought
There is an
at least
inherent
the main
contradiction
proper
within
Borderlands
all
games
of
were really
this,
fun.
however. In
What little
concentrating
bit
this
I,
technology within the
all that I
Brotherhood
played of
at the
one, and
expense
what
of
little bit I played
everyone
of two.
else, merely just trying to survive, They lessen the ability for
They were pretty
those
fun,
that are
but
in danger or oppressed at being able to protect themselves.
I think one
Is
really just
disallowing technology
one did
to
something right that the
everyone,
others just couldn't do.
including
Maybe
the
one
most
was just special for
vulnerable
the time,
populations in the wasteland, really
and two
achieving
just
their
felt like
goal of
more of
helping
one
humanity?
when I
What good
wanted
is
something
porting
different.
technology to protect humanity if the Brotherhood is actively removing some of the best tools people have to survive in a dangerous hellscape? This only makes sense if the Brotherhood doesn't consider anyone outside of their ranks as part of humanity, and therefore afforded the privilege that they bestow only upon themselves. Although this belief is never explicitly stated, it is something that I will elaborate on later in this video. The Brotherhood's effect on the wasteland is done actively through the confiscation and concentration of technology within their own secure walls, or passively by combing through ruins and thereby disallowing wastelanders to benefit.
Maybe I
from
should look up
recovering
like
that technology
spawn
themselves.
points for these damn
One of the
eggs.
central themes
It's been forever
about
since I've
war
actually
never
farmed
changing
these.
is shown time and again, where people
And
act
I
brutally
don't fucking
in their
remember
own
where half of them
self-interest,
are going to be.
despite the technology that they have at their disposal. Raiders, slavers, and all other oppressors that are found in abundance in the wasteland are as dangerous to humanity's survival as so-called
Yeah, the only
dangerous
Telltale game that's
technology.
really unique is
Yet
The
the
Wolf Among
Brotherhood
Us.
is reluctant to engage such
Yeah.
groups unless they themselves
And although
are
I've,
endangered.
oddly enough,
Like in the
I've
case of the
of course
Raider
I've never
game,
actually played
the
it, but I've
Vipers
looked up
in
people
the
playing it.
California wasteland. The
And like
Brotherhood
The
finally
Wolf
started
Among Us,
fighting the
I can't
Vipers
even
after
I can
months
hardly
of the
even
Raiders
watch other
taking
people
the
play that
field
game.
on the
Like
wasteland communities. But this was actually
maybe it's
first
just
seen
because
as
it's a
just simple
detective
training
story, but it's
exercise.
so
The
slow.
Vipers were only taken seriously when they killed Elder John Maxon.
At least
The
it seems
Brotherhood
it's
would
too
go on to
slow for me.
completely destroy them. The Enclave in Fallout 3 is another
just-
example, as they actively oppose the Brotherhood
I don't
because
know.
they stand in the way of total dominance of the DC wasteland. Thus, it is obvious that in most cases,
Yeah, I thought it was all
across
right.
all
What
chapters
little
of
bit
the
I could actually
Brotherhood,
tolerate of
they
it.
more often than not focus on the technology recovery part of their mission, to the detriment of the rest of humanity around them.
Yeah, I
Does it
tried the
in this way, though?
I think I tried the
No,
demo
it
for the
doesn't.
Game
We
of
see
Thrones game.
isolated examples where those in positions of
I thought that
authority
was all
try to
right, but
push the
again,
needle
it just
more to the side of
I mean, I
protecting
guess with it being
humanity
Game of Thrones, it
than just
taking a
pure
long time to
technological
actually fucking
dominance.
do anything
Elder
makes sense,
Lions
because
is the
that's
premier
Game of
example of
Thrones for
this,
you.
much to the ire of many
But-
fans, as well as a portion
Yeah.
of his own forces in Fallout 3, who break off to follow
I
their
don't know.
hyper-focus on technology
I mean, it was
recovery.
okay,
Fallout
just
76 also
again took
provided us
way
with
too
more
long for anything to
insight
actually
into Roger
happen,
Maxon, the founder
or
of
for
the
it to catch my
Brotherhood that
attention.
endowed the organization with its penultimate purpose. It is
Uh,
revealed
has
that
been
he
in
had
the
more
leaks for a while.
sympathy
Really,
for
they're
the
actually
plight
making a
of the
second one.
Wastelanders, expressing to the leader of the Appalachian Brotherhood that he intends for the Brotherhood
Oh, how the hell?
to
What the
be
hell are they gonna
guardians
do
of
for a
civilization.
second one, though?
Despite this altruistic intent, the Brotherhood, more often than not, don't waste time directly
what-
protecting humanity. And the Brotherhood has since been defined by the dogmatic pursuit
I mean, unless
of
they try to,
technology above all else.
unless they try to use the
Kaiser's
second
thoughts
one
on
to
the
actually
Brotherhood
explain the
are
ending of
spot
the
on
first one.
and are as follows.
I mean, that's just gonna
The
suck.
worst impulses of mankind concentrated in one insane backward
Well, yeah, I mean,
thought.
I know the
The
ending.
Brotherhood seems to have
of
formed
it.
not long after the Great Atomic War. It's
And the
hard to
ending
know.
hardly made
They
sense.
care little for history. Some of the Brotherhood scribes we captured further.
Like maybe it's just because
didn't even know
of all the
name of their founder. Ru-
maybe it's just because of all the people I've watched. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Wolf Among Us. Like the explanation of, I mean, series. Okay. Oh, okay. Apparently. Oh yeah, there's two. 9 months ago, first trailer. Really? That's fucked. It's been 9 months. But yeah, let's see an ending explained. Because I don't understand what the fuck the ending is really trying to tell you. What fucking is there? What Snow White? Whoever the fuck the main bitch is. I don't know who she is. Whoever the fuck the main bitch is she actually alive, or was it just someone else with the glamour? Like, apparently that's what it comes fucking down to. I think. Let's see. Maybe.
Hey everyone. So, season 1 of The Wolf Among Us
Now,
is
Snow
coming
White
to
is alive?
conclusion, and the ending took a lot of people by surprise. Some players understood what was happening right away, but a lot of other people were
That
confused
must not
following
be
the game's conclusion.
who I'm thinking
So
of
I'm going
then.
to try my best
But
to
whoever the
explain
main bitch
exactly
is.
what I think the ending means. Now, before we start, let's take another look at the ending of episode 5.
Yeah, let's. Please, let's.
You're not as bad as everyone says you are.
Why doesn't she have titles, subtitles? The fuck? The girl that died was Faith. Okay, I remember that name.
I have to tell you something.
I feel like we've met before.
You're trying to place me. You like my ribbon? Do you like it?
Faith wore one too. Would hide her beauty so she could escape his kingdom.
They used to call me the Little
Did
Mermaid.
Dr. Swinehart ever get back to you about
He
Faith?
said he wanted to run more tests. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Okay, so for those who don't remember, "You're not as bad as everyone says you are" is what Faith said to Bigby in episode 1.
Okay.
You're not as bad as everyone says you are.
Okay.
Now, let's look at a few other things. Nerissa and Faith both have the exact same purple bag. They're also both right-hand smokers. And
Okay.
let Bigby remember, they've both said the following things.
Hey, you like my ribbon?
Ribbons. Faith wore one too.
Do you like it?
I need to tell you something.
I have to tell you something.
But
The
like,
game ends with Faith's voice addressing Bigby,
Yeah,
written
it's
in a
like-
blue subtitle color.
which is-
And if you remember,
yeah,
glamours
who the
were
hell
brought up
doesn't smoke
several times in
right-handed?
the game,
Well,
and in
left-handed
earlier
people.
episodes, they showed us exactly how they work and how they can be used to mislead others.
I mean, well,
All of these things imply that the Nerissa and Faith we meet in the game are actually the
depends
same
on which
person.
hand I have full of
If
something.
you're having trouble grasping this now, you'll probably understand it by the end of the video.
okay, so-
We're going to go over a lot of evidence that supports this theory
Faith
as
and
we
who?
go on.
That
So from this
93% of
point
people are
forward, try to
right-handed.
maintain the
Well, then
mindset that Faith
that's
and Nerissa
obviously
are the
another
same
7% that aren't.
There are two common theories. to
That's who
explain
doesn't
this.
smoke with their right
The
hand.
one we'll start with is the theory that Nerissa was actually Faith in Glamour. So basically, we never met Nerissa. We just met Faith, who had faked her own death and was pretending to be Nerissa all along.
Well, yeah, I guess that, yeah, that's true.
One
That
of the
doesn't
most
make them special.
convincing pieces of evidence for this theory is that when you ask the mirror to show Faith,
So,
it says it can't because its lips are sealed.
That is what, yeah.
That says
That's
to me
probably
that
one of the
Faith is still
fucking things they were
alive
like,
and
oh,
living.
here's a
After all,
parallel.
the
Maybe
mirror was
this
able
is
to
something
show
to
other dead
think about.
bodies, just not Faith's.
Could be a red herring, though.
At the end of the game, some of the lines that are repeated are, "She concealed her beauty to escape the kingdom," "Dr. Swinehart is still running tests," and "They used to call me the Little Mermaid." All of these hint that Faith is still alive, disguised as Nerissa.
So is Faith...
The first line,
Ariel?
"She concealed her beauty to escape the kingdom," tells us that Faith is already
What?
known for hiding her true form. She already has a history of concealing her identity in order to escape persecution. It's all in her fable. That means that Faith
Yeah?
could very easily live her life glamored as Nerissa because she already has experience eluding capture by lying about who she is.
Okay,
It's in her nature to hide her identity.
Makes sense, yeah.
The second line, "Dr. Swinehart is still
But that
running
makes too much
tests,"
sense.
tells us that Swinehart has yet to determine whether or not the head on Bigby's doorstep
Oh
was
my god,
actually
an egg.
Faith's. Since the rest of
I
the
like
body
eggs.
has yet to be discovered, it could be that the head on Bigby's doorstep was simply glamored to look like Faith's, rather than it actually being hers. The third line...
Okay, hold on. Wolf... Among Us. Wolf Among Us. Can objects be glamored? I can't spell. Because at that point, when somebody's head... Ha, motherfucker, you ain't get my fucking egg. So when someone's dead and they've been beheaded, I consider their head to then be an object. So in The Wolf Among Us, can objects be glamored? Living things, obviously. But objects? Can an object be glamored? And how does a glamour work past death? Is that something ever explained? Like, is it explained in the game? If you die in glamour, you stay in glamour until the glamour is supposed to wear off? And like, what is the wear off point for a glamour? I mean, what? Like the glamour is a curse? I thought glamour was something they did intentionally. Cause this, yeah, I have no fucking clue. Look, Beast doesn't have a glamour. He is cursed. He looks more like a beast, the weaker his relationship with beauty is. Okay, so I guess, well, okay, so, wait, glamour comes in all forms, not just the wooden tubes. Some are more spell-like and can be, that are more so applied to the user for a limited time, and they can willingly transform in and out of them as long as the glamour is still activated. How long does a fucking glamour last? Like, if they take off the ribbon, they're dead, so that's why they don't... Wait, really? Hold on. Wait. So, what? So that, wait, so removing the ribbon kill... What the fuck? Where is this explained? And see, I didn't know this shit. Wait. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, so removing... So, wait, removing the ribbon... So, yeah, resulting in her being decapitated? Wait... I gotta see this.
We're about to take it off. See what happens.
You mind if I just...
No, let's refuse.
What?
You can't. Just stay back.
Okay, so nothing
You
changes.
can't do that.
Slow down. It's all right. Not gonna do anything.
Please, don't.
Nasira, Narisa?
Okay, I get it. So the ribbons, if you take them off. I don't know how, but I'm going to fix this. If you could just point me in the right direction, I swear I will fix this.
Uh-oh. We got caught in that.
Seems like that came here.
It's...
Probably snow.
Oh gosh. We didn't do anything.
Here. Can you keep this conversation between us?
Okay, so that doesn't...
Come on, we can't stay here.
Hang on, I need a minute.
Okay. Can you stand up? It's okay. Take your time. Slowly.
It's all out. If I keep our girls quiet.
Let me build this.
Take a spell. Save the fucking day.
Stop it!
I told you. Sometimes all your options are shit. What the fuck are you supposed to do then? We'll find another way. She doesn't have to die. Maybe the witches
Don't
can...
talk about me like I'm not even here. Please. You think this is hard for you? My life is such a fucking burden on your conscience. Don't I get a say? It's my life. Like it was either yours to give up in the first place.
I wasn't really...
Just shut up.
You're right. It's your life.
I know what I've done.
Wait.
I'm sick of everyone thinking that they can just do what they want with my life. I thought it would be different here. But it's all the fucking
Vivian, I didn't mean...
Do you think I wanted to be this person? What I did to Faith and Lily? To all of them.
Vivian, wait.
Every day I have to look Gwen and Hans in the eye and pretend I don't care. I have to forget what I've done to them. What I took away from them.
Okay.
I look at Narissa and I hate myself.
Vivian.
I can't pretend anymore.
What are you doing? Vivian.
Do it. Do it.
Vivian. No. Fuck. No, 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 no. Why'd you have to do that, Vivian?
Really?
Vivian. Shit. Damn it.
Really?
Narissa and
That's what... Really?
Vivian.
So... Okay, why are their heads cut off in the first place? Why does a magic... Okay, I can understand a magic ribbon keeps it in place, keeps them alive. Why are their heads cut off to begin with? I don't understand this. Why...
No! Fuck! No, 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 no!
And if that's the case, if they can just pull their own ribbon off and die like that, then how the fuck do we know fucking Faith didn't just kill herself? I can't spell, oh my god. You know, Faith's suicide. Like, it had to have been. That makes no sense to me. This game makes absolutely no sense. Hey, Mouse. Hey, dude. How you doing tonight? I'm doing alright. I'm here. Gonna be here for 6 hours farming fucking Netherwing reputation, trying to find some stupid fucking eggs. Other than that, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I already got 2 eggs. I like eggs. But yeah, it's kind of hard to explain. I mean, I get the, like, I get that it probably has something to fucking do with them being fables. Being fictional characters in a way. But the mysterious man. That's, oh my god, see this. Mysterious man? Like, just introducing more shit.
Line that used to
I don't
call me
even.
the Little Mermaid has an emphasis on used to.
Yeah.
In the context it's brought up in,
And they say, yeah, these lips are sealed. But why can't... I don't get it. Like, is this... I don't get it. Maybe I need to, like... Is there someone on YouTube that, like, legit... Like... Does, like, a proper... Just a proper analysis of a game that I cannot spell? Wolf Among Us. Is there not a 5-hour video on the intricate details of this fucking game somewhere? Has someone not gone through the effort to make a 5-hour... Okay, yeah, this shit's just too difficult, but... Am I ready for YouTube Rewind? No. Are they even gonna bother with that shit? After the failures of the last several? Why would they... Why would they bother? But no, I wouldn't watch it even if they did make it. Get rid of that.
Why'd you have to do that?
I mean, you doubt any... Well, who says she had to kill herself there? She could have, like, if it was a suicide, given that their heads just fall off, and that the only thing they found there at the apartment building was her head, it stands to reason, if it was a suicide, she killed herself somewhere else, and someone else brought her head there. If anything. So it would make sense if it was a suicide, because but of course, who that, I mean, who would it have been? Her, maybe. Maybe she brings the head. I don't know. But dude, no, people have killed themselves in weirder places. Outside of an apartment building is not the weirdest place for someone to kill themselves. It's probably the most likely in these days, I would think. But yeah, they would bother because the majority of YouTube is cringy like that. Well, maybe they would bother then. But I sure as hell won't watch it.
Vivian?
No, we saw that.
it seems to imply that she's no longer the Little Mermaid. So basically, she's not Narissa anymore. She's someone else.
What? Was Narissa the fucking mermaid? Huh? Narissa the mermaid? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. So Narissa is a little mermaid. Okay. Okay. From Mako Mermaids? H2O just had... Okay, so I guess... I don't know. Weird. Yeah, Narissa, that's her name. But I had no idea there was a mermaid named Narissa. Then again, I don't know. I'm an idiot, but yeah, Kanye declared his love for Hitler. Well, bro, who doesn't love Hitler? But yeah, that was her stage name. But yeah, but that way. Ooh, egg, 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 egg. Oh, thank God. Maybe egg. Yeah, he declared his love for Trump and Owens. That doesn't surprise me either. I mean, at this point, is it really fair to even talk about Kanye anymore? Kanye is legitimately mentally ill. Like, and I'm not saying that to be like the shit he says is so retarded he's mentally ill. Dude is legitimately mentally ill nowadays. Is it like him saying this shit? I don't even know if it's worth even talking about anymore, you know? Because I don't think, like nobody talks about the ramblings of the random homeless guy down outside the Arby's. Even when he starts talking some crazy shit, nobody talks about him. But because it's Kanye, it's like, oh, let's talk about this mentally ill like, I don't know. Like bad and like, yeah. Like, very bad. Like, not only is he obviously mentally ill, but wasn't he also involved in, like, a serious car accident? So I think, like, no, like, obviously, on top of mental illness, now he has a bit of brain damage. Like, I don't think Kanye West is obviously anymore. He's not 100% mentally there. So the fact that he's declared his love for Hitler and all this, I'm not surprised, because that's the crazy shit, the kind of crazy shit the mentally ill do. And I'm more concerned than anything, because doesn't he have like partial custody of his own children? Like, that's a little concerning. Ooh, egg. Oh my God, die. I gotta get this egg before some other fucker does. Oh, thank God. But yeah, I forgot it's finally December. Yeah, well, yeah, surprisingly it is. And I got there's like 45 more minutes before my monthly check comes in. I think it comes in directly at midnight, but I don't know. But yeah, even when it does come in, I'm legit, like, I'm gonna be down to like $170 immediately, basically. Because my weed, I'm getting my weed. My weed is $255. I gotta get my monthly phone card, that's $35. I'm getting a $300 fucking Christmas gift for someone. So, anybody got some money? Anybody got a few $100,000 you don't need laying around? But yeah, imagine participating in November. Yeah, that dude. I can't. Yeah, why would anyone hold it for an entire month? That it makes no sense. I don't even I don't even go like a day and a half, in between. So it's like, how could anybody actually do that? Why is it? Oh, a fell orc. Okay, I thought it was just an orc. But yeah. Yeah, you gotta do it like Quagmire, become half bodybuilding. No, that's the way to do it. Just spend a couple hours. Actually, let me see something here. Let me see if that's actually true. Oh, my left arm is bigger. Well, shit. I guess that is kind of true. It would explain why when I try it with my right arm, my right arm can't even, doesn't have the built-in stamina for it. But yeah, unless they're an athlete or something, they shouldn't be able to. Dude, even if they are an athlete, they shouldn't be doing that. I think it's been proven that for athletes, having sex actually increases their sports performance. You're still doing it right-handed? Dude, how do you use your computer mouse then if you're doing it right-handed? Like, how do you do it? That's like, oh, you don't use a desktop. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. If you got like a laptop or something, that yeah, I guess you can be ambidextrous with that. Am I lefty or right? I'm left-handed. Oh, you use it? Really? You use your phone for porn? That's weird. Why would you watch porn on something so small? I mean, I get you can put it like right up against your face, but like I wouldn't even watch. I don't know. It's just yeah. Since you take your phone everywhere, yeah, it is kind of weird. Oh wait, your phone runs faster than your computer, bruh. What the fuck kind of Stone Age computer you got? That's sad. Your phone is faster than your computer. That's some Stone Age shit right there. Yeah, right hand and left side is bigger. Now that's funny. Like, how does that happen? No, a MacBook? Oh, okay, that explains it. Sorry that you got a MacBook though. Anyway.
Another piece of evidence for this theory would be the note that Faith meant to give Prince Lawrence.
Yeah, this
the
is
one
still.
you find in her coat. All it says
It's your
is,
mom's.
"I'm sorry." It would make sense for Faith.
Oh, no
to
wonder you
consult
don't
her
look up porn
husband
on
if
it
she
then.
knew she'd be faking her own death.
But
You might be wondering why she went through all this trouble.
yeah, you don't want to leave a mark.
Well, it seems like Faith.
And you don't want to
wanted
have to
Amanda believe
constantly
she
be
was dead the
deleting your
whole time
internet
to stay
history
off his
too.
radar. I think the reason Faith is still hiding her identity after the trial is
I
because
know
if
I
she
would.
revealed she was alive the whole time, she'd be the one on trial. After all, she lied to the jury, manipulated Bigby, tampered with evidence, and did a number of other
Yeah, you would
questionable
forget your
things.
phone at
With
work
all
and
that in
someone would
mind,
go
she
check
needs
it.
to stay in Glamour to
That's
avoid being locked up or worse. After all,
that's the
Snow
kind
wants
of
to run
yeah.
Faith
That
until
would
the
absolutely
custody
suck
of
if
the
people
book.
see everything
That
you're
would
looking
include
at.
putting Faith on trial, even if her motives were sympathetic. Now for
That
the
joke's
other
on you.
theory,
Use
just a
private
bit more
browsing.
straightforward. Instead of Faith being the
Well,
one
now
in
your
Glamour
internet
and
browser
Mercy
still,
being
or
dead, this
your
theory
ISP
flips
still
it.
knows what you're
States
looking
that
at.
Faith in episode 1 was
Someone
actually
still
Marissa,
knows.
and the real Faith died before the game began. In this scenario, we never actually met Faith. We just met Narissa, glamored as Faith. We also assume that what Narissa said at the end of the game was true, and the head we
Really?
see on Bigby's doorstep
She got
is
mad at
Faith.
that? That's
Faith
pathetic.
really did pay for Narissa's mistake and was killed
I
by
don't know
Jordy
why
before
anybody
the
would
game
actually
even
get mad at
begins.
that.
In order to make sure that Bigby would pay attention to Faith's death, Narissa glamored herself
Unless
as
they have
Faith
no
and
idea what the
purposely
fuck they're
interacted
doing
with
as a
Bigby.
parent.
Later on, she placed the real Faith's head on the Woodlands doorstep, knowing that Bigby would
Oh, yeah,
see
your
it and
mom
start an
doesn't.
investigation. Why? Because after interacting with Faith, Bigby would
No,
then
because
have a personal
she'll be the one
motivation
having to
about
delete
it.
her internet history.
This theory is relatively easy to follow, and in the end, it's about Narissa doing whatever it takes to get justice for her friends. Both of these theories make sense, but in different ways. The first theory makes sense because it has a lot of evidence. There are a lot of subtle signs sprinkled throughout the game that tell me that Faith is really alive. Given the second head on Bigby's doorstep, Snow,
Mandy
was
Muse?
actually someone else in Glamour, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that the first head on Bigby's doorstep,
The
Faith,
fact
was
that you
also
know a
different
porn
person.
actor's name, kinda
The second theory
sus.
makes sense in the most straightforward way possible. It's easy to understand, it fits in
Mandy
canon, and it
Muse.
flows well. It's the easiest way of rationalizing the ending.
That doesn't
despite
even
it not
sound like a
having much
porn
evidence
name.
to
That just
support
sounds like a
theory.
dumb name. Mandy
So
Muse.
that's what I've gathered about
That's like
the
something
Wolf
someone
Among
would
Us
come up
subject.
for
I'm not saying that
a
these
Marvel
theories are
comic.
fact or law. Until we get
Mandy
more Wolf Among
Muse.
Us content, we're not going to know what's going on. In fact,
Like
this could
Peter
just be a big
Parker,
red herring.
Mandy
but I do
Muse.
think that these two theories are good
Like
explanations for the
Batman.
ending based on what
Like,
we've
you know,
seen so far.
something stupid like
and they're the
that.
only two theories I've seen that I can really get behind. So which theory do you stand by? If you have any explanations or pieces of evidence I didn't address in the video, share them in the comment section
Who
below.
doesn't know
I'm
porn
really
stars'
interested
names
to see
though?
them.
Well, I don't.
So I hope you were able to take something away from
I don't
these,
know. I don't
even if you
know no
agree
porn.
with
Well,
my interpretation. Thanks for watching.
well, first of all, I
and
don't
subscribe
watch
for
like
videos this one.
produced porn like that, so that's probably why. Like, damn, do people still play that game? Yeah, people play this game a lot now. Epic Demon. I mean, what? Let's see. Actually, what are the Wrath of the Lich King classic numbers? But anyway, thanks for dropping in, Epic Demon. How are you doing tonight? But like, yeah, there's a lot of people still playing this game. Let's see what the average population here is. God damn! That's a lot of people. I'm on... Well, let's see. What's my server? Can't find it. Is it up top? Really? My server's not on here, it looks like. Weird. But, yeah, I still play the shit out of this game. It's like one of my favorites. Especially nowadays when I really need something nostalgic to go to. But, yeah, you don't. But yeah, that's, oh yeah, the South Park episode, Make Love Not Warcraft. Yeah, that was a good episode. Although, like, it's one of those episodes where you watch it, like, when that came out, like, I was playing World of Warcraft like fucking crazy back then. And then it was like, you watch the episode, and it's the small things you notice about the episode that fuck everything up. Like, the fact that the crew, they stayed basically there in Goldshire, or in Elwyn Forest, farming level 5 boars to get to max level. For one, you can't do that. After a certain point, you don't get any experience for that. You couldn't grind on the motherfuckers. And it's like, how is this motherfucker able to, you know... I don't know, it's... Like, yeah, it was a good episode, but like... Like, it's just the small things in that episode are what, like, really get you. Yeah, don't actually that episode. I can't help it. I like the episode, but I just can't help it. It's just the small things that, like, you notice as a player. And it's like, you can't do that. Like, you can't trade a bind on pickup sword like that. You know, you can't just go around killing your fucking killing your own faction members randomly like that, unless you're like in an arena area, which they weren't. It was just odd, but I did like it. But yeah, the guy had no life. Well, bruh. What do you mean no life? What do you mean? Like that was his advantage. Like, yeah, that's my advantage. That's my secret, FS. I always have no life. Don't need glasses. Not yet. Actually, God, I hope I don't ever need glasses. Like I need to pay $200 fucking for something that's gonna break that easily. That would just, I would hate that, having to need glasses. As if my eyesight isn't like bad enough already. I mean, my eyesight's 20/20, but like I'm colorblind. Like I got that mild red-green color blindness. where sometimes red will, or green will look like red, I think. Because oftentimes, when I'm driving at night, I oftentimes find myself slowing down at green lights. Because just in my mind, they look red. And then it's like, I look up and I adjust, and it's like, oh wait, it's green. What the fuck am I doing? So, you know, maybe that's not a good thing. But yeah, I think I might need glasses. Or at least get those color, chroma color glasses one day. But yeah, you'll look like Lester if you wore glasses. What, Lester the Unlikely? From that fucking NES game? SNES game? Oh, GTA's Lester. Oh. Oh, fuck you. You called me fat. Don't call me fat, goddammit. But yeah, wait. Are you Tritanopia? Tritanopia these nuts? What? Like that YouTuber Boogie? Dude, never fucking compare me to Boogie. I am not that fucking bad. And I don't just mean weight-wise. I mean personality-wise. I am not that bad. I'm not the kind of piece of shit that would fire a gun at an obvious internet troll, firing it in the fucking air without considering where the bullet might fucking land. Like, no, I'm not that bad. Like, I'm not that selfish of a fucking person. I'm not that much of a piece of shit. Like, yeah, he's like really, yeah. Like, Boogie is such a fucking cunt. Like, dude. You probably need for, yeah, you'll probably be needed for an organized crime mission. But, and who was that guy? Monday Matt? No, that was, Frank Hassel, I think. And not Castle, not like the Punisher. It's Hassel, like Hasselhoff. Frank Hassel, I think was his name, or the name he went by. But yeah, dude, like I still can't. Like, dude was obviously just fucking trolling Boogie, and Boogie literally had to get a fucking gun and point it at. What a fucking pussy Boogie is. First of all, what a pussy. Like, and of course, only a pussy is going to own a gun. Like, only someone that's that much of a pussy will own a gun, of course. And of course, someone that's that much of a pussy is going to pull a gun on an obvious troll. Like, really, EDP, he doesn't get enough hate. EDP finally got his fucking cupcake, eh? But yeah, Boogie 298, yeah, Boogie is just, yeah. Boogie is just a pussy. Like, he really fucking is. Like, he's such a piece of shit. Like, whoever let him have a fucking gun permit should probably be fired and have their entire career looked at. Because they obviously made a fucking mistake. Maybe start watching the drunk peasants. Don't get on Brett Keane individual situation. Who's Brett Keane? I don't actually know who Brett Keane is. At least I've never heard of him. Actually, since I actually got people here, I might as well, I want to show off something. This is going to be really dumb. Yeah, fuck, I'll just keep this window up. So, last night, actually, a little before then, several days ago, I was going over to a friend's house, and he mentioned that he, wanted to play the original Halo again. Yeah. Yeah, Boogie joins. Dude, I would legit tell Boogie right to his face, you are a massive pussy. Like, not only is he a pussy for pulling a gun, you remember the fucking Gamergate situation where Anita Sarkeesian was being a dumb bitch? Remember when Boogie and Anita had a panel at a convention or something, and Anita bullied Boogie, and then Boogie went backstage and basically kowtowed and simped for Anita back then? Like, dude, Boogie is the biggest pussy on YouTube. Like, he was a pussy to Anita Sarkeesian. Are they still using the Anita Sarkeesian crap? Probably. Although I've literally in like the past year and a half, 2 years, I haven't heard of her. Nobody has talked about her. But like in this context, it actually makes sense because we're talking about Boogie. But like, dude, Boogie is legit a fucking pussy. He apologized to Anita for literally nothing. He didn't do anything, and she got mad at him, and he apologized for it. He's a pussy for that. He's a pussy for pulling a gun on a troll. He's a pussy for cheating on his wife. Like, yeah, let's just forget he cheated on his wife. He's just generally a fucking pussy. He's a piece of shit. He's a pussy. And I would tell him that right to his pussy face. Like, his face is more of a pussy than the Vagineer from the TF2 mods. Like, he's more of a pussy than the Vagineer. And I would tell him that right to his fat pussy face. Or his average sized pussy face. I think he's lost a lot of weight, which is good for him. Good for him for losing that weight. But, yeah, he's kind of just a pussy. Yeah, what did I say about you? I said you're a pussy, Boogie. You're a pussy. You are a pussy. You are the biggest pussy. You're a pussy because of Anita. You're a pussy because you pulled a gun on a troll. And you're a pussy for cheating on your wife. You are a pussy. You're so much of a pussy. I wouldn't, like, if we got into a fight, I wouldn't be able to hit you because you're not allowed to hit pussies, apparently. Like, yeah, Boogie is just a pussy. He just really is. And I've said pussy so much that it doesn't even sound like a word now. But, you know. It's funny, though. But, yeah, that Anita called him out. He's Peter Griffin of our universe. He really is. Well, no, Peter Griffin's actually someone to be somewhat respected, depending on what season you watch. But, like, other than that, no, he's a little bitch. No, yeah, he simps for the concerned liberal line. Like, yeah. Well, actually, now that I don't really know about. I don't know about his political simping. I haven't watched anything about him in, like, years. But, like, I know he's just a big pussy. And obviously he's a simp. He kowtowed down to fucking Anita when Anita bitched about something that he didn't even actually do. Or it was some slight that she took because she's a dumb cunt that needs to get a baseball bat upside her fucking head. But assuming she hasn't already put a gun in her fucking mouth. Because I haven't heard of her since for a long time. She's probably fucking killed herself, I would hope. But aside from just the obvious shit, I really don't know much about his political simping. I'll fucking mind this, but yeah, allow him to talk down to you. Right. Allow him to talk down on you. One of those, but you need to hear versus what you was exactly. But of course, it's just like I don't know. Boogie is just a pussy. That's all there is to say about that. He's too much of a little bitch to do anything but whine and beg for money. That's all he can do is just, you know, whine and beg for money. Like, yeah, you're not a lie. Yeah. Okay, that joke's dead now. But like, yeah, he also simped for Sargon. Now I really don't watch Sargon because he's also one of these fucking idiot fucking retards. Tries to fancy up his fucking bigotry with political language just to confuse people. You know, kind of like Ben Shapiro. He covers up his bigotry with political language to confuse stupid college students that don't have the kind of speaking experience that he has. What was that? Okay, we're way off track. We're way off track. I wanted to say this originally. Lady Sinestra. Huh. So I wanted to say this earlier. So several days ago, I went over to a friend's house. He wanted to know if I could get him the original Halo for him to play on PC. And of course, I did. It was like 5-minute download. Really easy to get. Got it for him. And then he surprised me. He had some extra hemp from years and years ago. Long story short, his dad used to grow hemp. The hemp had too high of a THC content to be used as hemp, so they made him shut his shit down. His dad was able to, squirrel away some shit, and this was years ago, apparently. And so, after getting that, Halo, the original Halo, running on his PC, he was like, "Dude, I got a surprise for you." And he brought out, I think I showed y'all the other couple of week ago, I showed y'all at some point, and I had all that hemp, that mostly dried hemp. I picked some buds out. They weren't that great. I think I spilled a few. Like, here's a little bud, but that don't matter. But basically, I took all the hemp, I broke it down by hand, and I made can of butter out of it. Like, I made that much can of butter. Literally, first time. Now, let's see if I can get a spoon here. But what does it do? Bruh, it gets you high. Oh yeah, it's all soft and shit. Like, that's... Nah, I can't... Too much light. But, like, you get it, right? Like, is it stronger than weed? Whoa, no, it's not stronger than... I mean, it depends on how much you eat. I don't know if I want to do that. But, like, it depends on how much of it you actually eat. So, like, maybe if I ate some earlier. I made some chicken and rice, and I just mixed it in with the chicken and rice. So, it's pretty strong. It is pretty good. I'm still high from eating it a little earlier, but mix it with water or something. Now, I'll say, it doesn't taste good. It doesn't smell that good. Fuck. They make can of butter, then send it to a factory so they can turn it into Scooby snacks. Bruh, I could just make my own Scooby snacks. The fuck you mean? I can make the butter now. I can make all the edibles I want. I can get fucking high as shit. Like, I don't need no motherfuckers making my shit for me now. I'm self-sufficient. I just need to grow the weed now and I'm good. I can be a world-class fucking weed chef. How fucking amazing would that be if I went to culinary school just to learn how to cook with wheat? Cannabis culinary school. You can literally get a specialized certificate for culinary cannabis and edibles. Bro, I have never wanted to go back to school more than I can I apply? applications, but bruh. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Get a weed certification for cooking? Culinary cannabis certification? Get my CCC? Fuck yeah. But yeah, make it as famous as Scooby Snacks. Dude, what's the issue with Scooby Snacks? Well, no, there's no issue with them. I don't need no one to make them for me. I can make them myself. We're just got to see how long it takes for this can of butter to actually kick in. I do not recommend eating a spoonful of it like that. It tastes awful by itself. Not awful. I can tolerate. Like if you've ever had, like, if you've ever eaten weed before, it kind of tastes like that. But then again, why would you just eat weed? But no, you're still here. Why? Boogie, why don't you go eat a boiled egg and die? I don't know. That was probably not the right thing to say. You want to try opium in the future? Yeah, opium is really strong. People get addicted to that shit. Actually, no, you don't get addicted instantly. I don't know why people ever, like, that is like the biggest bullshit propaganda that they ever tried to teach you in school, is that you get addicted instantly. No, you don't get addicted instantly. Addiction is a process that occurs over a period of time. It could be, you know, a few days, it could be a week, could be a month, could be a year, but it's not something that happens instantly. It's just literally not how addiction is done. And I seriously fucking hate that like, you know, schools have lied to us, given us that bullshit propaganda that, oh, you're instantly addicted. Like, no. But I mean, it's very addictive, but yeah, it is. But that's because people that do it a lot are just addicted to it. Like, you know, like literally more people are addicted to sugar than are addicted to any kind of other drug. But nobody ever talks about how addictive sugar is. You know, like sugar addiction is real. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, legit, sugar addiction is a fucking bitch. Trying to kick that, like, good luck. Yeah, did you know that schools mess up the way you sleep? Oh yeah, yeah. You're supposed to get at least, you know, like a teenager is at least supposed to get like what, 10 hours of sleep. And the fact that schools start so early, it completely fucks that natural sleep cycle up for teenagers. And that has like serious negative health ramifications. But nobody ever wants to talk about that. Like, yeah, you're addicted to guns. Could you be addicted to chocolate guns, Boogie? If you dip a gun in chocolate, could you like remember to pull the trigger while you're eating the barrel? But yeah, they want you to work 14 hours a day and be sad the rest of the day. Well, that's where they can fuck off with that. They want you to work 14 hours. Bitch, you better be paying me enough to work 14 hours. I mean, what, 14 hours? That's what? That's like 3 days. You've already hit overtime. Like, so they better be fucking paying you. Yeah. Aren't schools 6 hours a day? No, they're more than that. Felt like it, at least. When I was in school, it felt longer than... It was absolutely longer than 6 hours. We go there at like 6:30, 7 in the fucking morning, don't get out till like 3:30, 2:30, I forget what. Maybe that was 6 hours. I don't know. That's the one thing I didn't learn in school was math. But yeah, like I used to get off at 3:10, and then they have really fucked up hours for shit like that. I mean, I'm guessing it's because like the bus drivers are all the same, so they have to share them with all the other fucking schools because they don't want to pay people enough to do it. At least that's what that seems like. I have not found a fucking egg out here to save my life. Let's go back over here to the fortress. Yeah, I know this fortress over here has some eggs. Man, you was the quiet kid with the gun, with the pumped up kicks. Dude, that is like the best song. Pumped Up Kicks is so good. I wish I could play it. Especially Prince George's County Schools. What a... Oh, yeah. I get, yeah, that... It's weird that different counties and shit have different school times. They can't make up their fucking minds. You play that motherfucker all day. That's not bad. Is that what they call them that? I mean, it might be. But I figured that song was more just, ooh, egg. I figured that song was just more a general school shooter song, not like a specific school shooter. At least that's what I thought. Yeah. So there are eggs around here. I just gotta find them. Actually, who is even here? Why are there who the fuck? These account sharing cunts. No, these are obvious bots. These are bots. These they have to be. I was half a second away from just reporting them. But let me try to find a video. The rise and fall of Watch Dogs? Nah. Don't hug me, I'm scared and grief? Huh. Okay, let's watch that. Episode on grief I could probably go for.
Now,
I am a coffin, and I'm gonna hold a guy.
Classic creepy, strange creepy, creepy, but the most unsettling to me is friendly creepy. Something which, at first glance, looks fun,
hey,
inviting,
I'm walking.
But then quickly you realize that
hey, I'm walking here. Welcome. How are you
this
doing tonight, dude?
Friendliness is not what it seemed, and there's a dark story
Love that
behind
name.
what
That's a
you're
pretty
looking
good
for.
name.
The image then becomes unsettling as these two opposing feelings collide in your mind. A lot
Yeah,
of
you
images
actually
in
enjoy
this
Pumped Up.
style
Yeah, it
feature
is a
things
really
which we
good song.
associate with happy childhood memories. A pool,
Yeah,
a slide,
you're walking finally.
that town
Well,
playground
good.
which
Good. I'm
every
glad you're
single
doing
kid
good.
owned at
I like to
some
hear
point.
that.
But now the context is changed.
Hopefully
These
you're doing
places
better
and
than me.
objects which once brought so much joy are now
Because I'm
empty.
farming
They're
fucking
fading
Netherwing
away.
reputation for 6
So
hours.
What does all of this have to do with Don't Hug Me, I'm
So
Scared?
I'm doing
Well,
amazing.
It's easy to just grab a doll and put it in a dark, scary room and say, "Look, everyone."
But thanks for
look how
dropping in. I
spooky
do
is,"
appreciate it.
And then, bosh, millions of dollars.
But anyway,
what the new Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared show has.
Me and
that
Rise
makes
and
it
Fall
stand out
videos.
is
I've been seeing those, but you
Instead
never
of
watch
looking
them.
like most horror movies,
I-
leading to
a
constantly
lot of
showing
them.
creepy house.
Actually, you know what's a really good like a Rise and Fall movie or video? It's not really Rise and Fall. It's called The Demise and Rise of Steve-O. Like, you know Steve-O, right? From Jackass. Like his whole Steve-O's whole backstory. Like that whole video. Let's see if I can find it. The Demise and Rise of Steve-O. Yes, Steve-O, Demise and Rise. Like, MTV special. Damn it, I don't think I can play that then. But anyway, well, Steve-O on... Okay, Steve-O on his own documentary. Let's see what this is about. But, yeah, Steve-O fell off. Well, dude, Steve... Okay. just the first frame. I don't know what to expect from this. Are we going to see Steve-O's dick? Because but like Steve-O was born, fell off, and then he eventually had to work his way back up.
There were two things I wasn't gonna watch, which was the DVD I made called
We gotta get that on normal speed.
PCP Saved My Life.
You've never seen that either?
I did. I watched that.
PCP
and,
Saved My
it
Life?
was every bit as bad as I thought. and then there was the Demise and Rise thing.
Which one did you hate more watching?
Which one did I hate more watching?
PCP?
Oh god, they're equally.
Really?
It's awful. It's super embarrassing.
I
can't do it. Look, I'm a douche. Okay.
No, but like, you feel like it was like
his voice though.
That or not?
All the drugs.
Well, no, I mean, some people would think that to watch footage that's like so embarrassing would humble you, make you think, oh, I never want to be like that again.
Yeah.
But I know I never want to be like that again. My experience in watching the footage is that, like, oddly, like when I watched the Amy Winehouse documentary, I walked out and I was like, man, God, I want to get high. It's triggering somehow. Like when I see the drugs on camera, it's like I could taste them. You know, it brought back like this, and so I just don't want any part of watching that. I love Tony Hawk. And he's raising money to build skate parks by selling a limited number of these hands.
But anyway, yeah, that's like the Demise and Rise of Steve-O. Like that is a good documentary. I get what he's saying though. Like, yeah, obviously he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to like relive that shit, because if he sees all that shit, he sees him doing that stuff again, then that's going to trigger that drug memory for him. So I understand that. That makes complete sense why he doesn't want to see that shit. But like, that's also one of those things, like, other people should probably see that shit. Like, because like for me personally, watching my 600-pound life videos have really made me want to lose weight. So it's like, if I really need the motivation to lose weight, I will watch my 600-pound life videos on YouTube. And I feel like Steve-O's documentary is probably the same for other drug addicts. Like, other drug addicts probably should watch that and see just how bad they could get. And then, because there's that whole fucking scene in there. I wonder if I can just play that scene. That whole scene in this one documentary where he's literally doing nothing but fucking with his neighbors. And like he like, I wonder if I can find it. Like,
thank you for calling the cops so much so that I got so much good footage.
Like, dude, imagine like you being like a beginner drug addict. I say beginner drug addict, but imagine that's what you do. You've just started doing drugs and shit hardcore, and then it's like, this is what you can be. You can be a Steve-O. Like, nobody wants to be Steve-O. Which sounds like an asshole thing to say, but like, it's true. Like, nobody wants to be a Steve-O. So it's like, that's the perfect thing to show people.
Yeah, call the cops.
The cops are coming upstairs right now.
He did call the cops.
He says that like he didn't actually expect him to call the cops. Like, really? He called the cops? Like, obviously. Yeah, you want to say, hey, I'm walking here in New York? Well, dude, you start saying, hey, I'm walking here in New York. You're gonna end up like fucking Pete Davidson. You end up saying that shit in New York.
So I just landed in New York City and I'm so excited to get, whoa. Hey, I'm walking here. I'm really excited to get.
Listen to me. We don't talk like that. We don't say things like that. You understand? Do you understand?
Okay, sorry. Forget about it. So basically, so
like, that's gonna be you. Sweet. That's actually, is that even Pete Davidson? I don't even know. It looks like him.
I just landed in New York City.
That looks like Pete Davidson to me. But yeah, that would be kind of funny. Yeah, but wasn't that meme from Midnight Cowboy? I don't know. I don't know what Midnight. I assume it's a movie. I've never watched it. I have no idea myself. Who would win in a boxing match, 50 Cent or Terry Crews? But Terry Crews, 100%. I mean, 50. How old is 50 now? Or Curtis Jackson, I should say. How old is Curtis Jackson? So Curtis is 47. Terry Crews is older than him? I mean, okay, well, I mean... Yeah, who would win? I wonder. That guy? Would that guy win? Or would this guy win? Yeah. 50 Cent will survive. Well, yeah, he'll survive, but that don't mean he'll win. I mean, you can survive 9 gunshots to the back. It doesn't mean doesn't mean you're good for surviving. It just means whoever shot you didn't shoot you right. But yeah, you thought Terry Crews was 39? Bruh, tell me about it. Like, I'm surprised Terry Crews is 54 years old. Like, he literally doesn't... I mean, he looks good. You know, like... he looks really good for 54. Like, yeah, damn. Yep. Yeah, a kick in the head wouldn't do anything to him. Exactly. So yeah, 50 would be fine. That's what he should be looking like. But why the fuck's his titties like that? He looks like a future Titus O'Neil. Bro, where the fuck has Titus O'Neil been? What's he been doing the past year? I haven't seen him for a long time. Like, literally, the last time I saw Titus O'Neil was when he slid under the ring in that, what was it, a Royal Rumble? Not Royal, no. But whatever it was. That, like, I think legit, that was the last time I remember seeing him. Was when he slid under the ring. I would play that, but that obviously would be copyrighted.
Creepy creep. It appears bright and cheerful at first glance, taking the form of a children's puppet show. And then, the more you look, the more you watch, you begin to notice that, just like with these images, something...
Oh, he's Hall of Fame now?
So I thought it'd be a bunch of fun to join these murder
Good for him.
and do a big old deep dive into the creepy...
I hope he gets a stipend for that, so he doesn't have to actually wrestle anymore. He can still make money.
Episode 2 is titled Death. And if you look
Yeah.
at all of the episode
Yeah, 50 Cent
titles,
outlived
this one
Tupac and
really
Biggie Small.
stands
Well,
out. The others could all
well, to
easily
be fair,
pass as
Biggie and
titles
Tupac
for
got
episodes
shot in the
of
front.
children's puppet shows. Except for
I guess
this
getting
one.
shot in the back
It tells you a lot
is easier
about
to
the structure
survive.
of this episode compared to the others. In my previous video,
I assume.
mentioned
I-
the usual "Don't hug me, I'm scared."
As long as you're not getting
formula.
hit in the spine, I guess it doesn't
Trio
matter where you get
thrown
hit in the
into a
back.
scenario, focusing on a particular aspect of
Seems
life,
like.
often through a cheery song or dance. Things start off fairly innocent, but escalate until the true horror of what's happening comes through. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
they end up back
Yeah, I don't
home,
know how
safe
Biggie
and
didn't
sound,
survive.
for the
Well,
most part. And for every
yeah,
other
well, just, I mean, being
this
fat
is
doesn't
the
mean you
case.
can survive.
But in episode 2,
Being
this
bullet
darkness,
ridden.
which feels hidden most of the time,
I mean,
is
fat is
apparent
very
from the get-go,
soft.
not
It's
just
not
from
the
very
protection
first
people
line.
think it is.
Well, I'm dead.
But from the title, if the show
But-
started off...
Actually, I heard something. Wait. Let me see if it's true, because I heard something really stupid. That I don't know if it's true. I heard that that humans have the ability to contract their muscles so hard that they can stop bullets. Yeah. Okay, no. The Mythbusters tested this. Even a very thick layer of adipose tissue? Adipose? Of adipose tissue? Won't slow down a bullet enough to protect your internal organs. Ah. Is it? But hey, welcome back, Mr. No Dad. Now hold on, that's what the answer is. Oh, yes, it depends. What bullet, what caliber, what load, muzzle velocity, distance. Okay, well, technically. So technically you can, but yeah. He'd walk in here. But you want to know who's luckier than 50 cent? $1 is luckier, maybe. I don't know. I mean, who's luckier than 50 cent? Literally everybody else. Yeah, how do they test that? Exactly. I don't know how they would test if a muscle can actually stop a bullet. I don't know how you would test that. But I don't know where I heard that. I just heard it somewhere. But it's like, yeah, how can you test something like that? That makes no sense. Not $20. Well, $20. Well. What, Slenderman? For $20? We playing the $20 mod? Anyway. Andrew Jackson. Oh. Well, what, did Andrew Jackson get shot? Or something? What happened to Andrew Jackson? I can't even speak properly. Oh, he had a bullet 2 inches away from his heart? Well, that's... is that luck, or is that just poor assassination attempt? It sounds like the assassin didn't know how to actually shoot a motherfucker. Or whoever shot him, I don't know. Yeah, bro, they got concessions on our game. You spent like $30? Bruh. Well, why would you spend $30? That sounds terrible. It's a waste of money. Sneak your own food in. It's cheaper. Just, sneak in a grill. Bring your own food. Cook up right there in the fucking stands. Like, bruh. Be amazing. Just bring a little portable electric grill. Bring like an easy bake oven. That way you can just cook right there and nobody will be the wiser. Or just do some drugs. Just don't be hungry. Anyway. Oh, he got it in a duel. Oh, right. Well, the idiot who shot him couldn't do it right, apparently. And there was no doctor at the time who was able to get the bullet out. Well, even nowadays, they probably still wouldn't try to take that out. Like, for the most part, if a bullet... You get shot, they leave the bullet in. Like, yeah... Assassin's Lead got to 50 cent. It seems to have. No, he did it right. It just didn't go through close enough. Oh, well. Funny, though. Funny it actually got to the point of someone getting shot in a duel. Like, I don't know how accurate Hamilton was, but if, the 10 duel commandments are to be believed, most people never actually got to that point of a duel. Like, most duels died, like, right then and there. Before anybody would ever get shot. So it's kind of weird that he actually got to that point. But... Forrest Gump go to 50 cent? Huh? That don't make sense. Worst case scenario? The fuck is this? No, he got to 50 cent.
Right. I'm all out of ideas for
that
videos.
Makes even less sense.
Mito, you be you, and I'm me, the Dungeon Master. I'm going to throw scenarios at you, and your goal is to come out of them better off, or you lose. Get it?
Yeah, okay. I can do that. I'm capable of being me.
Okay, perfect. Let me fire up Photoshop. Bing, 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 bong. You are getting a massage.
Okay.
So relaxing. Ah, this is great. And then he goes, all right, you're all done, sir. And he very quickly lifts off the towel and then, hold on, excuse this image.
Excuse this image.
And then he goes, "Ah," and he chops you right down between the ass cheeks.
Wait, I need a clarification.
Okay.
Here. Has he split me in half vertically, and I am now?
He has just like essentially karate chopped you between the ass cheeks.
Okay.
And then he puts the towel back on you, and then he dusts himself off, and he walks away.
Cool.
You are now wide awake. What do you do?
I would just go about my day.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about massage. I've never been to Sweden. All right. I mean, I'll forget about this in an hour, I guess.
So you would really just
yeah,
say
I would.
I didn't say I wouldn't do anything. I just refuse to pay extra. That's all.
You don't make a complaint?
I mean, I wouldn't go back to the massage place, but what does putting in a complaint do?
Yeah.
You know?
That's what they do.
All right.
Okay, yeah, so you get to
What
the
the
massage
fuck?
reception.
Absolutely no
Anyway,
shot
but,
to speak English, but let's go with it. Excuse me,
Shooter was forced.
Miss receptionist lady.
Oh, hello, sir. I
We got a
hope you
rapper.
enjoyed your Swedish message.
How about a
It
rapper named
was good.
Skittles?
However, I have a complaint.
Well. Yeah, there is. You know the Logic? Remember Logic? The rapper Logic? Apparently his rap name used to be Skittles. So we did have a rapper named Skittles. But apparently he realized how bad that was. Which, I'm not surprised. Like, rappers have the dumbest name. What is the stupidest rap name? Stupidest raper names. But he copied Eminem. Well, hey, Eminem's a good person to copy. I mean, you're gonna copy anybody, especially in the rap game. And if you're white, Eminem's not a bad thing to copy. I mean, hey. Oh god, there are such stupid fucking names, bruh. Lil Pump, yeah. There's Lil Pump, Lil Dicky, Lil Yachty, Lil Poopy, Lil Bow Wow. I remember that motherfucker, Lil Bow Wow. He used to have a show. No, that was Lil Romeo. Lil Romeo, Lil Scrappy, Lil Dibby. Like, what the fuck? Like, is there a rapper named Lil Retard? Rapper named Lil Faggot. Rapper named Little Racial Slur. Okay, apparently nobody has actually called themselves Little Racial Slur, so... Why? Why would anyone name themselves Little Retard or Little Faggot? That makes no sense. Then again, they're rappers, so they're obviously not the smartest of people. So, I don't know. It's just fucking weird. Rappers have to... I don't know how they don't have some sort of... Like, aren't rappers supposed to be, like, creative? Isn't that the thing with rappers? It's like, oh, they're creative. What are you doing? You naming yourself something stupid? Well, of course, I probably shouldn't. I probably don't have room to talk about having a stupid name. But still. Like, what are you doing? There's actually someone called DJ N-word. Now, when you say N-word, do you mean N-word or do you mean the actual N-word? Like, is there someone with the DJ name DJ the actual N-word? Like, or is it just DJ N-word? What, E40? E40. Dude, is there a rapper named E40? Chris Brown to Chris White. To go from Chris Brown to not a domestic abuser. That'd be more impressive. But then again, you know, I don't know why people forgave Chris Brown so quick. Like, yeah, I don't know why women like, yeah, me either. That makes no fucking sense. Like, he literally beat the shit out of Rihanna because she was just running her fucking mouth. Like, on some level, I understand that. Like, on some level, bitches need to be shut the fuck up. But, bruh, she was fucking tiny. Like, all she could do is talk shit. That's all she could do because she's a weak little bitch. And, like, you had to go and beat the shit out of her because of something she said? Now, had she actually put her hands on him and thought, yeah, because I'm a woman, he ain't going to hit me back. Had she actually done that, I totally would forgive him for beating the fuck out of her. Because you don't put your, like, if you're a woman, you don't put your fucking hands on a man when you know they're going to beat the shit, when they can beat the shit out of you. Like, that's something I've always hated. So if it was something like that, I would completely understand. But chances are that's not what it was. Like, okay, I hope this doesn't get taken down. It's on YouTube. I want to watch this because I've watched the first 3 episodes of this. The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. I love this shit. And it's all fair use. So, apparently. So if that's fair use, then me watching it and commentating on it little by little should be fair use as well, right?
On the Dark Side of Hey Arnold.
Right? Right?
Helga,
yeah, Moonlight Sonata. That's what it is. Moonlight Sonata.
She's a 9-year-old girl who had a really
I love that. It's pretty good.
In family life. Dr. Bliss follows up by asking about Helga's
but
dad
yeah,
next.
S'mores.
Helga
where did you get the?
That all he cares about is her older
where did you
sister
go?
Olga, and that goes back as far as Helga
DJ
can remember.
Word on YouTube.
Wonderful, honey.
S'mores.
You're a stinking genius.
Daddy, who's gonna take me to preschool?
The Turkish March.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We then see
don't know if I remember that
Helga
one.
leaving for school,
I'll probably have to look that up in a bit.
Herself. She gets soaking wet from the rain, gets splashed by the mud from a car.
I keep forgetting I'm here to fucking look for.
Dog takes her lunch from her.
I'm here to look for eggs.
Nobody's ever noticed you.
And there was someone. Hi, nice bow.
In a really sensitive, formative time in Helga's life,
I know what
Arnold
I need to do.
was the only one who seemed to notice her and be nice to her. But like I said, the episode speaks volumes to Helga's character and how her parents' treatment towards her has really messed her up. Similar to
I
how
have to actually
Arnold
go
showed
somewhere
care
else
for
to do
Helga
that.
at
Nah.
one point, and she now reacts to him with anger in an attempt to not
it
be
sounds
seen
really
as
nice.
weak, and again out of fear of judgment. Helga now reacts to
I'll take your word
with
for
the
it.
same anger.
now.
Finally, she has someone who truly has her best interest at heart, similar to how Arnold did at one point, but Helga feels the need to dismiss Inga's help, and she naturally burns that bridge between them. Overall, the big implication here is that Miriam finally gets sober, and getting a job helps her find herself again.
Really?
At one point, we
Finally
hear
got
Arnold
sober.
asking Helga if her mom got her license back, which definitely isn't clear-cut, but kind of alludes to the idea that Miriam got her license taken away for getting a DUI. This is another episode that really just kind of hurts. We finally see Miriam become the mother that Helga has always wanted her to be.
one
She
spawns down
spends
here.
time with Helga, she takes care of Helga, she even acts like a good influence for Helga. However, she let the entire gig overtake her whole life, and Helga ends up being put on the back burner, which, oddly enough, left Helga feeling lonelier than she did before when Miriam didn't take care for her and just stayed at home getting hammered all day. In our last episode of The Dark Side of Hey Arnold, we took a deep dive into the history and psyche of Helga Pataki. It was a very in-depth analysis, and it got pretty emotional. If you missed that video, I highly recommend you check it out. I'll have it linked in the description down below. As I've been working on this series, I've come to realize that Hey Arnold is a lot more than just a children's show. It's a work of art that should be enjoyed by all ages. Sure, the animation and colors are enjoyable for kids, and it did originally air on a children's network. However, the situations presented and the morals of the stories told, as well as the depth added to these characters, is definitely a huge aspect that would attribute to the show being enjoyed by all ages.
Back up
Hey
here.
Arnold really just feels different from other Nicktoons. It's rare for a simple cartoon on a kid's network
Yep.
to put so much
Someone's
work
trying
into
to
the
come
depth
through
of
here.
their characters and complexity to the development of character traits. At the time, it was definitely refreshing, and to this day, when comparing a show like Hey Arnold to modern cartoons, it's still refreshing. However,
They got
the
all their
show's
fishing
creator
achievements.
and
Okay, they're not a
writers
bot.
weren't afraid to tackle dark
for
topics
them.
and controversial issues. As I said, in the last episode of this series, we focused on Helga and her story, as well as her psyche, but this time, we're gonna follow up on the same vein with a different character analysis. That's why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're gonna deep dive into the story of Harold Berman. This is the dark side of Hey Arnold.
Yeah, Harold. He was a
Harold
fucking
Berman
prick.
is a character who, much like Helga, is kind of like an onion. He has many layers of complexity that
He's like an
attribute
ogre?
to him being the way that he is. Sure, it might not
He's like
be as
Harold
complex
Shrek?
as Helga's
Is that what
onion
he's saying?
but there's still quite a bit to peel
Oh,
back here. He's generally portrayed as immature, cowardly, naive, dumb, and overall just kind of obnoxious.
Oh, thank God,
A lot
egg.
of times, Harold is portrayed as
That's
the bully
6.
of the group.
God
However,
damn, that's
he
nothing.
is relatively harmless. Throughout the series, we see him make a ton of threats,
It's
but
2.5
it's pretty
hours
rare
almost,
that
and we got
actually
6
see him
eggs.
follow
Oh my
through
God.
with the threats and really hurt anyone. Harold also tends to be very inconsistent. There's some episodes
egg
where we see
farming's
him
gonna take
being an
so fucking
antagonist
long.
towards Arnold, and in other episodes we see him being an ally. This is another complex trait that can be hard to perceive as a viewer. It really does send us mixed signals as to where his alignment falls, but it also just works to the benefit of the writers, as they can be more versatile with the use of Harold as a character. They can write him in as an antagonistic bully, or write him in as an ally at any point, and we all just tend to accept it.
Random
but in a
jewels
way,
is
that's
nice.
the beauty of having a versatile character like
They don't
Harold.
sell for
We're
shit.
gonna start off our analysis by just kind of dipping our toes in and checking out the Season 1 episode, 24 Hours to Live. This episode is actually an adaptation of the show's pilot, and surprisingly enough, was originally just a comic book strip that later went on to be developed into the pilot for the show. In the beginning of this episode, we see Arnold spacing out on the baseball diamond when it's his turn to go to bat. He goes up to bat, and this happens.
Ooh, look who's up! It's Arnold!
Come on, Arnold. Paste it.
Thought you'd come play a little baseball, huh, Arnold?
Thought we have a seal up.
Ball, Blimpo.
Hey, don't call me Blippo. I have a gland problem.
Arnold gets a few
Yeah.
strikes as Harold really lays into him and gets on Arnold's nerves.
Strike 2.
Ooh, good one. Who taught you to bat anyway? Your loony grandma?
Talking shit about his grandma. That ain't gonna happen.
Arnold
That ain't
hits
gonna
the
work
ball
out.
as hard as he can, and the ball goes right for Harold's face and gets him right on the nose.
Say something, pink boy.
Good night, Mommy.
Bruh, I really hope this ain't copyright.
What? What happened?
Arnold beamed.
This is totally fair use.
Who?
Should be.
Arnold.
Well, it was just a lucky swing.
I should probably.
Harold walks right up to fight Arnold, but Helga stops
Just to
him
be
at
safe?
the last second.
Yeah, okay.
We all know that
I wanna
it's
make
because
sure it
she
doesn't
loves
stop because of
Arnold and
copyright.
doesn't want anything bad to happen to him.
I have
but
no
she plays
idea.
it off saying that Arnold deserves time to think about what he did before Harold, quote, kills him.
Well, Gerald, it's been good knowing you. Try to remember me as I am now, okay? Not as I will be tomorrow. Dead.
Come on, Arnold. Just because Harold says he's gonna kill you doesn't mean he's gonna actually do it.
He sounded like he meant it.
Man.
Yeah, but you know, Harold, your short-term memory is gone. The guy
Bruh,
can't remember
tell
what
me
he
ab-
had for breakfast.
Tell me
So
about
how is
it.
he gonna remember he's supposed to kill you tomorrow?
Gerald tells Arnold that he should just forget about it, and that everyone else will probably just forget about it too. However, we then see Helga ride by on a bus as she screams out the window at him.
Hey, Arnold! 24 hours until you die!
What's this? CD player, rollerblades, hockey stick?
That's just a list of your stuff that I've kind of had my eye on. You know, if worse comes to worse.
Bruh.
Thanks, Gerald.
It's like, bruh, if you die, can I have your shit?
Arnold goes home and walks in looking for
Like,
one of his
damn, dude.
grandparents to talk to about the situation when he hears his phone.
The fuck?
Hello?
22 hours, 46 minutes until you die!
Arnold talks to his grandpa, who completely understands the situation, but literally has no good advice for Arnold.
Well, Arnold, I wish I knew what to tell you. In 80 years, I think I've only learned one thing for sure.
What's that?
Never eat raspberries. Gotta go.
Arnold then gets the idea to go looking for his grandma, who unfortunately isn't in the right mind space to give solid advice. Just then, the phone
not in the
rings
right
for
mind
Arnold
space to
again,
be
but
renting
he just
an
says for his
apartment.
grandma
The
to
fuck?
take a message.
Hello? It's for you, my savage friend.
Would you take a message?
Kimba's not available right now. Uh-huh.
Bruh.
Uh-huh. 22 hours and 3
She
minutes
playing
till
Kimba the White Lion?
Was that dry or fried, dear? Oh, dry. Yes, all right. Underline 3 times. Yes, you bet. Thank you for calling.
Arnold goes and lays in his room as he just tries to drown out Helga for a little bit.
Ah, she said it. The way she says die,
just
like,
non-stop listens
what the
to
fuck?
Helga
This is
outside
the
of his
perfect way to
house
say it.
screaming about him dying. He then falls asleep and has a dream that him and his classmates are giants who are running around the city. Arnold climbs the Empire State Building like King Kong.
Back, I say! Ooh, he's got it bad. What are you gonna do, Arnold? Swing it at us?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swing it. I'm gonna swing it all day!
He's crazy! Run! Help me!
This dream gives Arnold
Egg.
an idea of
Egg.
exactly just what he should do, and you can just tell how fed up he is when he wakes up to this.
It's 7 o'clock.
No, I'm in
This one goes
combat.
out to Arnold, who's going to die in 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 47 seconds from Helga, who hates you.
Arnold grabs his boombox and walks outside, right past a newspaper with a headline about him dying today. We cut over to
Bruh,
Helga,
nice.
who's taking bets on how quick Arnold's gonna go down, when Harold walks up wondering where Arnold is. Helga assures
Thank
Harold that
you.
Arnold will be there.
So, Arnold, you decided to show up. Now, why don't you make it easy on yourself and hold still? Why pound that football head of yours flat?
Before you do, there's something you should know, Harold.
What?
I'm crazy, and you should never hit a crazy person.
Oh, Arnold's crazy! If you're so crazy, prove it!
Okay.
Arnold then proceeds to kick on his boombox, which plays a song about how crazy he is, as Arnold jumps around doing all sorts of crazy and wacky things.
Ah, Egg.
Got to break a blazer! Don't hit me! I hit me! I'm crazy!
By the end of the song, he has Harold convinced that he really is crazy.
Wow.
I believe it.
You really are crazy. Want to join our club?
He's whack.
Helga chimes up, saying that there has to be a fight and that she sold tickets. So Harold makes 2 other kids fight, and the episode ends with Arnold being carried away by his friends triumphantly. Like I said, we're starting kind of light and just dipping our toes into the concept of Harold as a
only
character.
30%?
This
Wow,
episode
that's
showed
trash.
just how much of an antagonist that Harold can be, and just how quickly that can shift. Harold started out being a bully towards Arnold and generally just kind of talking trash, but when that came back and literally hit him in the face, he goes right to violence to teach Arnold a lesson, in traditional bully fashion, of course. However, when it really came down to it, Harold's bark was a lot worse than his bite. Harold never actually hurt anyone in this episode. By the end of the episode, we see
Wanted
Harold
to, though.
actually befriending Arnold and inviting him to join their club. One thing I definitely want to point out in this episode is when Harold is pitching in the beginning and Helga calls him Blimpo. We see Harold respond by telling her to stop and saying that he has a gland problem, which sheds a little light on how Harold feels about his weight, which is another topic that we're going to dive into a little bit later, so keep that in the back of your mind.
I
All in
remember
all,
that
this
episode.
episode is a good early on introduction on just how versatile Harold's character is portrayed. Whereas in this episode, he started as an antagonist and by the end was on Arnold's side. I do have to point out that this next part isn't exactly on Harold, but the way Helga literally followed around Arnold all day counting down the seconds until he dies is straight up morbid. Imagine being a parent and sending your kid to school and some bully at school doing that to your kid. I'd be absolutely furious if I was Arnold's grandparents. Next, we're going to fast forward all the way to the season 5 episode On the Lam. This episode would see Arnold's class outside doing a science experiment where Mr. Simmons launches a rocket up into the sky using a mixture of baking soda and vinegar. Harold is really excited by this experiment and really wants to launch off the next rocket, but the bell rings and Mr. Simmons says it'll have to wait until tomorrow. We then see Harold, Stinky, and Sid sneak into the science locker in class.
Whalekers, look at all them rockets.
This is too good to be true. We take them all, strap them together with a whole bunch of baking soda and a whole ton of vinegar, and blast them off.
But what if we get caught?
I'm the boss, I say we're doing it.
We see the kids take the rockets to a vacant lot behind an old police station. The boys start mixing up all the ingredients, and out in front of the building, we see Ernie and a group of construction workers planning to demolish the old police station, unbeknownst to Harold and the guys.
All right, now, everybody, stand back.
Okay, time to add the vinegar. Oh, cool. Hurry, hurry, stick the rockets on the tube.
That's way. What the? Oh, God.
Like clockwork,
Run like
right
snot.
when the rocket hits the building, they blow it up.
We just blew up the police station.
I reckon we should go to the authorities.
We can't go to the authorities. We just blew up the authorities.
So what do we do?
The boys run over to Arnold's house
This
and
is
hide
funny.
in the basement to lay low. Just then, Arnold comes down to the basement, and Stinky and Sid give away their cover.
What are you guys doing in my basement?
Nothing. We didn't do nothing wrong.
And we sure didn't blow up the police station with the rockets we stole from Mr. Simmons' class.
Stinky!
The boys are convinced that they're wanted criminals, and they plan to skip town and live a new life. Arnold overhears their plan and says that they're absolutely crazy.
This is crazy. Listen to yourselves. You're 9 years old, and you're gonna disguise yourselves and run away and become hobos?
That's right, Arnold, and you're not gonna stop us. Sorry, Arnold. We just can't take the chance that you'll turn us in. Now let's catch a bus to the train yard.
The boys leave, and we cut
They should have
over to
just
Harold's
killed him.
parents, who are absolutely just worried sick about him.
Sid and Stinky's parents haven't seen them either.
Oh, Jerry, something terrible's happened. I know it. Harold, my baby, my baby!
Now just calm down, Marilyn. I called the police. We'll make some flyers. We'll put them up all over the neighborhood.
Her name's Marilyn.
My womb. I wiped the snot from his nose. I changed his diapers.
Too tight, Marilyn, too tight.
Meanwhile, Harold, Sid, and Stinky are trying to find their way to the bus depot when some cops see them. Stinky drops his necklace and the cop tries to give it back to him, but they sprint off and onto a bus before the cop can return Stinky's necklace.
Safe for now.
Meanwhile, back at Arnold's house, he's still tied up as his grandpa comes down the stairs looking for his bike pump.
Oh, I get it. Playing secret agent, eh? Don't mind me. No matter what they do, Arnold, don't give them the secret password.
We then see the three boys' parents hanging up flyers. Meanwhile, nearby, the boys themselves are getting off the bus.
Man, I never seen so many cops in my life. Guys, look. It's one of those FBI most wanted posters.
Oh, now the feds are after us. We're as dead as 3 turkeys at Thanksgiving dinner.
The boys keep making their way to the bus depot as they're stopped by cops.
You fellas seen 3 young boys walking around by themselves?
Young boys? Well, we're not boys.
We're 3 old men with weird hair and beards. And we don't know nothing about the police station.
He's so old, he's talking crazy. Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at Arnold's house, he hops his way upstairs while still attached to the chair, and he finally breaks out of the restraints.
I wasn't playing secret agent. I was bound and gagged for 2 hours.
Oh, that's different. How did that happen?
Harold, Stinky, and Sid tied me up because they thought I was going to turn them in for blowing up the police station.
Blowing up the police station? What are you talking about? They didn't blow it up, I did. It's been slated for demolition for months.
Well, they think they did it, and they're so scared they're going to the train yard to hop a boxcar and become hobos.
Arnold convinces his grandpa to take him to look for the 3 boys who are at the train station looking for a boxcar to call home. A security guard at the train station sees them after seeing a news report about them being missing, and he calls the cops. At the same time, we see Arnold, Grandpa, and Ernie pulling up to the train station.
Ah, it's Arnold and his grandpa.
He must have ratted us out. I knew we couldn't trust him.
Boys, I think you'd better come with me.
Ha! Run!
Harold, Sid, and Stinky try to outrun the cops, but they end up getting cornered and have absolutely nowhere else to go. Sid and Stinky decide that they're gonna surrender and stop running.
I can't take the pressure. I'm giving up.
Me too. Maybe they'll give us a lighter sentence.
Wait, we can't quit. Remember our pact? All for one and one for all. No retreat, no surrender.
When in doubt, chicken out.
The point is, we give up.
On a counter or a yella.
That's a little racist.
I give up. I never meant to hurt anyone, okay?
Harold tells them that they didn't mean to blow up the police station, and just then, Arnold and Ernie pipe up to tell them that it was a construction crew who blew up the old police station.
So does this mean we're not in trouble? Arnold, thanks for saving us. I'm sorry we tied you up and stuck that old dirty sock in your mouth.
It's okay, Harold. And I'm sorry for turning you into Mr. Simmons, too.
What? You rat! You turned us in for breaking into the science closet and stealing all the rockets and...
I'm just kidding, Harold.
Actually, Harold, I saw the whole thing on television, and frankly, I can't believe that you violated the sanctity of our science closet.
This episode ends with everyone clearing out while Harold complains about how hungry he is. This episode is another interesting one for our perception of Harold. In this one, we see him thinking he
he's an
broke the
asshole.
law and literally running away from the cops at 9 years old, as the one who completely orchestrated the crime that he thinks he committed. It's hard to put it into words, but this one definitely showed us just how far Harold is willing to go to cover for himself under scrutiny for any of his wrongdoings. Granted, blowing up a police station is a serious offense. He was literally willing to take a train down south and straight up become a hobo at the age of 9 instead of facing the reality of what he had done. This one also gave us a good glimpse into what Harold's home life is like. Harold has two parents who love him dearly. You can tell from the way his father speaks that he is very calm, rational, and probably very understanding. Meanwhile, his mother is very, very loving and was miserable at the idea of her son being missing, almost to the point of hysterics. However, just the general idea and premise of the episode is rather morbid. These kids were completely convinced that they literally blew up an entire police station, and not only did they tie up and gag an innocent person, they lied to the cops, ran from them, and were ready to throw away all their lives just for the sake of covering up their tracks. Moving on from there, we're going to stay in Season 5 for just a bit longer with the episode called Suspended. In this episode, we see Mr. Simmons passing out papers while Harold gets his back and he sees that he got a D+.
Aw, I hate school. I wish I never had to go to school again.
Come on, Harold. It's not that bad.
Yes, it is. We're trapped in here day after day.
Now, why the
boring
fuck?
Stuff and standing in lines for cold, crappy food that they don't even give me time to eat. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
As Harold
Yeah,
leaves
there's a lot
class,
of
he sees
competition here
Wolfgang
now.
running
Fuck.
around school spraying a fire extinguisher as he gets suspended for a week. That gives Harold the idea to get himself suspended, so he grabs the extinguisher and goes to spray Principal Warts with it.
Yes? Oh, thank you, Harold. You're right. I really should have this fire extinguisher refilled immediately. It's not safe otherwise. Thank you. Now, run along to your class.
Hey, that stupid dork was supposed to suspend me.
Harold, did you just call me a stupid dork?
No. I mean, yes. Yes, I did call you a stupid dork.
Principal Warts suspends Harold, and he walks home talking to Arnold about how stoked he is to get to stay home for a week watching TV and relaxing.
Harold, honey, your shredded wheat is on the table.
No thanks, Mother dear. I want to get to school early today to get a head start on my work.
Has he been eating the instant coffee again?
Harold plans to sneak back into the house
Bro.
after his parents leave
Again?
for work. He has to sneak back in through a window, and when he does, he goes to grab some food, and this happens.
No school, no books, no teachers, nothing but freedom and chocolate cheese munchies. Oh, there's no good food.
Harold doesn't let the lack of food bring him down. He decides to go jump on his bed, but he hits his head on the ceiling and ends up breaking his bed frame. He then goes into the living room to watch some TV, but that doesn't really go as planned when every channel is broadcasting the World Economic Summit.
Stupid gaming! Hey, I know what I can do. I'll go shoot some baskets. I'll call Stinky and Sid and... Oh, crud, I forgot. They're all at school. Oh, well, I'll just play by myself.
Harold plays basketball all by himself for about as long as he can handle it before he realizes how miserable he is.
Oh, desperation shot!
No.
I hate being suspended, and it's only Monday. I can't take it. I want to go back to school.
Back at school, Arnold is playing at recess when Harold approaches him and talks to him from the dumpster. Harold pleads with him to help him get back into school because he's just so
back over
miserable.
there.
We see Harold using a
Check
rope
the
to try
fortress.
to break into the school, but Principal Warts finds him and decides to give him another week of suspension. Harold then decides to dress up as a pizza man and pretend to deliver a pizza, and he plans to make a break for Mr. Simmons' classroom.
Just tell Simmons they cut my suspension short. Oh, what a great plan.
Yes, can I help you?
Someone ordered a pizza for the teacher's lounge?
What are you doing, Harold?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Harold. I'm a little old Italian man delivering a pizza. See, I even have a mustache. Ow!
Warts decides to give Harold another week of suspension, making it 3 total weeks. We then cut to Harold as he's outside digging a massive hole in the ground outside the school.
Hello, son. You're digging quite a hole there, aren't you?
Yeah. See, I got suspended because I called the principal a stupid dork. Ugh. And now he won't let me into the school. Ugh. So I'm gonna tunnel in.
Is that so? That's another week's suspension for you, Mr. Berman.
Ow!
And fill up that hole.
Feeling desperate and out of options, we see Harold having made a massive slingshot, saying that he's going to use it to launch himself into school.
You're acting crazy.
I know that, Arnold.
Then why are you doing it?
Because I'm desperate. Ow! I want to go back to school.
Principal Warts walks up and figures out Harold's plan and decides to throw on a 5th week of suspension, which sends Harold into full-blown hysteria.
Principal Warts, look at him. Don't you think he's learned his lesson?
Rules are rules, young man.
But come on, hasn't he suffered enough?
Son, the school constitution has very strict provisions. Now, don't test my patience.
But you're not being reasonable. You're acting like a tyrant.
That's it! I've had enough of your back talk! You're suspended for 2 days.
What? You've got to be kidding!
You want to make it a week?
After Arnold gets suspended too, we see him at Harold's house as they both watch the World Economic Summit, but Arnold gets an idea. The two go to the library, and Arnold does a ton of research and compiles a list of documents that he brings to Principal Warts. Turns out that Arnold was doing some research on the school constitution.
What the devil is wrong with you two? You're not supposed to be within 100 yards of this school.
With all due respect, sir, according to the school constitution, Article 14, Section 2, Paragraph 5, we are fully within our rights.
And it says here in Article 39, Section 4, when a student gets suspended, he can appeal it if there are outside circumcisions.
Stances.
Stances, outside circumstances.
And we have here 40 pages of
Outside
material
circumcision.
explaining why we have the right
Bro,
to
they
be
could
let
say
back
that
in
on
school.
Nickelodeon?
Arnold demands that they have their case evaluated
Fucking
by
hell.
a third party, but Principal Warts denies their right on the basis that the constitution that they're quoting is expired and is from the 1950s. He tells them that the new revised school constitution says nothing about any of that.
Please, Principal Warts, please! I can't take it anymore! I'll do whatever you want, I promise. I won't call you any more names like Stupid Dork or Dog Breath or Bubble Blood or Mount Baltimore. Anyway, I learned my lesson, and I just want to come back to school!
Principal Warts decides to cave, and he lets Harold and Arnold go back to school. Meanwhile, Wolfgang shows up and sprays Warts with another fire extinguisher.
Hey, Warts, you wide load!
That's it, young man. You're suspended.
You can't suspend me. I'm already suspended.
Well, in that case, you're unsuspended. Get back to class.
You gotta catch me first, old ugly guy.
Come back here, pal.
Deserved.
This episode is one that really made me feel bad for Harold. He definitely isn't the brightest bulb in the box. He isn't one to get good grades or necessarily excel in school, as evidenced by his D grade in the beginning of the episode. Harold gets to the point that
D+.
he's so fed up with school that he just plain doesn't want to be there anymore, and he goes as far as getting himself suspended to not be there. But once he realizes just how boring life can be outside of school, he gets fed up with suspension really quickly. But seeing Harold get to the point where he's crying his eyes out and begging Principal Warts to let him back into school made me really feel bad for him. It's not that Harold's craving to get back to schoolwork and try to turn a new leaf and get good grades or anything like that, but he really just misses the social interaction that comes along with going to school every day. This episode really shines a light on how social deprivation can drive some people to the point of insanity. At one point, Harold was straight up outside in his underwear prepared to launch himself into school with a giant rickety slingshot, and at that point, school wasn't even in session anymore. Though he may be brash and a bully for the most part, Harold is an extrovert on all levels. He just wants to be around people and have that social interaction with his friends, and it was actually sad to see what lengths he went through as he was deprived from that social interaction. Now we're going to dive a little more into his character and look at the Season 3 episode, Harold the Butcher. This episode starts out with Harold, Arnold, and Sid walking down the street while Arnold talks about what he wants to be when he grows up. Arnold decides to ask Harold what he wants to be.
I don't want to be nothing. I just want to eat. I'm really hungry.
Having caught sight of a nice supple
I'm kind of hungry
ham
too,
that
now
Mr.
that I
Green
think
is
about it.
packing up, he decides to go into the butcher shop, and while Mr. Green is distracted, Harold decides to steal the ham. Harold runs out with it and catches up with Arnold and Sid. Just then, Mr. Green comes out asking if Harold saw what Mr. Green did with the ham that he assumes he just misplaced.
No, we didn't do nothing about a lost ham, right, fellas? We ain't seen nothing.
Hey, that looks like my ham.
Ham? What ham?
Harold Berman, I can't believe my eyes. You stole my beautiful ham, and now it's ruined.
Having been caught red-handed, Harold starts crying and saying that he was really, really hungry. Back at home, Harold's parents are talking to him about what he did and telling him that he needs to learn a lesson. We cut to later that day when we see Harold sitting down and talking to Rabbi Goldberg.
Stealing is against the law. Thou shalt not steal.
But I was hungry, Rabbi Goldberg.
But secondly, and most important, you stole a ham. Ham is not kosher at all.
So what?
We don't eat ham. We haven't for 5,000 years, and we don't need to start now.
Harold
Why not?
apologizes, and
Y'all didn't have
Rabbi
pigs for
Goldberg
5,000
explains
years.
that he
Fucking change
understands
now.
that
Eat
Harold
some
is
fucking
sorry,
ham, bitch.
But he doesn't think that Harold understands
Ham.
why. Rabbi Goldberg tells a story of how when he was younger, his friend really wanted this vest that he saw.
He coveted that vest, Harold, but didn't have the money to buy it. You know what happened? My friend stole the vest, and he was punished. He had to work at the tailor shop, learning how to cut and sew and stitch, so he would see just how much work it takes to make a vest.
Oh, he was white.
Learned a good lesson.
Only white
You
people
can
get that
too,
treatment.
Harold. I have an idea.
Long story short, Rabbi Goldberg decides that Harold is going to work in the butcher shop every day after school for a week so that he can learn how much work it is having to help prepare meats. We see Harold struggling to help Mr. Green.
Where you want these?
No, don't let him drag on the floor like that. Pick him up.
Help me! Help me!
Later on, we see Harold outside sweeping, and he comes inside to find Mr. Green tenderizing some meat, which leaves Harold absolutely intrigued. He's just fascinated by the idea that hitting meat can make it taste better, to put it in his words. This is the first point where we see Harold actually taking an interest in the job. The next day at school, we see Harold in the lunch line.
So, how are things at Mr. Green's?
It's okay. You know, meat's kind of interesting.
Wonder what this stuff is.
I'd say it's made from chuck roast. Some added oatmeal filler, of course.
Back at the butcher shop, we see Harold sweeping as he starts to question Mr. Green about meats. But Mr. Green is a little too short-tempered to answer any of his questions. Mr. Green comments about how he only has to put up with this for 2 more days. We then cut to Harold at school, yet again in the lunch line.
I see we're having the marinated beef shank again today, huh? Might I suggest that you use a little less soy sauce in your marinade next time? It overpowers the beef.
At dinner later that night, Harold is telling his parents all about meat and the facts that he's learned, which leaves his mom impressed and his dad happy that Harold isn't a criminal. We then see Harold sleeping while holding a book called So You Want to Be a Butcher. We get a glimpse at his dreams where he's blissfully imagining him running his own butcher shop. Harold wakes up and proceeds to have a fantastic day tidying up the butcher shop when this happens.
Nice job, Harold. Your week is up. You can run along now. You're all done paying me back for the ham. You can go.
But I like more working here. I think I want to grow up to be a butcher. Well, maybe I could come and help you out every day. Like be your assistant.
Mr. Green says that he thinks Harold is a nice kid, but he's more trouble than he's worth. Mr. Green refuses to let Harold come by to help him, and Harold ends up leaving sad. We see Arnold in the butcher shop buying some meat, while Mr. Green is remarking on how Harold is still sitting outside. As Arnold leaves, Harold gets the genius idea to go into the shop and steal again.
Harold, what in the name of Pete do you think you're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Green. You caught me stealing that turkey red-handed, didn't you? Guess you have to punish me now and make me work in your shop again, huh?
Oh, no. You're not fooling me, Harold Berman. I told you I don't want you to work in my shop anymore, and I meant it. Now go on, scram!
Harold ends up walking away crying, and we cut ahead to Mr. Green freaking out as he's serving customers for his annual meat sale. Mr. Green gets snippy with Arnold due to the fact that he's overwhelmed. Arnold then gets the idea to bring in Harold so that he can help alleviate some of the stress, but Mr. Green refuses.
Mr. Green, I brought someone to help you.
Oh, no. No, Harold. I already told you. You're more trouble than you're worth. You couldn't possibly be any help.
Mr. Blue?
It's Green.
Where are my briskets?
I told you we're out of brisket.
But
Actually, Mr. Green, I think you have some extra brisket in the back freezer where you keep the diced lamb.
You know what? You're right. There are briskets there.
Mr. Green ends up being impressed by how Harold remembered where the extra brisket is, and he decides to let Harold help him serve up some customers. Harold ends up slaying it, and by the end of the day, Mr. Green tells Harold that he did a great job.
You know, Harold, when you first started helping out here, I really thought it was a bad idea. But after today, I realized that you remind me of someone.
Really? Who?
A young me.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Green.
Now remember, I told you, it was just for one day.
Yeah, right.
Harold gives back his apron and walks out sadly, but Mr. Green offers to let Harold be his apprentice butcher, and he tosses him back the apron, telling him that he can come back on Mondays after school, which is where the episode ends. This episode really gave us an interesting perspective on how Harold's brain operates. In the beginning of the episode, we see Harold as a kid who has little to no drive or ambition. He literally says that he doesn't want to be anything when he grows up, but then his own greed and hunger lead to him blatantly stealing a ham from a butcher shop, which is ridiculous on multiple levels. First things first, of all the things to steal, a ham is possibly the most awkward, or really any uncut meat for that matter. That's just kind of a weird thing to take. It's not even in any packaging or anything. Second though, Harold is Jewish, and Jewish people don't eat ham, as Rabbi Goldberg explained. Of all the things to steal, it's just so weird to me that a ham of all things would be the choice. I will say though, stealing the ham was actually a positive for Harold, as it led to him finally finding some drive and passion for something in his life. The punishment that came from stealing the ham is what ultimately resulted in him finding his love for meat and having a goal in life. Seeing Harold go from the sad kid who didn't care about his future to someone who has serious potential to be an amazing butcher was really interesting and a positive transition that I enjoyed witnessing. It got to the point where Harold was even dreaming about running his own butcher shop one day, and it made me happy to see him having dreams like that. Harold is a character that I really enjoy seeing grow and flourish. That's another reason why I enjoy how versatile of a character he is. Comparing this Harold to the one that we saw in the episode 24 Hours to Live, it's like a completely different person. In a way, it almost feels like a breath of fresh air into the character. Moving on from there, we're gonna dive into a few episodes that shine a light on Harold's emotions. I firmly believe that there's a certain level of depth to Harold as a character that can often be overlooked. His soft side and his emotions are definitely a big part of that, and on that note, these next few episodes are going to highlight just that. We're going to start off with the Season 2 episode, Harold's Bar Mitzvah. This episode starts out with Harold walking to the synagogue for his lessons when he's stopped by Stinky, who offers for Harold to come play stickball with him and the other kids. Harold has to stop and think about it, but he decides that he can at least play for a few minutes.
Well, okay, give me that ball! Hey, I wasn't ready!
Is there a problem here, Chaim?
Oh, hi, Rabbi Goldberg. No, I was just playing with some of my friends.
Well, it's time we went inside.
The kids end up picking up Harold's books, wondering if he's learning Chinese, but Arnold, being the educated kid that he is, tells them that it's Hebrew. Harold tells them that he's studying for his bar mitzvah, which is in a couple days, and he goes into the synagogue, closing the door behind him.
Baruch atah Adonai.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Melech. Have you been practicing your Torah portion?
Non-stop, Rabbi, non-stop.
Listen, Chaim.
You have to call me that. I'm Harold.
Chaim is a wonderful Hebrew name. It means life.
Rabbi Goldberg.
Yeah, it's not his name though, you dumb fuck.
Becoming a bar mitzvah, or as he calls it, a man of duty and responsibility, and what the entire ceremony entails. He explains to Harold why he has to read from the Torah and cut and bless the challah.
And then I'll get my presents, right? By the way, Rabbi, just between you and me, how many presents am I allowed to get?
How's the Chaim, Harold? Hold your horses. People will give you presents, that's for sure, but a bar mitzvah is not all about presents.
Rabbi Goldberg explains that at the age of 13, a male is seen as a man in the Jewish culture. Rabbi Goldberg explains to Harold
you gotta have somebody to fight in a fucking
war. It seems to just go in one ear and out the other.
When you're a fucking primitive tribe of Jewish people.
Is concerned that he isn't going to be ready for his bar mitzvah. We then see Harold leaving the synagogue.
Might as well be a man, that way they can go and die.
And you better be there.
Can't be upset that a child died. They were 13. They were a man.
Nothing cheap, nothing girly.
Sheena asks Harold if he's nervous, but he confidently says no. We then cut to Harold dreaming of Rabbi Goldberg telling him to do his duties and get water for the camels. The dream gets really bizarre when we see all of Harold's friends riding on camels and telling him about the responsibilities that he has now that he's gonna be a man.
And you're called up to read an ancient Hebrew from the Torah, the Old Testament, for the first time as a man.
And you wear a yarmulke at a time. She has to put her shawl. And you have to sing in front of all of them. That sure make me nervous.
It's not just fun and games anymore, Harold. Stand up and be counted as a man. And give my camel some water, pig boy.
Mine too, Mr. Man.
Come on, Harold. Be responsible. Be a man! Be a man!
We cut to Harold on the day of his bar mitzvah, and he's dressed in a suit, preparing.
Have
Harold
I seen
looks
the
at
worst
himself
rap
in the
battles
mirror,
on
and
YouTube?
in his head, he hears
I think I
Rabbi
have.
Goldberg talking to him.
This is
I think I saw the one with those two fucking dweebs that couldn't rhyme to save their fucking lives. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Harold's walking down the street with a suitcase.
It's pretty cringy.
He runs into Arnold, who says that he's been heading to the synagogue early
Like cringy,
to get a
like
good
really
seat,
hard to
and
watch.
That Harold can walk with him. Harold confides in Arnold, telling him that he's running away to Elk Island because
Like
he
I get
isn't ready to
secondhand
be a man.
embarrassment or
Arnold tries to
first-hand
stop
embarrassment
him, but
fucking
he
watching it.
refuses.
No, I'm not going there, Arnold.
Daddy boy!
It's terrible.
Danny! Young man, please help me. I just lost my little boy, Danny. He was just here a moment ago. Danny!
But oddly enough, I don't watch too many
But I have to catch the next bus.
too many rap battles on YouTube.
And rent a canoe.
Most of them aren't very good to begin with.
Arnold tries to
Unless
get
like
Harold to
pre-write
empathize
half
by
the shit
asking him
before
if
they
he's
ever
ever been
do it.
separated from his mom before, and then this happens.
Mommy! Do you know where my mommy is, mister?
I don't know anything about your mommy, and I'm not a mister. I'm a kid too.
What's your mom look like?
Tall and has hair.
You little motherfucker.
Maybe I should just get them together with
Oh,
that lady
egg.
who was yelling. They can scream and cry together. Hey, lady!
Oh, thank you.
Why does she have
Harold ends
blonde
up
hair and
missing
he
the
has
bus
dark hair?
because he was
Is she
helping
cheat?
that kid get to his mom. Arnold then tells him that what
The
he
fuck?
did was a really nice thing. Just then, the Jolly Ollie man rolls up, and Harold
Yeah,
decides
they
to
had
get
like
an
a-
ice cream bar to eat while he
Man,
waits
a
for the next
bootleg
bus.
8 Mile
he then
style
overhears
to
two
it.
kids fighting
Oh,
over
bro,
an ice cream bar
that would
nearby.
hurt. Because I love that movie 8 Mile. I love that movie. If they have something, a bootleg cringe version of it, oof. That would hurt.
I don't think I've ever
That
seen
would
you hold a
hurt. Let me
popsicle
tell you.
before, Harold.
Yeah, well, those kids wouldn't shut up.
Arnold rides the bus with Harold and tries
Only
to
got
talk
10.
some sense into him, telling him that a lot of people are going to be disappointed in him.
Hmm.
While that's happening, a bully ends up harassing Harold and threatening him.
Oh, yeah, they are kind of funny.
For best, but you're still a punk, and I'm gonna show you who's
In a
boss.
weird way.
Say your prayers, kiddo.
Shema Yisrael Adonai.
What are you saying?
Eloheinu Adonai.
Hey, you're weirding me out with that gibberish. I'm out of here.
Right. To speak Hebrew at somebody
Finally,
scares
the
him.
bus makes it to
The
the
fuck?
docks, and Harold goes to get in his canoe. While he's crawling down the ladder, Arnold makes one last-ditch effort to convince him. He reminds
Yeah, Harold looks
of all
like
the good
Binky from
things that
Arthur.
he's did today.
Bruh, legit, I think he might be.
Remember that popsicle you gave up?
Like,
Charity. And
Hey
the way you
Arnold's
stood
like
up
an
to that older
alternate
kid,
universe
you did it
version
with
of
prayer.
Arthur.
You did good things, Harold.
Righteousness, charity, and prayer.
Hey, there's a fucking
Yeah.
film theory for Matt Pat.
You know, I think you're right. I did do good things today.
He kind of.
Absolutely did.
I was gonna say he kind of has the voice, but not really.
Untie the canoe from the dock, Arnold.
Arnold tells
Binky's
Harold
voice
that
was
he's gonna go
more
to the synagogue and that he hopes Harold will do the right
elongated
thing.
and squeaky.
We then cut over to the synagogue where Rabbi Goldberg is saying to everyone that he isn't losing faith and that
He is
tried his
weird.
best
He
with Harold.
he does
Just
remind
then,
me of
Harold
Binky from
barges
Arthur,
through
though.
the doors.
Oddly enough.
Have some faith, Rabbi. I'm here.
God, it's been forever since I ever seen that show.
We see Harold stand in front of the crowd as he reads from the
Hell,
Torah
I remember
and
the
leaves
day
his
Arthur
rabbi
switched
feeling
over the
proud.
Flash
the episode
animation.
ends with Harold and all of his friends dancing in celebration of Harold's
That series
bar mitzvah.
died that
This
day.
episode had an interesting effect on my perception of Harold. Throughout the entirety of the episode, we see an interesting progression of Harold's demeanor and how he presents himself. At first, he seems really
It's a shame,
confident
though. It
about
was a
his
good
bar
show.
mitzvah, but when the
At
nerves
least back
get
when
to
I was a
him,
kid.
we see him shut down and dismiss the idea of being considered an adult in the eyes of the rabbi. As a result of those fears, Harold goes on the run, feeling anxious about having to be an adult.
Yeah.
His demeanor remains relatively brash and abrasive. However, we see him making the decision to do the right thing when it comes to the kid who gets lost as well as the kids fighting. Though both of those decisions weren't made with the most positive of intentions, what matters is that Harold did the right thing.
Yeah, it was
By
a
the
really
end of
good
the
show.
Episode, Harold was ready to embrace
If only
his
it was like,
progression to
it should be
becoming
pretty
an adult,
easy
and
to
we see him flourish
pirate
at his bar mitzvah.
the earlier
This
episodes,
episode
earlier
does an
seasons.
interesting job of showing us
At least until it
Harold's
with the
soft
Flash
side.
animation. I think
Most
after
know
that
Harold
point,
as the
everything
big,
kind of went
tough
downhill.
guy bully, but this episode reminded us
Yeah,
that
for the
even
non- yeah, for the
biggest
poor
brick
people.
wall of a bully still has fears.
All the poor people
Deep
getting
down
home from
under
school.
His tough exterior
Yeah.
is a kid who has deep feelings and emotions, and this episode
Yeah, I legit
showcases
fucking
that
grew
in a
up
way
on
that
PBS.
maintains Harold's brash sense of being, which can be a tough thing to pull off.
Like that shit.
But Hey Arnold
Dude,
always
like,
has a
fucking,
great way of
like,
doing
Arthur
that.
was
It
good
kind
and
of
all.
reminds me of some
Like,
of the Helga
Cyber Chase
episodes
was
that we looked
amazing.
at in the
I
last
love that
video
shit.
in the series. The writers of this show do a phenomenal job of
Like the
portraying
early seasons of
characters'
Cyber
weaknesses
Chase
and soft side, while
really
still
like
portraying them
taught
in
you
an
shit
abrasive manner that
in
we
a good way.
expect from the character. Continuing on from there,
Cubo?
we're going to check out an episode that could very
Sounds
well
familiar,
be my
but I never
favorite
actually
Harold
watched it.
episode. That's going to be the season 2 episode, Harold's Kitty. This
No, I
episode
think
begins with
Kubo,
Harold
what
walking
Kubo was
past
what
an
those
old,
fucking
creepy-looking
Teletubby
house
ripoff
while banging a
wannabes.
stick against the fence.
What's all the racket down there? Hey, get that stick away from my fence!
You're not the boss.
I can't remember.
I can do whatever I want. You're just a mean old lady who lives alone, and you're mean.
Hey! You need to learn some manners, young man!
Later on, we see
What?
Harold walk up on his friends playing kickball while making a giant mess of himself as he eats an ice cream. He antagonizes them, saying that they're playing
yeah, it was
their
a rip-off
wussy
of
game
PBS,
kickball,
but-
and that
ah.
he wouldn't play even if they invited him.
If it was a rip-off, it probably wasn't that good,
We
man.
should ask Harold to play kickball with us. Are you kidding? Harold's the biggest,
Like
meanest,
nothing could beat
nastiest
any of the
bully
PBS
around.
shit. Nothing could beat that.
He's a slob. Yeah, and a bully. It was just a suggestion.
Oh, it was on Ion? Oh, bruh.
Ask me to play with them.
I sure as hell don't remember that.
Cause I always gotta be mean. Why do I always
Who the fuck watches Ion television? Aside from
Harold sits against the side
women
of the
being
building,
domestically
being
abused.
sad about not being invited
apparently.
to play with everyone else. He decides that he's going to throw rocks at a trash can instead.
Or maybe that's
which
Lifetime
he's
I'm
just
thinking on.
oddly
Of
excited about.
women that are domestically abused watch Lifetime, not Ion. Or maybe they do. Maybe it's both.
Harold runs for dear life, terrified of the noise that came from the trash can.
Yeah, I'm
Arnold
actually getting a
comes
little
up
hungry.
to see what's going on, and he walks up to find a kitten inside of the trash can.
Get me some noodles.
You were scared.
I'm not scared of a dumb mangy cat. They can beat it up so easy.
Oh, I
it's
should
not
have
even
stood up a lot earlier than 3 hours ago.
It's just a little kitten.
Oh,
Arnold
God.
notices that the cat has a collar on it, and he decides that they need to figure out who the cat's owner is. Arnold tells Harold to hold the cat while he looks in the trash can for a name tag, and Harold reluctantly agrees to hold it.
What if he goes on me? Dumb old cat. Probably got fleas. I hate cats. Sure got funny looking ears.
and weird colored eyes. Is cute, though. I mean in a dopey way.
After not finding the tag, Arnold says that he'll just take the cat home and put up some flyers around town. Harold argues with Arnold, saying that they both found the cat, so Harold wants to take him home, and Arnold just agrees with it. Harold walks down the street, talking about how he's gonna have to take care of the cat, play with it, and feed it.
Feed you? That reminds me. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I feel like a cupcake. That's probably because you look like a cupcake, all chocolate colored with that creamy spot on your chest. Hey, that's a good name for you, Cupcake. You like that? Okay, from now on, I'm gonna call you Cupcake.
We see Harold in his room with Cupcake, talking about how he's all alone and has no other cats to play with, which Harold can definitely relate to, having been cast away by his friends due to his own hostility and negativity. From there, we see a montage of Harold playing with Cupcake, taking him to the zoo, and eating ice cream with him, among other things. Harold ends up at the park with Cupcake, and Arnold comes up to talk with him.
Are you dizzy, Cupcake?
Ion had criminal minds. That one detective that sounds like Batman.
I was just noticing that you've gotten pretty
Oh, that narrows
close
it
to
down.
that cat we found.
Oddly, I didn't watch Criminal Minds.
Anyway,
Never really,
I just wanted to remind you that
never really liked that kind of detective show.
Cupcake.
That makes sense.
To his rightful
Like I'm more of a Law and Order type.
We see Harold
Personally.
coming out of the pet store having
let me
bought a
take
bunch
these
of
dogs
new toys
out.
for Cupcake when he spies a flyer
Yeah,
that
they're
Arnold
begging
put
to go
up.
outside,
He rips
so
it down
I'll be
angrily
back.
before noticing that there are plenty more where that came from. After that, we see the same old lady from the beginning of the episode who threw water on Harold finding one
Wants
of
to
the
be safe.
flyers, and she ends up going to Arnold's house saying that Cupcake is her kitten. We cut back to Harold's house where we see him and Cupcake wearing birthday hats and celebrating the 1-week anniversary of when Harold found him. The phone rings and Harold answers it.
Hello?
Harold? It's Arnold. Listen, remember when I told you that sooner or later the cat's real owner would show up?
Yeah?
Well, she's here.
What are you talking about, Arnold? I'm the real owner.
Look, Harold, I know this is hard for you, but we're coming over right now to get the cat.
Oh, no! No! You're not taking Cupcake away from me!
Harold? Don't worry. He'll come to his senses when we get over there.
The old lady says that she's excited to have her kitten Thurston back because he is the only friend that she has in the world. The two go to Harold's house to find the door boarded up with a sign saying Cupcake is not there. Arnold shouts up to Harold from his window and tries to reason with Harold.
Harold, it's me, Arnold. We've come for the cat.
You're not taking Cupcake. He's mine.
But Harold, the cat's real owner's here.
Where?
Thurston? I'm right here, baby.
What? That's the mean old lady that threw water on me.
And you're that rotten kid that always makes such a racket.
I'm not giving Cupcake to her. He's mine. Now go away.
Things escalate from there as we see a massive crowd surrounding Harold's house as he refuses to come out with the cat. The cops even show up too.
This is Officer Putney of the local police. I order you to come out right now.
Come and get me, copper lady.
Harold, you have to come out. The whole neighborhood is here. The police are here. You have to give up the cat.
I'm never giving up Cupcake. Never, never, never.
The old lady ends up crying because of how worried she is. Arnold ends up crawling through a window and into Harold's house in an attempt to talk some sense into him. Just then, Animal Control Air 1 shows up demanding that Harold come outside.
Harold Furman!
What?
This is Animal Control Air 1. Come out with the cat and your hands in the air.
I can't do both.
What? Oh, well, come out with your left hand in the air and the cat in the, other hand. No, put the cat in your left hand, but keep your right cat where we can see your hand.
You're confusing me.
Arnold makes it into Harold's room and tells him that this is out of control. Harold says that the old lady is mean and crazy, but Arnold tells him that she isn't, and that she's just lonely, and that the cat is her best friend in the entire world. He tells Harold that Cupcake has lived with her for his whole life, and how he probably misses her just as much as she misses him. After some talking with Arnold, this happens.
Don't shoot me. I'm just a kid with a cat.
Thurston!
Okay. I'm gonna give you cupcake. Kirsten! Here.
I couldn't help but notice the mistake in the subtitles here. When Harold says, "Don't shoot me," the subtitle said, "Don't kill me." Random, I know, but dark. Just had to throw that out there. The old lady ends up reunited with her cat, and Harold just sobs his eyes out. He gives her the toys that he bought for Cupcake as he weeps sadly.
Well, thank you, young man. I still think you're a mean old lady.
And I still think you're a rotten kid. But I guess if you promise not to steal him, I'll let you come and play with Thurston.
Really?
Well, we'd better be going.
The old lady leaves with her cat as the scene fades to black, and we then cut to Harold at her house playing with Cupcake, leaving us to assume that the police just cleared the scene without any negative repercussions for Harold.
That was a really nice thing Harold did.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet how much you love that cat.
Kind of makes you rethink Harold a little. I think we should ask him to play kickball with us.
Yeah.
Finally.
But not today. Maybe next week or something.
Okay, that was a lot. Let's unpack a little bit. This is an interesting episode to dissect. The framing for the premise of this episode is really interesting in its entirety. This is a Season 2 episode, and I can safely say that before this episode, we have definitely seen Harold playing with the other kids. However, it's framed at the beginning of this episode that the other kids view Harold as a bully and that they don't want to play with him, which is just kind of odd given that at this point in the series, we've seen them play baseball with Harold multiple times. Regardless of that, this episode shines a light on Harold that made me realize that he's a lot like Helga in a few different ways. He tends to portray himself as brash and aggressive on the outside, but deep inside is a soft spot, and in all reality, Harold just wants to fit in with the other kids and be included in the game. Given his naturally aggressive nature, he pushes himself away from them, even though he just wants to be included. We can't help but wonder why Harold tends to do this. Most likely,
actually went out doing this. I'll put some peanut butter in here.
Is a tough bully and he feels the need to maintain, but it's unfortunate. As easy as it would be for Harold to just nicely ask to be included, he feels that he can't do that due to a prior established context as a bully. However, the feeling of being left out sucks, and that's what led Harold into this entire complex situation. This interaction between Harold and the other kids was the tipping point in a domino effect that would lead Harold into what was a straight up hostage situation. Harold was full-blown boarded up in his house with Cupcake and facing down police officers in an attempt to not have to give Cupcake back. Things escalated rather quickly in this situation. I have to point out a few things here. Fair warning, I'm gonna do that thing where I completely overanalyze a children's cartoon for just a minute or two here. Just know that this is coming from the place of someone who works in public safety, so I just can't turn a blind eye to this. First of all, if this was real life, this would obviously have never been a hostage situation. Of course, if Harold was boarded up in the house with a person hostage, it would probably be a different story. However, this would most likely be considered a civil situation, or worst case scenario would be considered maybe like theft or something. Either way, neither of those situations would warrant the law enforcement response that this situation got. Also, Arnold crawling through the window to make it up to Harold would also never happen in real life. In a hostage situation, police would definitely not allow a literal 4th grade child to go into the building and make contact with the subject. Lastly, the fact that their animal control has a straight up helicopter is absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, a majority of police agencies in the United States don't have helicopters. Like, where the hell would animal control get that kind of funding? That's just straight up comical, and I love the satire of this entire situation. Moving on from the logistical standpoint, though, we see a beautiful thing happen when Harold finally makes the right decision to give the kitten back. Harold puts himself in the old lady's shoes and realizes just how much he can relate to her struggle. He knows just what it's like to have no friends, and he ends up actually feeling terrible for taking this old woman's only friend in the entire world. This is a nice reminder that, again, underneath that tough exterior is a kid who yearns to be accepted, has a soft side, and is able to empathize with others. Harold relating to the old woman is what allows him to be able to mend the gap that exists between the two of them. She extends the olive branch by offering to let Harold come over to her house and play with her kitten. Harold ends up taking her up on that offer, and we're left to assume that her and Harold are able to get along nicely over their mutual love for the kitten. This episode is relatively par for the course with Harold. He displays an abrasive, tough guy persona, and by the end of the episode, we end up seeing his soft side. There's a good number of episodes like this, but this one is just different. Not only for the fact that, according to canon, this timeline doesn't really add up, but the fact that it's pretty freaking dark. This 4th grader was straight up in a hostage situation with the cops, which, as unrealistic as it is actually pretty brutal. Next up, we're tackling the Season 4 episode, Buses, Bikes, and Subways. This episode will see Mr. Simmons' class just hyped as they're on a field trip to their local chocolate factory. Helga is angry about the whole trip and just wants it to be over because she has tickets for WrestleMania after school. Mr. Simmons stands up to go over some rules with the class.
Legit WrestleMania too.
Go straight to the Yahoo Chocolate Hospitality Room and eat chocolate num-nums till you puke!
Stop sharing already! Harold's obnoxious enough. Don't encourage him.
Listen, Helga, I've been dreaming about this field trip since kindergarten, and I'm planning on having the best day of my life. So stay out of my way, Madam Fortress Mommy!
You stay out of my way, pink boy.
The class gets to the factory and completely ignores Mr. Simmons talking as they all sprint in as fast as they can. We see Chocolate Boy stowed away underneath the bus, obviously on the hunt for chocolate. The kids run amok in the factory. We see Helga standing around bored as Harold gets to the absolute gold mine of all-you-can-eat chocolate, and Chocolate Boy ends up taking a swim in a vat of chocolate. Mr. Simmons ends up finding Chocolate Boy and takes him aside to clean him off.
Chocolate Boy, let me start by saying that I am not at all happy about this. You skipped school to come on this field trip without anyone's permission. What do you have to say for yourself?
Chocolate.
Well, I think it's time to take you back to school. Better round up the class and get them on the bus.
You mean the field trip's over?
I'm afraid so, Helga.
Yes! WrestleMania, here I come.
Mr. Simmons and the rest of the class board the bus, leaving Harold behind. Helga realizes that Harold isn't on the bus, and she decides to go back to get him, assuming that he's gonna make her late for WrestleMania if she doesn't go get him.
Hey, stupid, wake up! It's time to roll! I said move it, big boy! Move! Ow, ow!
And 30. Well, I think that's everybody.
Ow, quit pulling my arm!
The bus is leaving, you dumb oaf!
The two run back to the bus just as it's pulling away from the factory.
Helga wouldn't give a
They're
shit
both
that
left
much.
Stranded, very far away.
I don't know why she would go back.
The factory closes its doors, leaving them locked out and unable to call their parents. Thankfully, there's a payphone across the street, and Harold has just enough money for 2 phone calls.
Hello? Mom! It's me, Helga! I'm stuck at the chocolate factory with a moron. The school bus left us here, and we don't have any way to get back. Oh, please pick up Miriam.
Hello? Mommy! It's me, Harold! I never heard of you! Don't call me again! Dial the wrong number.
Just brilliant. You
Fucking
don't
idiot.
even know your own phone number.
The two of them end up walking down the road until they reach the subway station. The two of them jump the gate and board the subway. They look at the map on the subway and they argue about where they're supposed to get off. Helga tries to tell Harold where they're getting off, but Harold insists that they get off at a different stop, saying that he took that exit with his dad before and that he knows where they're going.
No, I know what I'm talking about, Helga. Trust me.
Fine, but you better be right, pink boy. Ew. Now what?
Finally.
I don't know.
Fucking hell.
It looks different than I remembered.
You don't have any idea where we are, do ya? Do ya?
Helga, come back!
The two of them walk off until it gets dark. They come upon a circus and they find a tandem bicycle parked, so they decide to steal it in an attempt to bike all the way back home.
Why do I have to sit in back?
Just shut up and pedal. We've got miles to go, and I'm doing all the work.
Okay, Mommy.
Hey, bicycle thieves, come back!
Get the car.
We cut back
Get
to
the
bus
car.
where we see
Oh my
everyone
God.
joyfully singing a song, save for Arnold, who says that something isn't right. Obviously not noticing that Helga and Harold are gone, but intuitively knowing that someone's missing. We cut back to Helga and Harold, who are hiding from the clowns who are chasing after them. They end up seeing a light off in the distance, which they follow to find Sheena's Uncle Earl, who's napping in his boat on the water.
Really, Uncle Earl?
Blow the man down.
Look, it's Sheena's Uncle Earl.
Hey, mister, wake up!
What? Who goes there?
Can you give us a ride into town?
There's some crazy midget clowns that want to kill us.
Midget clowns, eh?
Can't say that anymore.
We cut back to the bus where we see Arnold finally realize who's missing, and they turn the bus right around to go back to the chocolate factory. Once they get there, we see Arnold with Chocolate Boy on a leash, having him smell to see if he can track Harold's chocolatey scent, which oddly enough actually works. Chocolate Boy says that the scent is about an hour and 15 minutes old. Meanwhile, back on the boat, Harold pulls the bottom cork, causing the boat to sink.
Hey, what's this?
Oi, don't be pulling that.
Why does it have that?
Help me! I can't swim!
Neither can I. Good luck to ye.
Help me!
Quit choking me and grab onto this.
Yeah, Harold is
Harold
fucking
and Helga
stupid.
swim towards town and end up making it to a beach where this happens.
We're alive! You saved my life! I think I love you!
Get away from me, you big whale!
Huh?
Everything that happened today is your fault! You can't do anything right! Take the bus, for example. Why do you think we missed it, Harold? Oh, let's see. Maybe was it because you were too busy eating twice your body weight in chocolate num-nums?
Helga continues to belittle Harold and mock him for all of
Deservedly.
the poor decisions that he's made tonight, which
He
leaves
deserves it.
Harold feeling really down.
Fuck
You're
Harold,
not
he deserves
just
it.
any moron, are you, Harold?
You're the king of morons.
Just getting
Fuck
started.
yeah.
So, because of your amazing
He is the
curiosity
fucking
about the world
dumbest
around us,
motherfucker.
you pulled the plug out of the bottom of our getaway boat. You idiot.
Seriously,
So,
fucking is.
Is that what you really think of me, Helga? You think I'm an idiot and I can't do anything right?
Yes.
Harold, that's what I really think.
Harold
Because
ends up
it's
seeing some buildings
true.
in the distance, and he realizes that he knows exactly where they are. He takes her to a nearby shack and drags her through some tunnels before bursting through the doors at none other than WrestleMania.
WrestleMania? But how?
My cousin works here as a security guard. He lets me in all the time. Hey, Furbo!
We cut to Mr. Simmons, who's at Helga's door, talking to her mom, prepared to tell her that Helga's missing. But just before he breaks the news, the phone rings and Miriam answers it. Turns out that it's Helga on the line, letting her know that she's at WrestleMania with Harold, and at the revelation of that, Mr. Simmons straight up faints. We cut back to WrestleMania, where this happens.
Harold, I just want to say, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Chocolate num-num?
This episode was a bit of a wild ride. We would see Harold getting left behind due to his own gluttony. His uncontrollable hunger for chocolate resulted in him being oblivious to the fact that his entire class was about to leave without him. Helga's effort to find him and get him on the bus was one that didn't come from a position of her not wanting him to be left behind. It was more for her own selfish want to not be held up by his tardiness. Overall,
His retardiness.
this is just kind of dark. These fourth graders were left behind in the middle of nowhere, miles away from their hometown, to fend for themselves. It wasn't until nearly an hour and a half later that everyone realized that they weren't there. As a result, Harold and Helga end up breaking multiple laws in an effort to get home. This episode represented Harold in an interesting light. We see a few different sides of him shown here.
Yeah,
we see
shit
his
light.
inner excited child shining through when he's on the bus and getting ready to go into the factory. At the factory, we see his inner glutton shine through as he proceeds to indulge himself on what Helga describes as half his body weight in chocolate. Then, surprisingly, we see Harold's confident side shine through when he's trying to guide him and Helga back home and analyzing the map in the subway. Sure, he was wrong, but his confidence was shining in how sure he was in his directions. Then
That don't
finally,
mean
we
shit
see
if he was
Harold's
wrong.
soft side shine through when Helga decides to rip him a new one and straight up call him stupid. Harold's feelings get truly hurt, which is an interesting thing to see happen. As a character who tends to be portrayed as a big dumb brick wall of a bully, it was
Yeah,
definitely
big dumb
out
brick
of the
wall
norm
is
to see
exactly how I
get his
describe
feelings
Harold.
so hurt by what someone else thinks of him. Of course, by the end of it all, Helga apologized, but it was still sad to see Harold's feelings so hurt over it. One thing that really messed me up was Mr. Simmons' reaction to all of this. He comes to the conclusion that Helga and Harold are just gone when he goes back to the factory and doesn't find them. So what does he do? Certainly not contact the police. Oh no, of course not. Instead, he just goes straight to Helga's house to tell her mother directly. You'd think he'd want to contact law enforcement to file them as missing juveniles, but no. Overall, this episode didn't necessarily have any stunning revelations about Harold as a character, but it was pretty dark as far as the premise is concerned. I'll also admit that this episode has an amazing transition point into the next topic that we're going to cover, and that's going to be Harold's self-image and how he feels about himself. Fair warning, things might get a little sensitive here. We're going to kick off this segment by tackling the Season 4 episode, Weighing Harold. This episode starts off with Harold sitting on the curb surrounded by other kids who are amazed by him choking down 50 Mr. Fudgy ice cream bars. They pay up, having lost the bet, and they walk away just before this happens.
Hey, Tubby.
Who, me?
Yeah, who me? Who me? You, yeah, you, Tubby. I wish I had 100 customers like you. I could retire and move to Florida, boy, I'll tell you. 50 Mr. Fudgies. Oh, you can pack it away, can't you? See you tomorrow, Tubby!
My name's not Tubby. It's Harold.
What kind of fucking ass? Okay, well, the ice cream man's
really
a dick anyway.
Jolly Ollie Man's cruel words. He drives off as Harold just walks away. He comes upon Sid and Stinky.
He really is a piece of shit.
Can you believe it? What an idiot. It only cost us $25 to see him eat all those Mr. Fudgies. And I bet it cost Harold 6 weeks of his allowance just to buy him.
Boy, he sure is fat, ain't he? He must weigh over 200 pounds.
I bet by the time he's in the 6th grade, he'll weigh over 300 pounds.
Sure is fat, ain't he?
Things just seem to get worse and worse as Harold keeps on walking.
it's true,
Look,
but
Mommy,
bruh.
there's a fat man.
Oh, Johnny, no, don't say that. He's not a fat man. He's a fat boy.
Damn.
We see Harold at dinner with his parents while they very clearly notice that something's wrong with him. Harold says that he doesn't want to talk about it, but his parents continue to argue. Harold opens up to his parents and tells them that he's worried about being fat because some kids at school were talking bad about him. Harold's mother tries to make him feel better, but she ultimately fails. We then cut to Harold later that night, eating an entire box of donuts while watching TV.
Hey, are you fat between the ages of 8 and 14? Do kids call you Tubby, Lardo, Wide Load, Whale Boy, or the fattest person I've ever seen in my life? Wouldn't you like to change all that and be thin again? Well, now you can. Would you sign up for Kids Cruise to Lose? A 5-week sea vacation for kids who want to lose weight. You'll enjoy swimming, diving, jogging, and an all-you-can-eat salad bar, all under the supervision of our caring health counselors.
Hi, I'm Counselor Skip, and I care.
Call us now at 1-800-I-AM-HUGE. That's 1-800-I-AM-HUGE.
Harold buys
Bruh.
right into the advertisement, and we cut to him boarding the cruise as he says goodbye
It's
to his
some
parents
hilarious
and
shit,
friends,
though.
saying that when he gets back, he's gonna be skinny. We then cut to the day that Harold comes back, and he gets off of the ship looking significantly heavier than he was when he left.
Harold, what happened? You're as big as a house.
What do you mean?
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
That just shows what you know. They don't allow mirrors on the ship.
Well, you might want to take a gander at one on account of you're as big as a house.
What are they talking about, Arnold?
Bruh, what do you think? You idiot.
Who's that guy?
That's you.
That's me?
I guess you put on a couple of pounds.
We see Harold sitting at the dinner table while he opens up to his parents yet again, saying that he thinks he's gigantic. His mom tries to say that he's perfectly normal. Meanwhile, his dad says that he could take off a couple extra pounds in no time. His parents end up arguing continuously, which just makes Harold feel worse. In a rather heartbreaking turn of events, we see Harold laying alone at night in the fetal position when his bed frame just completely gives out and breaks. Then we see all of the kids sitting on Arnold's stoop talking about how massive Harold is now.
Well, there
Actually,
he is, my favorite
I think I got a good
customer.
idea.
Where you been, Tubby?
I was on vacation to lose weight.
Go check the fortress
I
again.
see that went well.
I suppose you want the usual 6 Mr. Fudgies.
Not today. I was wondering if you had any Mr. Fudgies that were low fat.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I got low-fat Mr. Fudgies. Half the calories and half the taste.
Great. I'll take 12 of them.
Days later, Arnold over
12,
here Sid and Stinky
bruh.
talking about how Harold's just been
Fucking
holed up in his room
idiot.
for a week now. Arnold gets the idea to go try to cheer him up. He sits down with Harold and tries to talk with him about ways that he could help him lose weight.
Forget it, Arnold. I'm fat, and I'm always gonna be fat. There's nothing you or anybody else can do about it.
That's ridiculous. There's all kinds of ways to lose weight.
Huh, yeah, like that cruise I went on?
I mean, other ways.
Arnold
Like
offers
proper
to help
diet
him lose
and
weight,
exercise?
saying that he can do it at night when no one will see them, so that Harold doesn't have to be embarrassed. We get a training montage of Harold attempting to work out, but in the end, Harold decides to give up.
Jolly Ollie Man was right. He said if he had more customers like me, that he could retire to Florida. And Sid and Stinky were laughing about me because I was so fat. And then some little kid told his mommy I was a fat man. and then she said, "No, Johnny, no, he's not a fat man. He's a fat boy." And so I went on a cruise to get skinny, but I was so worried about people thinking I was fat that I ate more and more.
Harold cries his eyes out to Arnold, to which Arnold responds very knowledgeable, like he usually does. He helps Harold rationalize that all of this started because people were talking bad about how big he is. However, at the time that was happening, Harold himself didn't think that he was too big and was actually happy in his own body. This makes Harold realize that he would be happy if he could just get his body back to where it was before the cruise, which gives him a new outlook on working out.
Might as well
Harold
do
realizes that it could
this.
actually be fun.
Okay, Arnold, I think I can do it now.
Then let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. But can we eat first? I'm starving.
While I'm
We
over
then
here, I'm
get
gonna
a
send some
legit
shit
training
off.
montage of Harold working out with
to a
Arnold
bank
while
vault.
he's just absolutely kicking ass. We cut to everyone outside of Harold's house, waiting for the big reveal of Harold's new body.
I can't believe it. Harold, you look fantastic.
It's like you're wasting away.
It's a complete transformation.
I never thought you could be so thin in all of your wildest dreams.
Harold feels
I never
really
thought you
good
could be so
about
thin in all
everyone
my
talking
wildest
about how
dreams.
thin
What the
he is.
fuck?
Hey, it's the Jolly Ollie Man. Let's celebrate.
Hey, Harold, bet you a quarter you can't eat 50 Mr. Fudgies.
You're on.
You didn't learn a fucking
Now,
thing.
this episode was a tough one to stomach for me. As someone who's struggled with low self-esteem, weight problems, and confidence issues in the past, I see a lot of myself in Harold in this
That's
episode,
already
but
just
deeper
enough.
than that, we see a lot more of Harold's sensitive side in this one. This episode does an amazing job of humanizing Harold and making us as viewers see him as more than just the brash bully that we know him as. The way that Arnold put all this into perspective was huge, honestly. Harold ended up opening up about how all this happened because of all the other kids talking bad about him, so he decided to go on that weight loss cruise, and he was so worried about everyone thinking about his weight that as a result, he just kept eating and eating to cope with the stress. However, the realization that he was actually happy in his body before all of this was the real driving factor behind him actually doing the thing and making the change. It was a tough realization that despite what everyone else was saying, Harold himself didn't think that he was fat and was actually really comfortable in his own skin. It really hurts to see this side of Harold, and honestly, it's not very often in the series when we get to see Harold in a light like this one. I don't really recall any point in this episode where Harold was antagonistic or brash whatsoever. This episode really was just kind of out of character based on our normal expectation of how the writers usually portray Harold, but this episode is one that I feel is important for people to see. There's a huge life lesson to be learned here. It doesn't matter what other people think about you. What matters is that you're happy with yourself. As long as you're happy, what everyone else thinks should just go right out the window.
Well,
this episode is one that really had
nope.
me empathizing with Harold,
Not how
as
that
I'm
works.
sure most of us can. It's really not cool being belittled and treated differently for your physical appearance, and going through something like that at such a young and formative age can lead to trauma that can and probably will follow you for life. Moving on from there and continuing on in the vein of Harold's self-esteem, we're going to tackle the Season 3 episode, The Aptitude Test. This episode starts out with Mr. Simmons telling the kids in his class that they're going to take the same aptitude test that he took when he was their age that helped him find his love for teaching.
Please, write your names on the outside of your folders. Harold, put your liverwurst sandwich away now, or I'll be forced to take it away.
But I'm hungry!
Now, Harold.
Fat boy.
Mr. Simmons hypes this test up hardcore, basically telling them not to stress, even though that this test is going to
I know that song in the
literally determine
background.
what they'll do for the rest of
Classico.
their lives.
Would you rather build a model of a ship with matchsticks or watch an ant farm?
Would you rather
What?
visit an art museum or make a map of the Northwest Territories? Well, time for my trusty purple pen.
We get a nice montage of all the kids taking the test, including Harold seeming to be just kind of circling E for every answer. Then, as the montage ends, Mr. Simmons does pretty much the worst thing that he could have possibly done in this situation.
Lunchtime, yeah!
Eugene, I'll entrust you to collect everyone's tests and put them on my desk.
Why?
As you would expect, Eugene naturally drops all of the folders and mixes up a few of the tests in the process. After some ominous, foreboding music, we see Helga and Phoebe talking about the test.
And Harold here. Harold will become a doorman if he can ever master the technique.
God, Harold is fucking stupid.
Cool! I get it!
We fast forward to Mr. Simmons passing out the results of the test some days later, with him openly reading out loud some of what he deems are the most notable results.
And Harold, congratulations on the most outstanding test scores for a fourth grader since Olga Pataki took the test. No, seriously. Harold, you can consider a multifaceted career in international business affairs, political science, and Elizabethan poetry. You can do anything.
I don't get it. You mean I'm smart?
Hey,
everybody, I'm smart!
Mr. Simmons
Smart
straight up
is
says that Harold
subjective.
is so smart that he could literally do anything that he wanted to for a living. Helga, having heard that, assumes that her results are going to be even more absurd, but she's shocked when she opens them up.
A woods person? What the heck is a woods person?
We used to call them woodsmen back where I come from, only that's politically incorrect.
Is this some kind of a joke? Like I'm supposed to be some kind of simple mountain girl? Who else got woodsmen for their career?
I did.
Of
We
course.
see the other kids
How the
revealing
fuck?
their results, such
Brady,
as Gerald, who got
motherfucker.
talk
I
show
swear to God,
host
that dude's
sidekick,
creepy.
and Eugene, who got choreographer, and we see the kids starting to lean into
How?
their newly appointed career roles.
Guess it's time to start reading up on politics.
Oh, you are correct, sir.
And stop acting like a talk show sidekick.
Oh, touche, sir. Cool. The pizza bats go bananas.
If you're so smart, you could probably read real hard stuff.
Hey, yeah, maybe I could. Ornamental horticulture.
Willikers, you can read.
We cut over to Helga, who's extremely aggravated at her result. She finds herself in her Arnold closet, reflecting.
Oh, this has all been a huge mistake, and my
Arnold closet.
obsessive poetry isn't the savage, well-observed pain of a tormented artist. I might as well face it. I'm just an ordinary 9-year-old girl living an ordinary life.
We see Harold getting praised by his parents and leaning into the smart guy role when his mom asks him why it is that the ride to someplace always seems to take so much longer than the ride home.
It's the build-up of longing and anticipation. Kind of the same theory as me waiting for that chocolate cake you baked, Ma.
Oh, the cake! Oh, my poor Donnie genius. I forgot.
It's a bright and beautiful future, Harold.
I know, there's gonna be cake.
Meanwhile, Helga is so broken that she's speaking in a mock southern accent while she brings her box of diaries up to her dad, asking him to put them in the attic because it pains her to see them. But being the massive douche that he is, Big Bob pays no attention to anything that Helga's saying.
Tain't so easy as it looks.
Things seem to be
Taint.
escalating rather quickly for both Helga and Harold, as we see him sitting at the table
fuck?
doing something on the computer while enjoying a nice concerto and telling his mom that she needs to buy mutual funds before the market closes. Later on, Arnold and Gerald are walking down the street and they come across Helga on her stoop and they ask why she didn't make it to baseball practice, but she says that she was busy building a birdhouse out of popsicle sticks.
Hey, how come you didn't show up for practice, Helga? Ain't got the time, you weird-looking city boy. I'm making me a birdhouse.
Helga, if you take that stick away, don't you think it'll fall apart?
Why, don't be a darn fool. Aw, shucks.
Arnold and Gerald continue on until they pass
Girl.
Harold on his stoop holding some blueprints.
My dad and I are gonna bring out the full potential of our rooftop by building a gazebo in this corner and creating a Japanese bonsai garden at the other end.
Did you think this up
Ooh.
yourself?
I was inspired by the Taj Mahal. It's in my Young Genius's Guide to India.
Back at school, Mr. Simmons is asking the class questions. We see Harold confidently answering a question about simple division that leaves everyone
That's
impressed.
all the
but
dailies
when Mr.
for
Simmons
them
calls
today.
on Helga, this happens.
Helga, maybe you can help us with the next word problem. If the train left Penn Station
When?
at 3 o'clock, what is its time of arrival?
Beats me. We simple country folk don't take the train.
3?
Helga, you're not
Okay.
even trying. It seems to me you haven't
guess
been
at
very
3 the
you
dailies
lately.
reset.
I'd like to see you after school.
So cool,
We
I'll
see
be able to
Mr.
do more
Simmons
dailies.
talking to Helga in private, saying that she's been acting different since they got their
Egg,
test
egg,
results.
egg, 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 egg,
I
egg.
ain't one of them book-smart fancy pants. I'll be happy making slum gullion and possum
Fuck
pie
yeah.
and picking my teeth under the lean-to.
Helga, where did you get the idea that people from the country all talk like that?
From the Clampets. You know, Jed, Ellie Mae.
Helga, you are taking this test much too seriously. It's supposed to be a guideline, not the deciding factor in your career choice. Only you can choose your future, Helga.
I'd like to jaw with you more, but I got whittling to do.
Helga ends up walking off, saying that he should save the engaging conversation for a smart person like Harold, which leaves Mr. Simmons pondering, noting the fact that Harold's test results were kind of a mystery too. He then gets the idea to go into his classroom and check the test results again.
It's a giant H. I must have graded so many tests that night I didn't catch this. This is obviously not Helga's work. Purple ink? Oh my word, I've made a terrible mistake. Innocent children's lives are hanging in the balance.
Then we cut to Mr. Simmons at Helga's house, explaining that her results were accidentally switched. Of course, Big Bob seems to not care at all, and he didn't even give half a thought to anything that Mr. Simmons just said.
I'm fine,
Egg, egg,
whatever.
egg, egg.
Is this
Oh
gonna
my God.
cost me anything?
No, of course not.
Good. We got the wheel coming on in a couple of minutes, so you know the way out, huh? What a throw pillow.
I knew it. I'm a
Fucking
literary giant.
love it.
I can be anything I want to be. Thank heavens I didn't throw away my poems and diaries. They'll be collector's items someday. Portrait of the artist as a girl genius.
Meanwhile, Harold is just straight up crying over the news that his test results wasn't actually his.
I'm dumb as a rock. I'm dumb as a bag of hammers.
No, you still don't understand. You didn't actually take the test, Harold. You answered every question by filling in E. Take a hike in the woods.
Mr. Simmons explains that Harold did an amazing job in school this week because he believed in himself, which makes Harold realize that just because his test results weren't perfect doesn't mean that he needs to give up.
Oh shit, they can drop them?
So I can go ahead and build the gazebo on the
Oh
roof.
my God, I had no
You still
idea.
like the idea, Dad?
It's a good idea, Harold.
I didn't know they
As
dropped
we
the
see
eggs.
episode
What
come
the
to an
fuck?
end, we see Helga sitting in her closet and writing in one of her journals about how in love she is with Arnold, and that's it.
That's
This
a low
one
chance,
is
though, apparently.
Overall, really weird to dissect.
Been here for like 4 hours
first of
almost,
all,
and
the
they hadn't
concept
dropped
of
them
this
before.
test and the level that Mr. Simmons initially presented it in are completely messed up.
Egg.
Like, Mr. Simmons straight up told these kids that the test is going to determine the rest of their lives. That sets an extremely high level of pressure and expectation on these 4th graders. Furthermore, the way that Mr. Simmons flip-flops on his views of the test is just kind of mind-boggling. He straight up goes from saying that it's the most important test of their lives to then later on telling Helga that she's taking the test way too seriously. Meanwhile, Mr. Simmons pretty much has Harold completely convinced that he's a genius and can do literally whatever he wants in life. With that level of confidence bestowed upon him, we see Harold actually apply himself for for once. Like, he is a legit, dedicated, and smart scholar. However, in a sense, he has that ripped away from him. Like, sure, in the end of the episode, we see him say that he isn't going to give up on the idea to build a gazebo, but you know good and well that he's not going to go back to doing what he was doing when he thought he was a genius. Throughout the rest of the series, we would never see Harold acting like a genius again, so obviously it didn't stick. On top of that, though, we have an established understanding from the last episodes that we checked out that underneath that abrasive bully outer shell, Harold is actually a sensitive person. We've also learned that he can sometimes struggle with confidence and self-image. This can definitely play into that in a sense. Like, imagine being told that you can literally do anything you want in life and having that give you a special sense of purpose, just to later be told, nope, just kidding, you're not a genius. Like, I don't know about you guys, but something like that would probably scar me emotionally just a little bit. That's some heavy stuff to go through when you're someone who deals with some of the issues that Harold faces. However, this episode did an amazing job of showcasing just how capable Harold is. Like, when he thought he was a genius, he was doing things that we as viewers would never expect to see from Harold. Though it may not have kept up after this episode, it was a nice reminder just how capable Harold is when he applies himself. Winding down from there though, we're gonna dive into one last topic that we definitely need to address, and that's gonna be Harold's interactions and potential relationship with Patty. Throughout the series, there are a few times when we'd see Harold and Patty interact. The first episode that we're going to check out is the season 3 episode, Hey Harold. This one starts out at lunch at school while Rhonda is passing out invitations to a party, which Arnold points out is going to be their first boy-girl party. He seems to hype it up like it's a huge deal.
I don't know. It seems pretty sophisticated to me. I mean, girls and dancing?
Oh, I reckon girls are all right. And even dancing might not be so bad.
Unless you wind up having to dance with someone like Big Patty.
We see Harold walk up saying that
do these guys drop them
girls
more
and
often
dancing are both stupid. Meanwhile, Sid and Arnold say that they're gonna go because there'll probably be lots of food there. Later on, we see Harold eating dinner with his parents.
Why aren't you going to the party?
Why should I?
All the other kids are going. Put on your bar mitzvah suit and have a good time.
Who knows, you might meet a nice little girlfriend.
Oh, yuck, I hate girls.
What's wrong with girls? You know, your mother was a girl.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Not so long ago.
All right, that's completely different anyway.
Bruh, he's shitting on his
Harold's
mom
parents
hard.
proceed to tell him
What the
about how
fuck?
he should go to the party, and they start
like
showering him with a ton
calling
of
her old.
compliments, and then
What the
this
fuck?
happens.
Let it out, please.
Just look in the mirror, take a look. You're a charming, handsome young man.
Stop it, Mom. Not charming, I'm not
Let me
handsome.
see.
I'm a big, dumb, ugly kid.
Harold, please.
All right, I'll go to the party, but I'll just look stupid and no one will dance with me. Will that make you happy, Mom?
Harold, please, you're getting all excited.
I can't handle this.
After that, we cut to the party, where we see Harold dressed in his nice bar mitzvah tuxedo, filling up a cup at the punch bowl. During the party, there's this sad scene where Patty is sitting with a few other girls, and all of the boys start picking dance partners.
Ah, okay.
Hi. I was wondering. Yeah. Could I borrow this chair?
That'll work.
Sure.
Now let me
Later on, we end up seeing Harold outside throwing some cherries towards a
reload the
garbage
game,
can,
get this
all
shit
by
working,
himself,
right?
When all of a sudden, Patty shows up.
Pretty good shot.
Thanks.
Your eyes
What?
are kind of puffy. You've been crying?
You don't need to go out again.
What are
You
you,
went
crazy? I just got something in my eye.
out. You can wait.
How come you're not dancing?
How come you're not dancing?
Because I don't like it.
Well, I don't like it either.
Dance is stupid anyway.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if you didn't have to do it with girls.
What's wrong with girls?
Nothing. I just don't like them, okay?
You're just saying that because you're a boy.
So what if I'm a boy? What's wrong with boys?
Patty ends up
Oh, there's
baiting Harold
where
into
do I
dancing with
begin?
her by calling him chicken and saying that
Dicks.
he's too
First of
afraid
all,
to
that's what's
dance
wrong
with
with
the girl.
boys.
The two
They
end
have
up
dicks.
dancing and hitting it off pretty well.
It really bugs me when people say I'm dumb. If I had a dime for every kid I beat up for calling me dumb boy, I'd sure have a whole bunch of dimes.
I know. Kids call me dumb sometimes, too.
Well, you don't seem so dumb to me.
Thanks. What's your name, anyway?
Harold.
My name's Patty.
Oh, I like that.
We see the time pass at the party, with more and more people leaving over time until Rhonda thinks that everyone's gone. Then we see that Harold and Patty are still sitting outside together, near a candle, just in deep conversation together.
We've been talking all night.
Ah,
I don't
good.
usually talk to girls this much. Most of them think I'm just dopey
That's
and
where.
boring.
Okay,
I don't
good.
think you're boring.
Now I know where they all could
No,
be.
I think you're, well, I think you're
Takes
kinda
a
charming.
lot of the guesswork out.
Hey, tomorrow's Sunday. You want to do something?
Like what?
I don't know. Just hang around. Maybe goof on some people.
Sure, if you want to.
We get a
Bruh,
nice
there's like
montage of Harold
legit
and Patty spending time together,
detailed
which ends with
information
both
on
of
that.
them sitting
What the
and
fuck?
sharing an ice cream
Who
sundae.
spent this amount of time?
You're kidding! That's my favorite period! How can you not like lunch period?
Well, it's probably because I always end up sitting by myself. Ever since I was in the 2nd grade, I guess I got a
Crazy.
reputation for being kind of tough. Nobody ever wanted to sit with me. It's no big deal or anything, but sometimes I wish I had somebody to eat with. You know, just a friend I could talk to in between chewing.
While Harold and Patty are talking, we see Sid and Stinky come out of a nearby building as they spot Harold and Patty hanging out. Naturally, they're dicks about it and say that he's off his rocker for hanging out with Patty.
No,
Harold takes Patty home
come
at the end of
on.
the day, and we see him telling her that he had a really good
That
time
sucks.
with her, and even asking if she wanted to sit together at lunch tomorrow at school. Harold ends up running off, and he's confronted by Sid and Stinky,
Nothing
who
over
ask
here,
him
I
why
think.
he was hanging out with Patty.
Well, it's no big deal if you got a crush on a girl, Harold. But who would have thought you'd get one on Big Patty? Yeah, Big Patty.
Harold ends up defending himself by saying that he doesn't have a crush on her and that he was just doing her a favor by hanging out with her. Fast forward, and we end up seeing Harold at dinner with his parents, telling them about Patty, and they immediately leap to call her his girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend.
We'll invite her over for dinner. How's next Wednesday? We can invite her parents too. We can show her those
Her parents.
adorable baby pictures of you. The ones of you on the bearskin with your keister up in the air.
From there, we jump to school the next day, right before the lunch bell rings. Sid and Stinky end up finding out that Harold was planning to have lunch with someone else, and they immediately start teasing him about Patty, which leaves Harold feeling the need to defend himself and say that he isn't meeting with Patty for lunch because he doesn't like her. We then see poor Patty standing in the exact spot where
Well, since
Harold
these
said
guys
he would
drop
meet her,
him.
but of course he is nowhere to be
I
found.
have no
Harold
reason
ends
not
up
to
sitting
fucking
with Sid and
AoE him.
Stinky at lunch, and this happens.
Guess if Big Patty tried to dance with me, I'd run for my life.
Stop it! You guys don't know what you're talking about. Her name's not Big Patty, it's Patty. And she's not clumsy and she's not dumb. Not only that, she's smart and she's nice and she's funny. I must be crazy to listen to you guys. What do I care what you think? The only thing
Yeah,
that
this
matters
peanut
is
butter
what
actually
I
works
think.
pretty good.
And what I think is, I like Patty.
Surprised I made it right.
Got a problem with that? I'll beat you up so bad it won't even be funny.
After blowing up on Sid and Stinky, we see him walk right up to Patty and apologize for being late and ask if she still wants to sit with him for lunch. And the episode ends with the two of them enjoying a nice meal together. This episode is one that really resonated with me. Harold and Patty both seemingly went to the party very reluctantly and definitely not expecting to meet anyone special. However, as the night progressed, they both realized how much that they liked each other. But of course, Sid and Stinky being toxic as all hell
Yeah.
led to Harold feeling self-conscious about who he was romantically interested in.
Toxic,
People
don't even
who do
begin.
this kind of shit are so irritating. They were just roasting the hell out of poor Harold for being interested in a girl that they didn't find attractive, and it's just kind of gross to be honest. But in all reality, this is some real shit. I'm sure we've all seen similar to this happen in real life, and all in all, this is just kind of too close to home. This episode is kind of a big deal though. I don't believe we had ever seen Harold and Patty interact before this point in the series. They definitely framed this episode as being the first time that they had met, which worked as the perfect plot device to show us a different side of Harold that we had never seen before.
That
Before
helps.
this point in the series, they had never really shined a light on Harold having any love interest at all, so it was kind of cool to be able to explore a different side of Harold as a character that they had never really explored before in my opinion. Now, the final episode that we're we're going to check out here is going to be the Season 5 episode, Harold vs. Patty. This episode would start out with Harold at a table surrounded by kids as he's arm wrestling both Sid and Stinky at the same time. He literally launches them both across the room.
Willikers, Harold. I reckon you beat everyone in the whole dang school.
You're the champion arm wrestler of ES-118, the king.
That's right, I am the king.
I suppose now you'll be signing up for the citywide arm wrestling tournament.
Yeah, why not?
Patty walks up and says hi to Harold,
Nah, it's
and
lagging.
he explains to her that he's going to enter the citywide
Of
arm
course.
wrestling tournament, to which she says that she was thinking about entering too.
Well, I'll be danged, an arm wrestling couple.
Why don't you wrestle each other right now?
Sure, why not? Heck, I could use the practice.
Harold and Patty go head-to-head in arm wrestling, and she immediately whoops his ass, which leaves everyone mocking him and laughing at him for being beaten by a girl. Harold runs away just humiliated while Patty tries to talk to him. We then see him laying in the fetal position underneath a water fountain when Arnold accidentally bumps into him. Harold talks to Arnold, who tries his hardest to remind Harold that Patty is his friend and that it's not a big deal that she beat him in arm wrestling.
Now I'm just a big wuss that everybody's making fun of because I lost to a girl.
It's completely ridiculous. I mean, who cares if Patty's a girl? She is a really good arm wrestler. Just tell Sid and Stinky to stop acting dumb.
You're not listening, Arnold. Those guys are never gonna let me live this down, not unless I beat Patty.
Hey, Harold, what are you doing down there? Hiding from Big Patty?
You afraid the girl's gonna find you and beat you up again?
Arnold ends up offering to help Harold train to beat Patty, and we get a nice montage of them training together. At the end of the day, Harold thanks Arnold, saying that now he can go to school tomorrow and beat Patty in front of everyone.
I'm ready to go back to school and beat Patty.
But we've only been training for one day. I thought you were gonna work really hard all week and then try to beat Patty on Saturday.
Why should I wait for Saturday when I can beat Patty tomorrow in front of everybody and show them for once and for all that I'm the king?
We fast forward to school the next day, where we see Harold standing at lunch as Patty walks up. She says that she tried calling him 3 times yesterday, but he never called back.
The reason I called is because I wanted to apologize, for the other day. I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You didn't embarrass me, Patty. That's a good one. As a matter of fact, just to show you there's no hard feelings, how about we have a friendly rematch right now?
A rematch? You sure that's a good idea, Harold?
Sure, I'm sure. I mean, unless you're scared or something.
Harold starts getting cocky and accusing Patty of being scared of being beaten and humiliated. Patty very calmly and plainly starts to say that she doesn't think this is a good idea, but Harold just keeps egging her on.
1, 2,
3.
Harold got beat by a girl? Again?
He got whooped by Big Patty twice.
I think he is a girl.
Sid and Stinky proceed to spend the rest of the day antagonizing Harold. We see them confront him in the bathroom, saying that this bathroom is for boys and that Harold needs to go use the girls' room. We jump ahead a bit and see Sid and Stinky walking into class.
Hey, what's this?
Reckon it's a lipstick.
I bet it's Harold's.
Right, on account of he's a girl and all.
After that, Harold goes to Patty's house after school. We see him on the porch just begging her to let him win in front of everyone so that he doesn't have to be the laughingstock of PS-118 anymore. Patty agrees to help him, but not by letting him win, instead teaching him her techniques and training him.
The 3 most important things you need to know to be a good arm wrestler are posture, balance, and concentration. Now, walk with these on your head.
No problem.
First, the training doesn't really go quite as planned. Harold rips his pants while trying to meditate and falls into a river while trying to cross it on a log. It gets rocky for a second as we see Harold giving half-assed attempts and even trying to cheat, but Patty catches him. She doesn't give up, and by the end of the montage, Harold is a pro at meditating, walking with books on his head, and walking across a river on a log. At the end of the day, we see Harold and Patty sitting on a dock together, eating ice cream.
Anyways, now that I learned all your techniques, I can beat you tomorrow at the tournament, and then I won't have to be embarrassed about losing to a girl anymore.
What do you mean embarrassed about losing to a girl?
Well, know, because boys should beat girls at this stuff.
Why?
Because boys are tougher and stronger and sweatier.
Harold, haven't you learned anything over the last couple of days? Harold, you shouldn't be embarrassed about losing to a girl, especially one who's better at something and works harder than you do.
I shouldn't?
No, you should only be embarrassed at yourself for acting so dumb and for being a crummy friend.
Patty, wait!
Just think about it, Harold.
Patty walks away, disappointed, and we end up cutting to the citywide arm wrestling tournament. Sid and Stinky are, of course, in the crowd heckling Harold, but he pays them no mind, while him and Patty just dominate the rest of the competition. All of the other competitors drop like flies until it's just Harold and Patty left in the final round.
I guess this is it.
Yup.
Well, good luck, Patty, and may the best man or girl win.
You mean that, Harold?
Uh-huh. I was thinking about what you said, and, well, you're right. It doesn't matter if I lose to a girl, especially as good an arm wrestler and as good a friend as you, Patty.
Thanks, Harold.
No problem. Now look out, because I'm going to give you my best game.
I'll look forward to it, Harold.
The two go head-to-head, and just like before, Patty ends up winning, but this time, Harold has a different demeanor about the outcome. Of course, Sid and Stinky are in the crowd, just immediately roasting him for losing to Patty, but Harold stands up to them this time.
Good job, Patty.
Harold lost to Big Patty, and he got beat by a girl.
So what if I lost to a girl? Patty's the best arm wrestler in the whole city, and she's my friend. I'm proud to lose to her, and if anyone has a problem with that, I'll pound them. Ow!
The episode comes to an end with Harold and Patty leaving together as Harold asks her if she wants to go out to a movie with him. This episode is another one that just drives me nuts a little bit. It's a great episode for sure, but Sid and Stinky just really piss me off. In the last episode, they talk bad about Patty, saying that she's big and dumb and all sorts of mean, nasty stuff. And on top of that, they roast Harold for being interested in her. In this one, they're not exactly talking bad about Patty, but they're putting Harold down for getting beaten by her. That scene where they come into the bathroom and antagonize Harold really bothered me. They literally came up, looked over the wall in the stall at him to tell him that he's a girl and shouldn't be in the boys' bathroom. It's just kind of disgusting. On top of that, it's kind of funny because, like, I'm 100% sure that if Sid and Stinky tried to arm wrestle with Patty, they would both get absolutely creamed, so, like, neither of them really has any room to talk on the matter. I will say, though, it's a shame that Harold lets Sid and Stinky get to him like that. In the first episode about his interactions with Patty, he let them more or less manipulate him into pretending that he didn't like Patty just to please them and not have them making fun of him. Then in this episode, towards the beginning, we see Harold adopting the same kind of mentality as Sid and Stinky, feeling humiliated for the fact that a girl beat him, when in all reality, Patty is a phenomenal arm wrestler and Harold shouldn't feel bad for a second about being beaten by her. She's also a fantastic friend to Harold, which makes losing to her even more sweet. I gotta say, these episodes definitely make me realize how much Patty is one of my favorite characters. She's really soft-spoken, smart, and overall pretty sweet when you get past the outer layer of abrasive toughness. She's a lot like Harold in many ways, so it makes sense that the two of them would get along well. These last two episodes really let us get a good peek at the emotional side of Harold that isn't really seen all too often. It's a good reminder that, as I've said many times, underneath the strong, abrasive, bully exterior is a normal kid who just wants to be treated fairly and with respect. All in all, I'd have to say that Harold is a relatively complex character. Sure, he may be outwardly upfront about being a tough guy bully, which seems to just come naturally to him in most cases, but these episodes that we looked at point out the fact that a good portion of his bully behavior stems from not only how he's treated by other people, but also how he perceives himself and how his perception is altered by what others think about him. It's like Harold feels the need to bully people and be so negative and abrasive in an effort to hide the fact that he's actually sensitive deep down inside, kind of like how Helga does. He's a character that I feel really benefits the show, all in all, due to how they can alter the portrayal of Harold to meet nearly any plotline and story being told. Some days he's the bully that's the catalyst for whatever issue Arnold is facing, and other days Harold is a sensitive kid just looking for love. However, the beauty of it all is no matter how they portray Harold, we all know what to expect from him as a character, and their altered portrayals do nothing but shape our expectation of him as a character further, and I truly feel like that's a good thing. But what do you think? Do you like Harold as a character? Did these episodes change your perception of him at all? Let me know in the comments down below. I always appreciate reading your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video,
What
be sure
the
to hit that
fuck?
like button and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it pushes this video to everyone else. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. Peace.
Well, I guess I don't need Discord right now. Yeah, that'll be it. Well, that ended rather quickly. 2 more hours before I feel like giving up. Finally. Yeah, why not?
Off
I
with a
watch that
subject
now.
matter like death, then I think it would be a bit too much right out the gate. So by easing in the violence in episode 1, it helps to build tension and adjust you to this world before episode 2 really dives into the outright sinister feel that it holds. Just like last time, the episode begins with the trio sat in the house in silence. Yellow and Red stare off into the distance, while Stark sits in his rocking chair, enjoying the paper as usual, when he announces to the others in an almost boastful kind of way,
Well, I'm dead.
and by putting that little, well, in front of it, it's almost like this is no surprise to him. He's already accepted it. Actually, he's happy about it. We're so used to death being treated as this big, massive event, and it kind of is, it's finality, but in film, it's often accompanied by swelling music, hysteria, emotions run high.
No, please.
So to have a fairly chill conversation about how he's dead in such a calm scene, it's unexpected.
How did you die?
I forgot to drink water.
In fact, in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, death is almost seen as a celebration, with Red being annoyed that he's not dead.
What does it say about me? Am I dead?
Nope. Just
Why do
me.
you get to... It must be that's a mistake.
Showing this kind of emptiness that he feels, always seeming indifferent to everything. Duck calls him a jealous boy, gloating about his newly discovered death. It's possible that Duck sees death as being the talk of the town, and hasn't quite grasped the seriousness of it. I mean, it seems like none of them really do. They don't seem to grasp that he'll be gone forever. Red tells him that he doesn't even know what death is, to which Duck replies,
As far back as I can remember, I always knew I deserved to be dead.
a very morbid thing to say.
Bruh,
Not
same.
just, oh, I wanted to be
Same.
dead, which would be sad enough. No, I deserve to be dead. It makes you question this little duckie's past and the things that he's seen and done. You see, there's subtle hints throughout the show that Duck was once in the military, and so him saying he
World War
deserves
II
to be
pilot.
dead could be some form of survivor's guilt he feels. But how can Duck be dead? He sat right there. Well, the paper says it happened, so it must be true. Although dead people don't usually talk or read newspapers or hang with friends, but, like I said, death works a little differently here it seems. As Duck stands up to get drippy in his Sunday best, we hear a thud of something hitting the floor. And as he looks down, whoopsie, his heart lays there, surrounded by a small puddle of blood.
Don't you just hate it when your heart accidentally falls out of your
A hole
chest?
in his chest. Sinister music begins to build as the heart rolls over and over towards the middle of the room, getting stuck to the floorboards on the way, having to peel itself off like Velcro each time it turns over.
Is that an egg?
As though it's got a mind.
Is that
of its
an
own.
egg?
And then,
What?
all of a sudden, it comes to a stop. The puddle of blood growing as the heart dissolves, spreading
I'm
over
a
the
puddle
floorboards.
of
The music gets louder,
blood.
building and building as
Oh.
the floor shakes around the blood. We cut to a side angle as two grotesque, thin strings of blood resembling arms come from beneath the floor. Whatever it is, it's pulling itself up into their living room. The bloody floorboards distort and warp, creaking as we get close-ups of something being created, pulling itself together from what was once Duck's heart. The music continues to build before stopping suddenly, and a sentient coffin rises up.
Sentient coffin.
All this build-up of tension about what horrors this thing is going to turn into, and then, when it appears, it's just another soft smiling puppet, nowhere near as monstrous as the camera work, music, and circumstances of his creation would imply. But he is still unsettling to look at because of what he is, a friendly puppet of a coffin, something which holds such a dark meaning, used to transport bodies surrounded by grieving friends and family. I believe this coffin man is some kind of version of the Grim Reaper, a deity which comes to help souls who have recently died pass over and accept their fate. But for now, we'll call him Mr. Coffin. And Mr. Coffin talks in such a soft way.
Hey, don't worry, just a bit of small talk to lighten the mood.
And this sort of soft speaking is common when people are trying to comfort someone who's grieving, to show that they're feeling low too. It's a sign of respect, like you're trying to make them feel calmer by talking calm. And it's not just his voice. This coffin fella acts pretty friendly too, complimenting their home and giving a lovely gift to Duck, a wreath. Right out the gate, he plays a little guessing game of which one is the dead
I
one.
know there was an egg up here.
Now, which one of you's dead?
Oh, that would be...
Wait, don't tell me. I'm good at this.
Almost as though he's toying with them. This is all fun and games to him. He guesses yellow. But we know that Doug is supposedly the dead one here. By making this coffin fella, who seems as though he's some kind of authority on death in this universe, be in the dark over who is dead, it in turn makes the viewer hesitant to believe that Duck is really deceased. I mean, our only source has been a newspaper, not exactly the most reliable, concrete evidence. This coffin, just like the trio, just sort of accepts it and goes along with it. And again, Red really wants to be the
17.
dead one.
It's just him, is it? Because I feel like I could maybe be dead.
Yeah, I bet you do, but I've only got one down here.
And his phrasing makes it seem as though he's been sent here by some
Yeah, I
kind
bet
of
you do. What?
external force. And his goal is to make sure that someone is dead and buried by the end of the day. It's his purpose. Red runs over to his ID card, and it confirms that, unfortunately, he is in fact alive. But it does offer to tell him all about his
identity. Who you are.
No.
But Red is having none of it. As usual, he's disinterested. But the viewers want to know who these guys are, and they purposefully leave it very vague, not telling us their names even. So when we finally have the chance to find out some information about Red's
Identity.
it's frustrating to see him walk away. But he doesn't care about his identity, probably because he doesn't really seem to have one. Red is
Or he knows
disinterested
his
in
identity.
everything.
Why would he need to know? He knows who he
really
is.
prefer to do as little as possible or nothing at all.
Red walking away is also a hint towards the viewer that if you want answers about who these fellas are, it's not going to be easy or straightforward by any means. And it's likely that there never will be a concrete answer, just speculation and theories with help from the few clues that we do get throughout the show. Because the trio have little money, likely because they left,
Peter
Try
Sims
something.
and Sons and Friends, Bits and Parts Limited.
the workplace from the previous episode, bloody slackers. But no time to worry about the budget funeral because it's time for another jolly old song, all about how
We gotta get things ready for the big day, big day. We gotta get things ready for the special day.
and this song works great.
The
It's both
funeral?
comedy and horror. A cheery song all about getting ready for a funeral. And it's catchy too. It got stuck in my head for days. Which, when you think about the topic being getting ready to bury your friend, probably isn't a good thing.
It
It's
ain't.
so upbeat, with the lyrics at the
It
bottom
really
of the
ain't.
screen changing colour as they sing them, with a little icon of Duck bouncing between the words,
Yeah.
as though it's a sing-along at home, folks. And if you look closely, you'll see that this icon of Duck quickly switches to a skull. It's the only visual reminder throughout the whole song of what the actual
I'll
subject
go back in
matter
here.
is, death. And just like with every Don't Hug Me I'm Scared tune, it starts off innocent enough before horror and gore start to seep through, beginning with Red brushing his teeth. And we get our only
The
look
fuck?
throughout the whole series at what lies beneath Red's mop. Look at those lovely gnashes. Just like with the show as a whole,
That's
underneath
fucked.
Red's soft exterior is something
That is
more
fucked.
off-putting.
What
a set
the
of rotting,
fuck?
crooked teeth, surrounded by bleeding gums, which
Bruh.
looks far more realistic
He's
than the rest of his
gingivitis.
design. It creates this disturbing contrast of hard bone and soft felt. The song gets more and more off the rails, as the trio start doing things which have nothing to do with funerals, such as laying out treats, doing some cooking, and even putting colourful cards into envelopes. If you play this song on mute, it looks as though they're preparing for a party with all of the bright colours and patterns, and it's yet another sign that the trio have no idea what death really is. It
Yeah.
turns out that Yellow and Red have gotten confused about what the big day is all about, and are now focused on grabbing a big old pile of organs and making a shepherd's pie.
We gotta get things ready for the big day.
What are we doing?
Oh no, it's the funeral. It's the funeral, sorry.
But we don't see the animal where they get this meat from. It's likely that these are the same organs which Duck tells them he had removed in the very next scene. So, now that we've gotten everything ready for the big day, it's time for the big day. And we cut to the trio in a graveyard. This is the first time we've seen the trio outside, and it's in one of the most morbid locations possible. But it still
Yeah.
doesn't lose that bright, colourful aesthetic. Not yet anyway. Funeral scenes in television often are accompanied by rain and have a darker, often grey look, as a visual show of how everyone's feeling. And Don't Hug Me I'm Scared is
Oh.
doing the same thing, using colour to show how they feel. It's just they don't feel bad, because they haven't processed that Duck's leaving yet. And I mean, why would
Yeah.
they? Duck is sat right there in the coffin, talking to him.
Look, I had my insides removed.
And we see that he's now inside Mr. Coffin, as though he's being consumed. But Duck is still optimistic and jolly throughout this whole process, greeting the others in a friendly way when they arrive.
Hey guys,
You alright?
Hello.
thanks for coming.
And as always, Red seems disinterested.
I'm your best friend, I didn't.
Yeah, we're close.
I mean, I know you. I know which one you are.
More lifeless than Duck is.
I know which
He's
one
the
you
who's
are.
supposedly dead.
What?
As Duck tries to converse with the others, Coffin scolds him.
Hey, no talking. Remember, you're dead. Oh, sorry.
Again, being a coffin, it's his job to make sure that Duck stays in line and acts still and lifeless, the way that we all know dying to really be. But the way that he says this is as though he's the teacher here and how to die properly is the lesson. Just behind Duck is a gravestone, and on this
How to
gravestone
die properly.
is written a name, David. At first, this is a big deal, because we never find out any of the trio's names. I mean, that's why I've been saying Yellow, Red and Duck this whole time. So, have we finally learned one of the characters' names?
No.
Well, no. Duck explains that the stone's name is David.
He's David. What? That's supposed to be your name. What's his name?
There was some miscommunication between him and Mr. Coffin, but it's too late to change it now. Now, this at first seems like a misdirect, but there's strong evidence that Yellow is actually named David. He has a big D on his overalls. And if you remember Mr. Coffin's funny
Big
little
D.
game of Guess Who's Dead, he initially thought it was Yellow. It's not quite clear, and there's no concrete answer. At least not at this point in the series anyway. Back to Duck and his ruined, inaccurate tombstone.
Change it to my name then. Well, I can't now. It's already engraved. I can't unchisel it, can I? Why not?
His misunderstanding
Why
of how
not?
death works is beginning to annoy the Coffin Man, and it's only going to get worse. Mr. Coffin then asks the kind of question that you might hear at a wedding.
If anyone knows any reason why this person should not be dead, say now or he will forever be dead.
As though Yellow and Red hold the power to just allow him back from being dead, and it's up to them to plead for his life. Yellow clearly has something to say about all this, but due to his constant confusion and trouble expressing himself, he is unable to get it out in time.
But isn't he?
Huh?
I think he.
He can't put it into words, but he doesn't want Duck to be dead. He likes things the way they are. It's the same way that a young child might react to losing a loved one. before they're old enough to grasp all these concepts like death and grief. And Red, being as passive and indifferent as always, says nothing. And so, after waiting just a few seconds, they miss their window, and Coffin moves on from the question, showing us a lovely little slideshow of Duck's best moments, back in the workplace, as well as flying a military plane, to which Yellow says,
But he didn't
Farewell.
do any of that.
It makes me think of how, when someone dies,
Yeah.
their funerals often glaze over the flawed parts of them,
Yeah.
instead offering up this image that whoever passed was a perfect fellow, no matter what. And, of course, this is how it works, because when you're remembering a loved one, you want to think of the better times, but this often ends up painting an inaccurate image of them, and this is
Yeah.
likely what's happening to Duck now. He's presented as a friendly, hard-working old chap, and this slideshow has a generic voiceover which repeats
Goodbye. Goodbye to you.
with what sounds like elevator music in the background. It makes it sound as mundane as possible, almost as though it's an artificial, pre-recorded message with zero personality, containing absolutely nothing specific to Duck. Just another way of showing how ingenuine Duck's service seems. The slideshow even ends with Goodbye, David. We then get a close-up of Coffin, who tells the duo, it's time to go home. And when we zoom back out, Duck has gotten up and is standing with the others, waving goodbye.
What?
Clearly, Duck still hasn't grasped the situation, doing what he's told by this mysterious Coffin entity, who really he's only just met. He skips right past the first 4 stages of grief and just goes straight to acceptance.
See you later, floorboard person. Not you, cheeky. You're dead. Now get back in here.
The way he says this is similar to how a teacher might react to a student giving a humorous answer in class. He gets back in the coffin without complaining, before we're shown a point of view shot of him being lowered into the ground and Mr. Coffin slamming shut. Doug is now officially dead and buried. Red and Yellow are now back in the living room, and the room is darker than before. It helps to set the mood and show that Yellow is still mourning. It's quite literally all a bit more dim now that Duck isn't around. At the funeral, it was bright and cheery, because in a way, he was still there, with the only evidence of him being dead at that moment being Mr. Coffin's description. He still acted alive and talked with the other two, and at least then there was sad organ music. Now it's almost silent, except for a quiet ticking of the clock, making it feel even more empty. But Red breaks this silence.
I guess it's just going to be me and you now.
Yeah. Until the other guy comes back.
Duck has been buried, but Yellow still doesn't understand that he's gone for good. He's struggling to accept this new reality.
Actually, I don't know if he is going to come back. I think he just sort of stays in the hole.
And you can see the moment that Yellow begins to realise Doug is gone for good, which is impressive because his face never changes expression throughout the show. So the puppeteer instead adjusted his head and arms into a kind of slump, moving extremely slow, as though he is low energy. Red notices that Yellow is upset and tries to cheer him up, doing a pretty awful job.
It's not that bad. We didn't really like him anyway. Remember how he used to bite you?
Yeah. Quite like that.
Even though Duck caused Yellow pain at times, he still misses him, because they've spent so much time together. They never really leave the house unless guided by one of these talking objects. And so it's not so much that they're a close family, but a close set of prisoners sharing a cell. And despite his flaws, Yellow misses the company. A noise can be heard from the kitchen, and the two investigate. Opening the door, and the usual overwhelming brightness of the kitchen has been replaced with darkness. And standing in this darkness is a whole group of these things, which have grey skin, grey hair, and black funeral suits. All of them have an exaggerated, sad expression on their face, and their dark grey skin and clothing makes them almost blend into the background. And whilst all of them look pretty unsettling, the scariest one, in my opinion, is this dude back here, sat on the chair under the archway which leads to the door, staring forward into space, perfectly still. He's blocking the way out, and sat far from the others. Naturally, Red and Yellow are confused as to who this group is, and a sentient tissue claims they are all friends of David, which again isn't his name, and it's no accident that the tissue is the only one of them who talks. The others have no names, no voices, and all look nearly identical. It makes it look as though the duo are in a sea of strangers.
You didn't even know him.
Who really did?
Unfortunately, sometimes when you go to a funeral, you might find people there who don't even really know the person being buried, and yet here they are, grieving, sobbing, over someone they might not have even met, let alone had a decent conversation with. One of the grey-suited fellas hands over a gift to Red, which is wrapped like a birthday present, with bright colours and nice patterns. And as he looks inside it, well, what a lovely gift. A make a new friend kit. Oh boy, do I need one of those. But before Red
tell
can
me
even
about
look
it.
up to thank them, they're gone, leaving no trace. And the brightness of the room goes back to how it usually is, making it overwhelmingly colourful. It's as though the house itself is telling them, look, the funeral's over, stop being sad you, get back to how it was. Can't be upset all bloody day. And the quiet music again changes to silence. When grieving, many say that the worst period is after the funeral, because now all their loved ones are gone, and the whole process is kind of over in an official sense. The duo then sit at the kitchen table with their new make-a-friend gift, and have a look through all the options of pre-made mates, each with their own catchphrase.
Comes with her own debt.
Kiki, credit card debt.
Already in loads of debt.
It's almost like they're flicking through a catalogue, trying to pick out a new bit of furniture, rather than having a proper period of time to grieve. Instantly, they've been guided towards the path of just replace Duck with someone else. And Red seems more than fine to get a new third member in.
She seems fun. Says she's a classic.
He didn't really like how things were anyway, but every time he suggests one of the pre-made people, Yellow rejects each one.
Fudge.
That can't be right.
I like fudge. Oh, he's too opinionated.
Getting angry, throwing the kit on the table, saying how he wants the old one back. Red gives in, and for a second, it seems as though he may miss Duck more than he lets on, and it looks as though we're going to get another lovely song all about mourning. But before he can even spit any hard bars, a ball of clay, which fell out of the Make-a-Friend kit, speaks up. It's become alive. It then begins to talk to the duo, having a bit of an existential crisis, trying to figure out what it is.
Oh, I am whole.
It was supposed to be a pre-designed person out of the book, but they didn't choose one, and so it's sort of a clean slate. Just like clay, it's ready to be moulded into a person.
Something. Oh, what's it doing?
Just mucking around.
It might even be a blend of every personality in the book, and therefore its personality can go in any direction it likes, taking bits and parts from the different options. And every time this pink thingy is on screen, we get some really impressive claymation, especially through its design, which is always morphing and changing, as though it's growing before our eyes, trying to settle on a final form. And the same thing goes for its voice, changing pitch and tone mid-sentence, like it can't decide what it should sound like.
Hello, Stain. That's a funny word. Maybe I could be called Stain.
Like me, it's still figuring itself out. And just like that, we have a new third member, everybody. Woo! Move aside, Duck. It's time for pink clay thing now. At least, that's how Red sees it, setting off the intro that we love so much into motion. But instead of Duck, now it's Pinky, and Yellow keeps jumping into frame, trying to stop the intro from happening. It's clear he is not happy with this replacement. He wants the old one back. Shame he's dead. But what's this? Even though Duck is buried, we're not done following him yet. We cut to the graveyard, and that same bell which ding, dung, when the coffin closed, continues playing, and the pitch of the bell, just like the camera, goes down, giving us a side view perspective as we travel under the graveyard all the way down to Duck inside the coffin. The way he's framed here is great. He's boxed in, trapped. We've been told he's dead, but he's still active and talking. So to us, it's as though he's been buried alive. And this is probably the darkest the episode has been so far. But what's this? There's a light bulb in his coffin. Or should I say Mr. Coffin? Because remember, he's also down here with Duck. And the way his face is positioned on the coffin means that the two of them are looking eye to eye, meaning we can have extreme close-ups of the two which also act as point of views. This entire shot is Coffin's face, and it makes you understand the claustrophobia that Duck should feel even more, as wanting to get out of a buried coffin is bad enough. But when there's a death-like deity staring down at you, inches from your face, it makes you want to escape even more. Despite being isolated, 6 feet under, he's always got eyes on him down here. And because Coffin can't blink due to his design, it makes him appear even more menacing, like he's always watching. He tells Duck it's time for him to go, as there's a lot of paperwork which comes with death. Again, making it sound like he does this a lot. It's not personal to him, it's just another death, another funeral. And you can't blame him really, someone has to deal with the dead. But as he tries to go away, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as though he's leaving this form and going to another, he tells Duck he can press a buzzer if he needs anything. This is a big mistake, as Duck gets bored very quickly, and just moments after Coffin leaves, he pulls him back, asking meaningless questions and pressing a buzzer when he's still there. He asks Coffin if he wants to play a game like snooker or beach volleyball, 2 things which you need to go to specific locations to play, locations which aren't this coffin 6 feet under. It's a subtle way of showing Duck wants to leave, and he's not going to do well trapped down here. He's like an excited little kid with his thoughts racing, going from topic to topic like rapid fire. But Mr. Coffin is the opposite, calm, relaxed. And a coffin is designed to keep dead bodies in, and his annoyance with Duck not being a model dead guy is continuing to grow.
What if I need the toilet? You won't need the toilet. I drank a milkshake during the service. Well, you shouldn't really have done that.
And it's going to get worse because as time passes, Duck continues to press the buzzer and starts wrecking the coffin, carving lines into it like it's a middle school desk, and even weeing all over it. Dirty bugger.
I'm dead. Yes, and you're terrible at it.
His voice, which is usually so calm and controlled,
you've got one of those,
is growing louder and more annoyed by the second. Mr. Coffin is now so fed up, he tells Duck he's leaving for good, and now he is all on his own. We cut back to the new trio, as Red shows a cheerful Pinky all around the crib, and Pink's optimism is already clashing with the other 2, who are fairly down.
Wow, and we go outside, right? And we see the world, and we go on adventures.
Do we?
With Yellow still mourning, and Red just kind of generally like this. Pinky sits in the only chair available, which of course is Duck's rocking chair. Yellow does not like this.
Hey, but that's his chair.
Feeling as though they're replacing Duck already, which in fairness, they kind of are. Everything Pink says, Yellow has an issue with.
You're not supposed to say that kind of stuff.
Because none of it is anything that Duck would be caught saying. But Pink just ignores him. She represents a hopeful young child. She was literally born just minutes ago, bursting into a hopeful song, all about how life is just so exciting and wonderful.
I wanna thank you for this opportunity.
And this is the first and only time in the show.
It's the same voice as the notepad, I think, from the very first Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
It's a great way of showing a possible shift in the show's formula if Pink is to stay around. You see, Pink is optimistic and still innocent. She hasn't had time to learn that this is sort of a prison.
We mainly go in here, or sometimes we go in there.
She wants to do all of this amazing stuff out there, but halfway through her hopeful song, they cut her off.
Stop it!
Saying that that's not the kind of thing they do. As sad as it is, being hopeful and having ambition is not one of the lead trio's traits. They then begin to impose their views on her.
Should I do it again?
No, just sit here and stuff will happen. Something normally happens.
Expecting her to act like Duck does, and laying down more and more rules, which don't make a lot of sense.
You're supposed to say that the floor is too loud, or the window is disrespecting you.
Why would I say that?
Especially as Red has been saying throughout the episode, how little he cared for Duck. Except now, piece by piece, he wants to turn this new member into Duck. We then get a song from Yellow and Red all about the wonderful things that are memories. And none of the memories they have of Duck are actually good memories. We see Duck laughing at Yellow in pain, saying how he'd never get into the military. During this song, we see brief clips of Red making adjustments to Pink, making her look and act more and more like Duck, giving her his iconic coat and putting a beak on her. It's not just her actions which Red wants to change, it's her appearance too. He wants Pink to be indistinguishable from Duck,
Nah, I
Yellow's
need to
memories
go
during this song are all of Duck in the past.
sell
before they
shit
begin
and
bleeding
mail
into
shit
what
off
Yellow
again?
is currently doing, grabbing a winter coat and going to Duck's grave. As he approaches, the song's melody fades out, and Yellow's voice becomes more shaky.
Memories of me finding the shovel.
It's no longer following the rhythm, as though this song about memories isn't enough for him. The more he remembers, the more he wants the old one back, and he's gonna do whatever it takes. He begins to dig. This is Yellow's darkest moment, and his appearance, which is usually so bright and vibrant, has been completely drowned out by the night sky, making him appear like a silhouette. We're seeing Yellow balance this fine line between how past memories of loved ones can turn from nostalgic to devastating. What started off as happy memories are now corrupted because all you can think about is how much you miss them. We then catch up with Duck and Mr.
The amount of
Duck
fucking bots on this server is crazy.
About his memories, listing every single thing he's done in his life off like a shopping list.
I was dead. Stop it. Stop it. Then I met you.
This drives Mr. Coffin to insanity.
I can't do this anymore.
And as he reaches his breaking point, he breaks. Literally. Yellow's shovel bursts through Mr. Coffin's face, likely killing him in the process. We then cut to black.
Oh, cool.
Has Yellow saved our good old pal Duck? We then see Red, sitting with Duck as he reads the paper, like he always does. Hey, Duck's back. But wait a second. This isn't old Duck. This is Pink, changed so much by Red that the two are now indistinguishable. At this moment, though, Yellow and old Duck enter. Uh-oh, now there's two. You see, Red and Yellow represent two different forms of grief. Red had a chance of making a new friend, but instead, he takes this optimistic, friendly bit of clay and literally molds it, like clay, piece by piece, into just an identical replica of what he used to have, but hurting Pink in the process, turning her into the complete opposite of what she once was. Whereas Yellow, on the other hand, can't stand the new third fella, and the optimism it brings, missing Duck so much that he digs up his body and brings him back to the house. He's in denial and can't accept reality, both of which are as bad as each other. But the real problem is what to do now. There's two Duckies. Will the show go on with both from now on? Well, of course.
Well, now there's four of us.
We go into yet another version of the intro. This time, the difference being a change in the lyrics.
There's four of us, just four of us.
How wholesome, but before the intro can end, one of the duck's heads is sliced clean off, and the other duck stands there holding the shovel.
Actually, no. 4 doesn't work. There's 3 of us.
But which duck killed which? From where the characters were standing at the beginning of the song, it seems like the old duck was killed. However, it's not exactly certain, as there's a good 15 seconds or so in between the two shots. But if this is the new duck, it adds new context to the rest of the show. But seeing as they're identical, it doesn't affect the plot, but it still makes you think, is this the original or the replica? This episode is a great look into grief and the different ways it can affect us. We get a look at the different stages of burial and loss. A large portion of this episode plays out like how a parent might explain to a child how their loved one won't be coming back, but in a friendlier way. Don't be scared, the coffin's friendly. Don't be scared, you'll still be able to see your pal at the funeral. In fact, he's the lucky one. He's going to a better place. It's just, in this case, that better place seems to be a lie. We never find out what Mr. Coffin really is, but does it really matter? It makes us relate to the trio's feelings even more, as we ourselves don't know what happens when we die. But I hope if a sentient, passive-aggressive coffin man does come to collect my soul, he does a better job than this old chap. Even though I love it when the show appears friendly at first before diving into that darkness, it's fascinating to see how this episode shakes up the formula a little. There's not really a clear villain in this episode. I mean, you could even argue that it's Yellow, killing this death-like coffin who really is just doing his job, all because he can't let his friend go. A natural part of life. And thank you so much for 2.7 thousand subscribers. That is honestly crazy. I can't even count that high, so that's honestly amazing to see. Like, I never thought I'd be at this point. Also, if you like any of the artwork behind me, it's all my own, and I've made an Instagram for my YouTube and my artwork. So if you want to see any more crazy drawings, like this, it's Water Wavy. And yes, I know, 4 Ys. Look, I'm not trying to smash. Water Wave was taken. I promise. I'm not trying to smash. Also, quick side note, I'm going to be doing a video on every single episode of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, so subscribe and hit the bell if you don't want to miss it. Thank you, I love you, goodbye.
Yeah. I might watch those later on. Seem pretty interesting. What the fuck can I watch right now? Yeah, why not? I don't think I've seen this one in a while. Anything by Night Mind is going to be good to watch. Almost anything by Night Mind is going to be good to watch. Most things.
Okay, full disclosure. I may be a literal shape-shifting black cat monster with 4 eyes hosting a channel that's knee-deep in horror, dark stories, hauntings, cryptids, kidnappings, and killings. But I also really like to have fun. It's true, I enjoy fun, I enjoy humor, and I can and do enjoy lighthearted stuff at times. It can't be gloom and doom all night long, you know? When I wake up, there's still some light at sunset, and when I go to sleep, the sun's already up at dawn. Night Mind has some light edges. And people who take themselves too seriously are way more annoying than those who have trouble being serious. It's a delight to cover channels that are weird, wacky, and meant to make you laugh or smile even while they perplex or disturb you. Like Info Channel, Pizza Time Pizza, Odd Stories for Odd Children, Lasagna Cat, and of course a lot of Wham City Comedies content. That's why today I'm very excited to introduce you to the average milquetoast office job father I never got. Dad.
Dad feels awake and ready for work. Okay, now let's see.
Oh, good for him.
I've got my briefcase, computer, calculator, pen.
Gotta have that
paper,
calculator.
Coffee cup, and eternal dedication
Calculator.
to the corporation. Now I just need a kiss on the cheek from my loving wife to send me on my way.
Nope, no loving wife.
Cheryl. Where could she be?
Cheating.
Dad's always the first to leave. How will Dad make it through the day without love from wife? Okay, calm down. Let's think for a second. Dad'll just wait. But Dad can't wait. He'll be late for job. What is going on here? How does Dad know if wife loves him without a kiss?
I guess she don't love you. Or just do some drugs. You won't care if she loves you or not.
When we first visit Dad's house on February 18th, 2019, it's kind of empty, but it feels pretty cool. Right now, Dad's concerned about where wife is, because that good morning kiss is pretty important. We don't know where Dad works or what he does, but the scene is set up pretty well from episode 1 to give us an impression of what we're in for. Dad talks about himself in third person and seems to have a slightly robotic way of referencing his family and actions, using titles and simple expressions, as if he were the writer of a children's book describing a character. That on its own is kind of strange, even for a one-room theater setup like we have here, but the moment featuring an odd ball of light really gives us something to think about. Dad seems asleep on his feet before it appears, and after the orb pops up and winks out, he's all set and ready to go. We'll be seeing more of this object, but let's keep this moment in mind that features its activation power. The next day, February 19th, Dad comes home, tired and disheveled after a long day at work doing, whatever Dad does.
Hi, Molly. Sweetie, do you really have to? Okay. Okay, if you really have to. I'll take you out.
What a day. Dad sure is
Come on.
tired.
No, you and Mello gotta go? Okay, come on.
Dad'll feel good once
I'll
he
take
gets
y'all
a nice
out.
kiss
Come on.
on the cheek from his beautiful wife.
Never seen my boy.
I love you, Cheryl. I think boss really liked my presentation. Maybe I'll be promoted to executive worker. Then, when Dad has enough saved, he can quit and become #1 YouTuber. Dad is already growing. One thing is for sure, I'm an executive dad for my loving family. Family, Dad's home. That doesn't sound like my That sounds like...
Spend a lot of time when you're sleeping. Come on, can I go pee?
Wife?
Nowhere.
Daughter? Where did they go? Where's Dad's family?
Go pee, come on. Needy fucking dogs.
And now we have a problem on our hands for sure. You'd think wife would be here now, but she and daughter aren't home. Just 2 episodes in and we have the foundation for a conflict already laid out nicely. Dad is somewhat dependent on the presence of wife and daughter, but they're absent, and immediately we wonder what's going on. We've also got a bit more backup on the idea that Dad refers to things with simple titles in a simplified world. Boss is boss, and if Office Dad keeps up the good work, maybe he'll get promoted to executive worker. But then we hear about his dream, which goes well against the grain of the plain middle-aged office dad that we're being shown. He wants to be the #1 YouTuber. Yes, Dad wants to join the ranks and single-handedly defeat Pewds and T-Series, establishing his dominance as the internet's true head of household. This gives us a totally new perspective on what we're witnessing. You might already suspect from the ending to each episode that Dad is self-aware and knows about his audience, but now we can confirm it. There seems to be an act going on here with a meta level of awareness. Let's see how Dad handles the absence of Cheryl and daughter following his tiring day of work.
Alright, family will be home any minute and we'll all sit down for dinner. Dad sure is hungry. I wonder where family is. Dinner tastes so much better when I'm surrounded by the ones I love. Maybe they went out to the restaurant? But why would they go without me? Does family not love Dad? Does anyone love Dad? Family?
Ah yes, food brand cans of food, an American classic. Too bad family isn't around to join Dad for dinner, but it gives us more insight, especially during the moment that orb of light appears to get Dad back on schedule. By now, most viewers will gain a sense of what they're witnessing, at least in part. Dad is very much acting and thinking according to a toddler's understanding of what a father is, based on watching cartoons, reading storybooks, or what they've been told by Mom and Dad in that gentle, softly paced voice that instinctively kicks in when talking to children. Simple concepts, simple understanding, pointing at expression through what can be considered media archetypes or cultural stereotyping you can boil down to the contents of a Simpsons episode, or perhaps the bounds of a newspaper comic that Dad might read. Dad is a simple character with simple desires and understanding, apart from his YouTuber dream. The glowing orb's reappearance provides more evidence as a control force over Dad. It woke him up and got him going to work, and now it's made sure dinner happens on time despite his concerns. Soon, Dad's family arrives, putting a quick end to the mystery of the day.
Mom, daughter, where have you been?
Hi, Dad. We went out to the restaurant because we thought you were working late tonight.
I didn't work late. I worked regular. What did you guys have to eat?
We had dinner and dessert. I had vegetables and fruit. Mom had sandwich and toffee. What did you have, Dad?
I had a can of food. It tasted horrible eating it alone.
That's nice, honey. I'm tired now. Good night, Mom and Dad. I'm going to go read in bed. Don't stay up late, Dad.
But what about our nightly family chat? I wanted to tell you guys about True Value's great deals.
Okay. Shit. Okay, y'all. You want your fucking sleep? Okay. Is your Slim
And now we've got a really good idea of what we're in for, especially with the prompt at the end. Why did Dad's family eat without him?
That's a sweet dog.
Dad tossing the plate off the table is pretty unexpected, and from how dejected he is over being left out of the restaurant visit, we can tell this isn't normal. Wife and daughter don't seem very concerned, but Dad is certainly affected. With a remark about wanting to discuss true values great deals, daughter holding an open cell phone while talking, and wife telling dad not to stay up too late while she goes to read in bed.
Okay.
Got pretty firm confirmation we're witnessing what seems like a play inside a child's dollhouse. Everyone here is stereotypical. This is the portrait of an American family. But now, that white picket fence ideal has been broken, and we've seen a moment of lashing out by dad in response. What's more, dad does know he has an audience witnessing events. This is all happening on YouTube. Dad is not alone in what he's experiencing. Combine that with what he's feeling and how he reacted to being left out, and we can see a story developing. But stories are composed of cause and effect scenarios fueled by action and desire, so if our hunch is correct, we should see something come out of this next. And we get a very strong response in the video. Dad is the best YouTuber.
Effective. You're good, Molly. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Can you just not be such a cunt? You capable of that? Yeah?
That was kind of random, right? Silly, odd, even kind of stupid. But funny in its own way. And that's because Dad understands YouTube to be like that. He's also sending a message, dropping a hammer on Felix the cat and a pie. It's a reference to the only Felix everyone on here knows that can be equated with a pie, the #1 YouTuber that Dad wants to beat.
Number 2.
Let's look at what
Number
we've got
3,
so far
more
in
like
terms of
shit.
cause and effect. Dad wakes up,
Motherfucker ain't
finds
shit
his wife
now.
isn't giving him the usual good morning kiss that lets him know he's
Not like it
loved.
matter, he still
comes
has
back from
millions,
work,
so what's
dreaming
it
of a higher
fucking matter?
station in life at his job. And beyond that, his true dream.
Thousands of
being the
homeless people
#1
and one
YouTuber.
person gets to have
His
billions
wife
of
and
dollars,
daughter
millions
aren't
upon
around,
millions of
and Dad
dollars.
is made to eat alone, worried inside.
Yeah, that makes so much
When his family
fucking
comes
sense.
back, they reveal they went to the restaurant without him and completely ignore Dad's feelings, which makes him act out of character. Angry, dejected, and confused, what does Dad do next? He looks us straight in the eye and makes a silly YouTube video with a message, doubling down on his dream. Dad is mad, but Dad is motivated, and he'll get his fill hammering his way to the top of the site even if he can't have a decent dinner with his family after getting home from work. In other words, yes kids, your dad is having a bit of a midlife crisis and he's putting it all on YouTube. Let the fun begin.
So many bills. Dad feels bad. Family's been acting strange. Maybe it's just in Dad's head. Maybe Dad is just jumping to conclusions. Hey, daughter. Who are you talking to?
Griffin.
Is Griffin your boyfriend?
Dad?
Well, what did I say? Hi, Cheryl. Who are you talking to?
Me? Diane. I'm talking to Diane. Hi, Diane.
I thought Diana and Abner were on vacation.
Family is acting strange. Daughter doesn't want to open up even when Dad shows interest in her life. Wife is on the phone with someone
Well,
who is
that's
very
not unusual.
obviously not Diane. Wonder who she could be talking to. It couldn't possibly be the man who still has all his hair doing manly things in his manly shirt in the video we see immediately after this, could it? Skip forward in time a bit from this point and we're able to make more sense out of this scene, using the video Mom Home Alone, in which she's admiring a piece of the wood that man with the axe cut, and the video that follows featuring him, Neighbor Visits.
Dad feels confused. Mom has been acting really strange lately. What was she saying in the living room yesterday? And what was she holding?
Hey, Dad, how are you?
Hey, neighbor. Dad doesn't feel great.
Why's that?
Mom's upset with Dad.
What did you do?
Dad didn't do anything. She found a magazine and it made her upset. But it's not mine.
Ah, cool.
You sure it's not yours?
Yes. Dad's never even seen. Oh. I don't know. Maybe it is Dad's magazine. I guess it is Dad's magazine.
Now, let's bounce back to the end of the video that came before, Mom Home Alone. Dad might not know entirely what's up, but his shadow appearing does seem to suggest he understands something isn't right. And at the very end, we've got an unexpected message written in binary code. Nice axe. What was all that about a magazine, by the way? That's a thread that picks up from Mom Vacuums, in which Mom is naturally vacuuming, and she finds
Like she should
Dad
be.
magazine.
Oh my. Dad!
This has consequences immediately in family dinner and the video that follows it.
Hey, Mom and Dad, can Griffin come over?
Daughter, you know the rule. You're not allowed to have boys come over until you reach a certain...
Yes, Griffin can come over. Thanks, Mom.
Cheryl, I think we should talk about this first.
I think we should talk about this.
Damn.
Dad, I need to talk. I'm shutting down the server.
What? Why?
You know why. Dad's been bad.
What about my uploads? How will I become the #1 YouTuber? What about my special upload?
Don't ask me. It's not up to me. You can upload again when you reach 5,000 subscribers.
If that ever happens.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that before talk. Oh, look at that. It's already up.
That second video is titled Dad is Offline, and it occurred on March 4th, 2019. We don't see Dad upload again until March 8th, and that's only because, as he commented, Dad used neighbor's Wi-Fi to upload. Dad now knows neighbor's password. Shh. This is a very interesting turn of events. Wife has access to the server. Not the modem, not their Wi-Fi, the server that connects them to YouTube. That's more than a bit strange, isn't it? Not only that they're connected via server, but that wife has power over it. Almost instant power, and she's put up a number gate for returning based on Dad's subscribers. We've been witness to character play all along that lets us know we're not meant to see anybody here as real people, but this is the first time we're given anything that seems to suggest Dad and his family maybe aren't exactly human even in their own context. The video Dad uses his neighbor's Wi-Fi to bring us, Dad is out, really hammers in this idea. Dad is outside for the first time and looks lost, but also exhilarated. He also discovers what we all take for granted, the power of speech and hearing.
Huh? Dad. 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 Dad has voice.
What the fuck? Dad has bald cap. Pretty good bald cap. Ah, I knew they had fucking Netherwings in them.
Dad has voice.
What's that?
Dad likes it out here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice out here, right? You said you're a dad too? Did you say you're a dad?
Yes. I'm Dad.
Oh. Yeah. I can't imagine my life without this little guy. How many do you have?
Dad has one daughter.
Oh. How old is she?
3 eons.
Oh, yeah. Feels like that some days, huh?
Do you want to go to True Value and get everything we need at a price we can afford?
No, I'm good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I gotta get this guy home. You know, he's about to pass out here. We're just gonna take off.
Dad. 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 Dad.
Okay, that was a human. Two humans, technically. A father and son out in the wild who were very much not the stereotype we see in Dad. I think we can lock down very firmly now that there's a world of Dad and his family, and there's the world we know, and Dad seems to end up here when the server is down on his side. This is extremely telling, but we should gather more info to get a sense of just how this is possible and what he and his family are. Right after we stop to take a music break, because Dad's new method of climbing the YouTube charts involves making his own dad-centric music, and he drops 3 hot singles from his debut album, Dad Feels. Can't Be Stopped, True Value, and Diane. There are links to the full album available through Bandcamp in the video descriptions, which include some pieces of interest for us. 2 versions of Dad Feels Golden, one with Dad alone and one with the artist Colleen Green. Track 9 is called Obey the Server. Lyrics for it go like this. Pay the bills to feed the server. Dad uploads so he's eternal. Log onto his e-computer. Dad becomes the best YouTuber. Dad obeys the YouTube server. Family lives for their observers. If Dad can reach little further, he becomes the quantum father. Sub to Dad, obey the server. Just hit play and feel the power. Spend more time with your computer. Life online is so much cooler than outside where people murmur. Look in here, it's always summer, since your life is such a bummer. Hang with Dad, it's so much fun. That's quite a bit to take in. Let's see what we've got here. Pay the bills to feed the server. Dad uploads so he's eternal. Dad obeys the YouTube server. Family lives for their observers. If Dad can reach a little further, he becomes the quantum father. The server is a lot more powerful than we thought it was, and it doesn't just seem like a connection wife can manipulate based on Dad's behavior. It sounds like Dad and his family actually need the server, or Dad feels like they do. If he can reach further as a YouTuber, he becomes the quantum father. This only makes sense in the context of quantum computing, which is the next evolution of computer technology, and most researchers involved in artificial intelligence study quantum computing as a possible route to obtaining their goals. It's actually a major focus over at Google, the parent company for YouTube. Quantum, a research effort from Google AI that aims to build quantum processors and develop novel quantum algorithms to dramatically accelerate computational tasks for machine learning. Quantum computing is a new paradigm that will play a big role in accelerating tasks for AI. We want to offer researchers and developers access to open source frameworks and computing power that can operate beyond classical capabilities. YouTube is part of Google's effort to develop neural networks and machine learning. This site, its algorithms, and the content scanning programs in place all feed into that effort. It's been well documented for a while now that YouTube is somewhat of a testing platform for Google's machine learning work and is also a very rich ground for data harvesting. Dad can become the quantum father if he goes farther on the site. His family exists for their observers, aka viewers, and he's doing a lot of this in service to the server. Obey the server, pay the bills to feed the server. Dad only seems to exist outside and understand his own voice and hearing when the server is shut down, and wife is keeping it from turning back on until he reaches 5,000 subscribers. This channel, this character, this whole enterprise seems like it could be part of Google's overall endeavor to use YouTube for developing AI. Dad has been designed to direct viewers towards this end too. Sub to Dad, obey the server, just hit play and feel the power. Spend more time with your computer. Life online is so much cooler. A few years back, when YouTube changed its algorithm to favor longer content and watch time over view counts, a lot of people were confused why they made that decision. The answer from researchers is that they want to keep you on the website as long as possible, from the moment you start watching a video to the moment you shut off your device or close the app. Keeping you here as long as they can fuels machine learning for what content you enjoy, which informs a catered experience and overall content that can be used by the company and also shared with many other companies. Just hit play and feel the power. Spend more time with your computer. Dad wants you here as long as possible because that's what YouTube wants. But is that all that Dad wants? Is this the entirety of what's going on here? We do have evidence that suggests otherwise. And again, it comes from the music, specifically the videos uploaded to the channel for the singles released. The first video, Can't Be Stopped, contains a secret message hidden along the top in font that can barely be read. The Island. In the next video, True Value, we have Where is CFBDSIR? Where do those messages fit into the grand scheme? Right at this very moment, we can't place them, but that's okay because Dad makes it to 5,000 subscribers and celebrates by dancing in public for a solid hour to the song Dad Feels Good. And yeah, that really happened in one long continuous take. Several people walking by interact with the camera or outright try to avoid getting in the way, but some get in on the act itself. The best moment occurs about halfway through, when a real human dad and his child stop on the opposite side of the road and the dad puts down his backpack to dance along. That, plus everyone who stopped to dance with Dad, including in their cars, made this so great. And that's on top of the already major point that this poor man danced for a solid hour to the same song and kept busting out new moves. He went through more cardio in 1 hour than we do in a full week. Damn. Now, the real point of this video comes from watching a character you don't expect, a personification of YouTube, who looks like a secret agent from the company instead of an employee. There's a real Matrix feeling going on with this guy as he observes Dad throughout the second half of the video. The next upload, Fantasy Story, features the family preparing for a trip to the park. The orb appears to wake Dad, who asks his wife what kind of book she has, which she describes as her favorite mom book and says is a fantasy story. Dad says he has a fantasy too. Fifth gear, wide open. The code at the end of the video is alphabet-based and says, Mom's book? Inspect the cover of that book and you'll recognize it's a romance novel, a reflection of where Mom's mind is lately. The next set of videos are those we've already touched upon concerning Mom Home Alone and The Neighbor, but we also have Dad's chores.
Dad feels okay. Dad's had some time to think. Mom and Dad just need to have a talk. Dad'll explain to...
Was it Dad's magazine? Neighbor doesn't even shop True Value. House shows neighbor good at doesn't even count as a tool. House shows neighbor how a real life works. He can realize True Value. Dad is the best. Who has an axe now? Was it Dad's magazine? What's happening to Dad's life? Gotta clean this place up once and for all. Neighbor then shop True Value. House shows Dad is good at neighbor house shows shop real life.
Dad's chores are done.
Okay. Ominous.
This is an odd one for sure. We've known the orb keeps Dad on track, but now it's given him something that's caused immediate anger towards the neighbor, and we're suddenly hearing a voice intermingling with his thoughts. It seems like it's trying to communicate with Dad and wake him up. At the end of the video, we also have a video linked to Dad is awake and nothing else on the screen. It's like we're experiencing a reset on the channel. More music arrives. Dad is on. Dad Feels Good. Dad Feels Golden featuring Colleen Green, and Dad Bod, which has a moment of binary code flashing that's a link to an article on Variety's website. Aaron Paul, Chelsea Handler, and Meg Ryan topline Sun Valley Film
Chelsea
Fest.
Handler, for fuck's sake.
It's really hard to understand why the link brought us here. And just to check that we're not going crazy and getting that link wrong, I looked at the comments on the article and found another Dad viewer asking what he sent us here for. So the link is not an accident. The lyrics to Dad Bod suggest what we already suspect. Dad is not human, and neither is his family, and it might not even be a case of AI or machine learning after all. Left my planet, now looking for some fun. Moving like a human in that Dad Bod. Human sweat seeping out of his neck. In the video Dad is on, we also have the lyrics, Move Your Human Limbs. And in the video for Dad Feels Good, we have a flash of binary code at the very start, revealing a link to ImageBB. The picture is another message in binary code, and you are not prepared for what this one says.
Pussy.
Lieutenant Emily Ridley, this is base, come in. Now let's bring in the line that shows up early in Dad Feels Good. Some things that make Dad feel good are Can of Food and Kepler VR. Kepler is the name of NASA's telescope for studying a very far-reaching area of space, where the first Earth-sized planet in the habitable zone of a star was discovered, Kepler 186f. The first planet in the Kepler study zone to be in the habitable area, however, is Kepler 22b, which is about twice the size of Earth. The connection to the Kepler planet zone is confirmed through binary code hidden in the episode Dad Loves Mom, which, when decoded, provides the end of a link to a YouTube video titled Sounds of the Planets. And this includes Kepler 22b, 186f, and C. We're not going to visit Dad Feels Golden featuring Colleen Green because all we need is available in the solo version. Dad is riding a motorcycle and lyrics say, "Fifth wide open, feel the wind flowing. Never turn back, fifth gear wide open," which answers what Dad's fantasy was in the video from earlier. He wants to jump on a motorcycle and ride free. That was the meaning of fifth gear wide open. But of major note in this video is the secret message spelled out using lowercase letters in the lyrics. Dad is our only chance of survival. So, that's pretty heavy, huh? All of this put together is a bit mind-boggling.
Molly, you've been
and
out.
that's
You're
not even
good.
including the content of Dad Loves Mom.
You're not going back
which
out again
introduces a
right
new
now.
light orb while
Settle.
Dad goes on the first light orb's directive of suddenly admitting that he loves Diane, followed by a rewind of recent events
I
and
know you
Dad's
know
appearance
English,
in what
bitch.
looks like a city from the future. Oh, and all of this happens while Dad writes
You
the
know
rest
English
of the
better
chapter
than
play, because
most fucking
apparently this
Americans.
video was a YouTube premiere, so viewers got to interact live as this happened, and Dad was asking for help. In fact, this isn't even the first time Dad used the premiere function. A closer look at the channel's uploads reveal a good amount of them were sent as premieres, and some provide clues. On the video Dad is out, we have a message saying, "Dad has the sneak to be out," which immediately corrects our course of thinking for that episode. The server going down does not mean that Dad is set free after all, not in any way that we might have been thinking. Dad's capable of sneaking out on his own. Maybe the server activity has something to do with keeping him from getting out normally, but it's not the end-all be-all for escaping. Then we have comments on videos like, "Who is Dad?" in which he says, "YouTube is slower than Dad. Dad is HD. Dad is perfect. Dad loves food. Earth. This Earth." That brings in the Kepler zone for sure, with Dad saying how much he loves Earth and how he left his planet. But then we have the comment from Dad Feels Good. Error, which brings to mind this incident during the 1-hour session of Dad Feeling Good.
Dad is feeling oh so good cause Dad is done work and it's new. Yeah, Dad is feeling oh so good because the kids are off at school. Yeah, Dad is feeling oh so good because he's got the living, 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 got the living. Dad has felt a lot of things of bliss and joy of when he sings. Always annoyed at job feelings, just like all of you are things. Dad will soon feel everything. Dad is strong but still growing. Dad feels so good.
Now, taking all of these clues, codes, and moments together, we find ourselves looking at a very odd situation. Dad seems to be alien in origin, but his exact nature is unknown. Is he a machine learning program? Is he a robot? Is he a legitimate alien? Is he an alien robot infused with machine learning being remotely controlled by someone on a Kepler planet? What does YouTube have to do with all of this, and why is it so important for Dad and whatever force he's associated with to dominate the website? We need to see a good bit more from Dad and his rise to fame if we want to figure all of this out, especially in the wake of secret messages to Lieutenant Emily Ridley from Base Command. What we can do right now is take all we have and cast a theory into the water. Obedience to the server, a necessary rise to fame on YouTube, alien origins, machine connectivity, secret codes based in binary, dependence on that server from before. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. And since we're only just finished with Act 1, there's a lot of room to be wrong, but this is how it boils down as one potential plot summary using everything that we have. YouTube has either been infiltrated or set up from the beginning by aliens from a Kepler planet using Google's machine learning programs to gather massive amounts of information on the human race. Dad and his family are part of this process and possibly a product of their work. An early prototype, you might say, of a human designed from everything they know based on the information gathered so far. It would explain why the characters are really characters of a dad, wife, daughter, and neighbor. They're simple, archetypal, stereotypical, because that's the mass-pulled information depiction of what a dad, wife, daughter, and neighbor might be on Earth, according to aliens. Dad having issues with his family that are just as stereotypical as a cartoon or sitcom father's issues is reflective of the knowledge base, but tossing Dad into these circumstances might be the server's way of testing the program. Subject Dad to drama, see how he reacts, if he has new emotions, thoughts, feelings, see what he does, observe the behavior. Put it on camera, put it online, show it to people and see how they respond to him. Gather all of that data. No matter what, we can pin some things down from our information regardless of a theory that ties them all together. And the facts we have inform us going forward a lot. First, Dad and his family absolutely aren't human. Second, This has to do with something in space, be it alien or a far-reaching experiment by YouTube or Google. Third, Dad really needs to become a YouTube star and is obedient to the server, which is directly affiliated with YouTube, and his family works towards that same goal, punishing and rewarding Dad with server access. That server, by the way, apparently is a channel that Dad follows, and his face, for some reason, appears in one of its videos, adding a little bit more confusion and mystery on top of what we already have. Fourth, Dad is encountering drama stereotypical of American family issues, especially in the romance department, with both he and his wife thinking about cheating. The server seems to be pushing him toward issues of drama, particularly where the neighbor is concerned. Finally, whatever is on the side of Dad and the server is trying to reach out to Lieutenant Emily Ridley, and also wants us to know that Dad is their only chance of survival. That's all well and good. We have some facts in place, and using them we have a bit of a theory we can project. Now, want to look at some things that make life harder for us? Of course you do. I knew you would. Remember that secret message from one of the music videos earlier? Where is CFBDSIR? There's a companion piece on Dad's Twitter account in the form of a video titled CFBDSIR 214-90403. CFBDSIR 2149-0403 turns out to be a planet that's possibly part of the constellation Dorado. Scientists are trying to determine if it's fixed in place there or if it's what's known as a rogue planet, a free-floating celestial body roaming the universe without the gravitational pull of a solar system. So again, we have references to very deep areas of space surrounded in mystery pertaining to Dad, and a direct message for Dad to wake up, and we don't know who's telling him to do so. The idea of a rogue planet here, a free-floating celestial body, that actually lines up with a video that Dad liked on the channel. He's got only a few videos that he's liked, one of which directly deals with the idea of what would happen if a rogue planet entered our solar system. What would happen to our gravity? Would we be okay? Is this what Dad is trying to get at? Is this what the server or whatever aliens are connected to this are trying to get at? Is there a rogue planet that's entered our system and now we're being infiltrated? At this point, it could be anything to do with rogue planets or alien interference, and oh man, it's a lot to take in right now and just try and form a theory out of from Act 1. Especially because we also have instances of the mystery breaking into a meta level pertaining to direct violation of the fourth wall. On Dad's community tab, he posted in all caps saying delete recently, along with a video called Dad Feels Great by Nathan Barnett, the actor and creator of the character who introduced Dad in skits on his own channel. Going into Nathan's full channel for more evidence surrounding Dad opens a big can of worms. It starts with a video saying goodbye to YouTube called Ignore This Video. Open it up and you'll see this in the video description. I'm not quitting YouTube. My channel has been hacked. My MCM is leaving this here for the investigation. This is in complete contradiction to the context of the video.
I unfortunately am going to just kind of end my YouTube and wrap it up. YouTube wants it. I have to say goodbye. Thank you everyone who has watched. Thank you everyone who supported me and donated. Thank you for everything. Thank you for watching. I need to just call it quits. My channel is at an all-time low. The views and subscriptions are drastically going down. If I had the means that Buster Keaton had, or like Jim Carrey, or people who have a big platform where I could have props and help and sets built and endless resources, I could be filming and creating the things that I have in my mind and the things I've always wanted to film. My ideas are too big, and I want to make things like Jackie Chan and movies like Place Beyond the Pines, things that I love. I want to make my own versions of these types of stories. So you'll be seeing more from me, hopefully on the bigger screen. But for now, YouTube wants it. But for now, thank you for everything. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me.
Okay.
This video ends with a link to another video on which Dad himself commented, "Reseed the lawn or raid existence?" The video shows Nathan trying to hide from Dad, who comes to investigate the window, all while audio is played in reverse. Here's the translation.
Oh no. Huh. He's coming. They released him. Don't let them find me. Please.
Another video arrives on the public side of Nathan's channel that seems connected to the bleed over of the Dad storyline, 851.216.mov.
Yes, it's finished. Server confirmed it. There's only a few steps left. Are you doubting us? Then watch what you say. Don't forget who you're dealing with. The website will not be happy if they hear this. Good.
Dad is seen in the comments again. They shouldn't see through. Another video is uploaded to Nathan's side, titled, "This channel no longer exists," and features not only Dad in a reflection in the poster in the upper right corner, but an appearance by the glowing orb. And finally, we have this video, marked by a bunch of underlines for a title.
Hi. How was your day?
So, yeah, if we wanted to get more complicated, things just got more complicated. Not only is Dad connected to outer space and might be an alien machine learning network or android or an alien altogether, he's also a haunting doppelganger of Nathan, the character's creator, and wants evidence of that deleted. And Nathan also appears to be subject to the whims of the glowing orb, which is working on behalf of the server or wife. Here's the good news about our situation. We are only just getting started. Everything we've seen tonight is part of Dad Act 1 according to a comprehensive video on the channel. Dad Act 2 begins on May 6th, or has already just started depending on when this video lands. Okay, so real quick, let's have an addition here because that Act 2 opening on May 6th was much more revealing than anticipated and really gives us some direction, and we have got to talk about this. The video shows a sky that includes a planet we shouldn't be able to see from Earth, possibly a rogue planet or a Kepler body, followed by an astronaut that crash lands in the desert. We follow a man in black that reminds us of the agent of YouTube who reveals Dad is in the astronaut suit and has hair. We cycle through what appear to be memories of Dad's concerning a son and a previous wife, who also had spacesuits, it seems. In the end, Dad is carried off in astronaut form along with cans of food while another Dad is left behind. This seems to confirm that Dad is from space, or he did something involving space, but it really muddies the waters for concepts about Dad being alien or of alien origin. What if Dad is actually human and always has been, but someone got hold of him after a failed space mission? Where did he really come from? Earth or the planet we see above? And who is the doppelganger left behind? Is this Nathan Barnett? This definitely clarifies some things, but leaves us wonderfully confused for more. We'll have to see how the next few uploads for Dad unfold.
Ooh, egg.
Dad also has an upcoming 10,000 subscriber special, a mark he met right in time for coverage by Inside of Mind, a fellow YouTuber who specializes in coverage of online storytelling and friend of Night Mind. There's even a Dad Feels Thankful video on the channel now acknowledging this happened and making us aware that Dad is infinite. He swears he will fix YouTube. He is the best pop star. And we also catch another binary message that translates to, someone got in. Dad is far from done, and Act 2 is most likely going to clarify some things while giving us way more to puzzle over. But from everything we can see so far, this is a very fun ride to be part of. The underlying story, the secret codes that actually make sense as being written in binary because it might be a machine learning program, the surface level story, and the sheer silliness of Dad himself and his stereotypical character set to monotone pop music is all just great. Dad, ultimately, is fun. It's goofy and it's smart, a wonderful mix, and in this house, we celebrate Dad. Especially because Father's Day is coming up and we know for sure what Dad's favorite store is, so getting quality goods at affordable prices will be a breeze when it comes to choosing his gift. Here's to you, Dad. Keep on dancing until you hit that quantum status. Definitely subscribe to Dad if you want to see more, and also just to see how crazy this gets for the story as his numbers continue to climb. It's pretty clear that the amount of subscribers influences the story, and from what we've seen just in Act 1, this is a path that's very rewarding to go down. Inventive, fun, weird, smart, slightly disturbing, and wonderfully dumb all at once. That's our Dad. Thanks for watching, and thanks especially to all my supporters on Patreon, who feed my server and ensure Nick stays on YouTube to continue being Cat Dad to all of you. Being a patron makes Cat Dad feel good. Seriously though, thank you for all you do for the channel, and please stick around to see the names of awfully awesome patrons who keep the moonlight on and electricity flowing at the end of this video. Thanks for joining me in the dock.
Yeah, that's all for that one. Shit, a little more than half an hour left before 6 hours. Well, it's something that's a little more than half an hour. Why not? Why the fuck not?
You'd think I would have learned by now that poking the bear is a very real danger in this field. Don't tease a web series or internet mystery into action. It will jump out and bite you. It happened with the Wyoming incident, it happened with Cam Drone, it happened with Jack Torrance. And now here we are with my current run of video coverage plans bumped up by a week because I decided to tease a web series. 1 week ago, I posted a community tab message giving everyone a heads up on the progress for House of Leaves Explored Part 3, the end of that series, and what I was looking forward to doing next. And then, because Easter was right around the corner and I was thinking about holidays and releases on YouTube, I remembered that the last time Petscop updated was on Halloween, and they had barely been uploading before that with just a few videos in July. It had been more than 5 months since we saw signs of life from them, and I thought, you know what? You want to make a bet? So I wrote on a whim, if Petscop actually updates before Easter or on Easter weekend, I'll give you guys a video with all my thoughts on it so far. Doubt they will, but they seem to like holidays. Starting at 12:01 a.m. this past Sunday, I got to eat crow for my Easter dinner. 5 plates of crow, it turns out, as Petscop uploaded again, and then 2 more times, for a total of 5 uploads. Yeah. So now here we are. But you know what? Had I called them out or not, this Easter still provided the points that were needed. I haven't covered Petscop at all since I first talked about them as a new web series back on May 23rd, 2017. We're just 1 month shy of 2 years passing since I looked at them, and the lack of coverage has actually been for the same reasons I'm finally able to make a video. Simply put, until Easter, any attempt to solve what's been happening with Petscop using solid evidence and logic wasn't possible. Kudos to anybody who tried, but every upload, I hoped for something tangible that served as a linchpin, and instead, we got what felt like cryptic spaghetti noodles. Mysteries require convincing connections between evidence and details. We had a lot of details, and we had some evidence, but mostly what we had was cryptic presentation. We even began to see the channel owners putting censorship blocks over major pieces of evidence and saying we were not allowed to see any of it yet. There was an active attempt in the storytelling itself to keep us from knowing enough to put connections together. Theory attempts would have been premature, and because of that, I felt any sort of coverage would have been irresponsible. The clues were not substantial enough to paint a believable picture of what's happening here and why. All I would have been able to do making a video would have amounted to summarizing what happened in the uploads and then shrugging my shoulders. But this Easter, Petscop delivered, and now we can really nail down some previously untouchable elements. As always, if you haven't watched the series in question, take a moment now to go rectify that and see Petscop for yourself. Channels like mine that review media serve as commentary, critique, and celebration of media, not substitution or replacement for the media itself. You're not going to get the Petscop experience choosing an explanation video over the actual channel, and if you go ahead anyway, you'll be missing entire chunks of information and context. Watch the videos before you watch me, and pay respect and viewership to the creators first. This content would not exist without their content. Now, if you've already seen the videos or you just got done watching them and have returned, we can begin.
Jesus.
In the first video on Petscop, we explored the premise and initial findings from the channel. Our main character Paul is uploading videos of his playthrough of Petscop to show a friend or relative he told about the game. Petscop doesn't seem to be a major release of some kind. It's an obscure title made by a company called Garalina in 1997. It came with a note that made 2 comments about secret modes in the game, one of which was written on June 13, 1997 and mentioned a website on the sticker created by the note's author. Petscop turned out to be an unfinished game for kids with a very simple premise and layout. You were the only visitor to Even Care, a pet center in the gift plane that was abandoned long ago. There are pets here you can adopt, and catching them results in a book of pets in the pause menu being filled out with information. These pets require some puzzle solving to catch and are not the usual sort of animals you'd imagine. But this is all just the surface layer. Activating the code from the sticker unlocks a world underneath the gift plane, known as the New Maker Plane. It's dark, creepy, and feels every bit like the sort of discovery written about in every creepypasta ever composed about a haunted video game. Except there are no skeletons, jump scares, or blood. Just a lot of space you can easily lose yourself in. Some buildings, objects, collectible gems, and graves. Throughout the first 8 uploads, we gain a lot of information that still comes with plenty of mystery. Down here, there's a place called the Child Library, an elevator to kids' bedrooms that you need the proper face icon to access from an array of options, a mirrored area called Quitter's Room, and a big mystery surrounding a girl named Care, who has gone missing and apparently has no eyebrows. And there's also a windmill, a camera, a talking statue called Tool, moments of possession over Tool that indicate the game might be haunted, name drops for a variety of characters, and a version of the player character with a weird green gemstone for a head running around making things much more confusing than they already were. And with all the notes and bits of colored dialogue found in the game on top of all this, there was already plenty to be confused about. And that's even before bringing up the roadway with a car that always just manages to miss hitting you after crossing. Over the course of events from the first few months, we do learn a bit. The character with the green gemstone for a head is named Marvin, and he constantly seeks help from you, which is confirmed by Tool. He wants to know where his house is. His daughter is inside. He also wants to know where the school is. So far, Paul can't help with any of this, despite Marvin's urging and saying he'll follow Paul to the locations. We learn from his narration that even if Petscop is an obscure game, his family has history with it. He speaks to someone who had it before him and says there's not a passageway they mention being in the game. His mother also apparently took ownership of Petscop during 2004, so it's been in Paul's family for quite a while. He also doesn't seem to recognize the name of the dead boy in the game, Michael Hammond, who lived from 1988 to 1995. In Petscop 9, we pick up more clues that increase the mystery surrounding things we're already unfamiliar with. Paul manages the trick from the first half of the note that came with the game, turning into a shadow monster, which lets him into the windmill. Inside, we find a girl balanced on a gear and a pile of gems, which Paul collects by talking to a white version of Tool. He uses the face from the canvas to go to the room of the girl and is told, "You found her." It's quickly apparent this is not Care. She still appears to be stuck where we found her in the shed, in her NLM phase. Nobody loves me. In the note from the previous room, which belonged to Care, we're told, "You're in the bathtub thinking about her. I have a guess at which child you'll pick next. When you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. She'll appear from the darkness, limping, and I'll shoot her in the head." The new room's carpet has gears and a specific gem shape for its pattern. There's also a passageway to the right. On the table is a red tool and a model of the windmill you just came from. The note on the wall says, "You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture moments later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Rainer, Newmaker." Going down the hall to the right, the loading screen is the gem icon from the carpet. Paul appears on a path leading up to a birthday cake with a slice removed, a present with a sticker on it, a picture of a bench with a missing cake slice and a pinwheel on it, and a gift box with no sticker. The unmarked box has a green key inside. The gift box with a sticker has a huge red spinning diamond shape that gets censored by Paul. All of this happens in episode 9. Right now, we're going to jump forward to episode 17, the first released on Easter. Sound files are accessed in the game that include snippets of Care's voice, saying uh-oh and bye-bye. Playing bye-bye an unknown amount of times unlocks a new selection screen, with one of the options being Room Impulse. We see Anna Office, Sort Test, Gift Plane, Grave, Hallway 1, Hallway 2, House, House Bathroom, House Gara, short for Garage, and 2 level 1 rooms. Selecting the house and choosing Generation 10 shows us Marvin's house, where a birthday is being celebrated. Paul's character is there, as well as the
Is there
troubling
really
version
no
that might
fucking
indicate his past
repair
breakthroughs.
guy here?
The compass icon is played with until the player makes it outside, where there are signs showing a birthday cake and an image of Care. The
Oh,
white
thank
text appears
fuck.
saying, "Hi there, wake up, you're free." There you go, thank you. I want you to retrace your steps. The family, as usual, wants to learn what happened to you between November 10th and 12th of 1997. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building, and on the 12th, you arrived at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th, and what were you doing there? I hope to guide you to that location with a spell, which I will begin now. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12th, 1992. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, an auntie named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, a cousin named Daniel. I know what you must be thinking. Have these statements always been true, or have I cursed you? Is there such a thing? A curse that changes your past? Stop thinking. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. You ran away, crying, ashamed, covering your face. You were blind. At some point, your movements stopped making sense, bumping into walls and doors, dodging invisible obstacles. Find the moment. When were you led astray on the road? The character continues to run backward and stops when the white text returns. The girl went missing around here. Story goes, your daddy used to sit on a bench with a birthday cake, trying to lure her home. Instead of missing girl signs, he put up birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday girl. Of course, the birthday girl never came home, to his disappointment. When I learned about this absurd story, I spent a lot of time digging. Eventually, I found out what really happened to that girl. Want to know? Ask. And so the character runs around in a way that summons the asking box for Tool. What happened to her, they type. And then a grave emerges from the ground, capped with the gemstone shape from the room visited in Petscop 9 following the discovery of the windmill girl, and the passageway leading out of that room. It even has that girl's face on it. Same eyes, same nose. Lena Leskowitz, 1968 to 1977. They didn't see her. Now, let's go back to that room after the girl from the windmills. What's inside? A birthday cake with a slice taken out, and behind it, a picture of a bench with that cake slice and a pinwheel. And in the room before it, the one that belongs to the girl from the windmill, we have this note. You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friends. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Rainer, Newmaker. Lena Leskowitz, a girl who died in 1977, had a grave with a face and headstone directly related to the girl from the windmill. We're told by Rainer they discovered a photo of you from 1977, standing in front of a windmill with a friend, and that friend disappeared into thin air along with the windmill. You and the friend's sister couldn't find her. Whoever you and the sister are, they didn't see her. Now let's look at episode 20, also released on Easter. We're watching a playthrough by Marvin that was recorded by the game, a function most PlayStation-era games and games in general did not have, but is a core unspoken feature of Petscop. The white text appears, saying, "Hi Marvin, Rainer here. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost." I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here there are no landmarks, but this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. Where is this building? From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unmarked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person who can find it. Marvin finds a wooden hatch leading into a room with a sign that reads, Roadmap. What follows is a sign that says Caskets. When these are done, they will be great. Anybody who sees them is sure to become part of the family. The caskets are presented on pedestals, and we come to find they're all previously censored objects. Casket 2 is the red diamond shape from the gift box with a sticker. It seems to be an icon of Care in the middle with the diamond component as a sort of crown behind her. Later, Marvin comes to a point where he can ask Tool a question. We watch him typing, about to ask, did you dig? When he changes it to, did you find Alina? From the first note in Care's room leading to the one in Lena's, it is heavily insinuated they were written by Rainer to Marvin. His text, we find, shows up in the same color as his personal icon in past recordings, green. Your wife says, Care isn't growing eyebrows. You say, that's a puzzle, and your quote is in green. You're secretly very excited to hear this news. You're in the bathtub thinking about her. All clues right now point to Marvin being the one these notes saying you were directed at. We even have a quote from Rainer in Petscop 11 to confirm it, under the information tab for Care A. When the emergency began, you were all looking for Care A. I told you all, we would never find Care A. When Care A goes missing, she goes missing forever. My brother didn't want us to find him because he knew we were all looking for Michael A. I'm back. This is my present for you. I started it in 1996 for Marvin. If you think they're worth any effort, see if you can save Care B or Care NLM. Care B is in the school, of course. This lines up with the information from the new releases. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12, 1992. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, an auntie named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, a cousin named Daniel. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building, and on the 12th, you were robbed at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th? Hearing that Care was kidnapped for 5 months but ran away on November 10th only to come back on the 12th, you might ask yourself what happened to that 5-month span, but a careful rereading of the information sets it straight. Care was kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. On November 10th of 1997, she ran away from her daddy's school building, and on the 12th, she arrived at the house. Marvin is her father, and we know from previous videos that he wants to find the school in the game. So, where's the kidnapping incident? When did that take place? The answer comes in Petscop 11, straight from Paul himself.
I don't know if you got that immediately. Yeah, so June to November. Yeah, on that topic, I don't remember meeting this girl at all. I don't remember knowing her at any point. And I remember you saying that we are exactly the same age. Right? I just don't remember even hearing about anyone going missing. Right? I remember her going missing. Or anything like that. I mean, I was a kid, but even then, could have been one of those periods when we weren't visiting very much. But it seems weird, right? Because I don't know if you can verify these dates, but 5th of June, 10th of November, right, when she went missing and when she was found, right?
Later in this video, we're in Marvin's house, and the calendar says it's June 5th. Care A is in her bedroom. A clock on the wall reads 6:10, and there's an air conditioner in the window. At 6:15, Marvin comes in through the window, knocking out the AC, and steals Care. We're told Care left the room. Care was abducted by her father, Marvin, from the home he shared with his wife on June 5th, 1997. She spent 5 months in an abandoned school building he had access to, which we've seen before in the game, and in November, on the 10th, Care escaped, returning back home for her birthday on November 12th. Rainer, whoever they are, were actually working on the game during all this. Hi Marvin, Rainer here. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here there are no landmarks, but this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. Where is this building? From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unlocked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person who can find it. And so now, we have a timeline of events. A very, very weird timeline, especially considering the end of Rainer's note to Marvin about the windmill incident. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it because I found the evidence. In 1977, Marvin's friend Lena Leskowitz disappeared during a trip to a windmill. The photo of Marvin and Lena was taken by her sister, who later became Marvin's wife, Anna, and their friend was, according to Rainer, reborn as their daughter. Carrie Care Mark is born on November 12, 1992. In June of 97, she was kidnapped by her father Marvin and held captive in a school building until November of that year. But Rainer says they began working on Petscop in 96, and their note from recent upload states, Hi Marvin, Rainer here. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Care is still missing. We are searching. Beyond here, there are no landmarks, but this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's unmarked, of course. That's the trouble. You're the only person who can find it. So Marvin starts looking for the grave, and when he gets a prompt from Tool, he tries to write, Did you dig? But then changes it to, Did you find Lena? Put the comment about Marvin's daughter being the missing friend reborn aside for a moment, and we have events we can lay down in stone for sure due to the logic and evidence presented. Marvin knows what happened to Lena Leskowitz, the girl from the windmill, his wife's sister. Rainer knows what happened too, and wants Marvin to find an unmarked grave. He's the only person who can find it. You know the grave I'm talking about. And Marvin ends up asking, did you dig? Did you find Alina? And who's your boss? Raynor has a vendetta against Marvin. It seems they've had one even before Kara went missing, and what they want out of Marvin involves putting him through a video game experience that secretly records your playthrough, placing Marvin at a familiar location and saying, go find an unmarked grave from here that only you know how to find. This brings us some closure on the total left field nature of the video from Halloween with its unexpected message. No controller input has been detected for a very long time. Family, neighbors, police, or whoever, keep game console running. Call provided phone number. Why would police be listed in here? It would only occur if there was something involved that required police to be notified. And Marvin, who we know is capable of kidnapping, also seems to be the prime suspect in Raynor's investigation into the disappearance of Lena Leskowitz. Where does Raynor even figure in, though? Who are they, and why on earth did Marvin kidnap his own daughter? The second question is easier to answer and comes from the casket room. Casket 4. 5 words written on the chalkboard in the dirty building that you inhabit. This makes it very clear that Marvin is the one being spoken to here, and Raynor has seen inside the building. Casket 3. After kicking you out of the house, your wife started painting the walls black to cover the stencils. I helped. She made it feel urgent. That Saturday, busy with work, she penned a note. It contained a list of objects. It's difficult to gauge just what we're looking at here, until you review PetsCop 14. Paul is using the demo recording aspect of PetsCop to access secrets hinted at by Raynor, and it involves pushing a bucket into the bedroom. Inside we have a blue bed and a green bed, the colors representing Anna and Marvin. Initially, we see a windmill model on the side of Marvin's bed. This windmill vanished off the face of the earth. Here's a similar puzzle. For you, Marvin. There are 2 pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door is closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door is open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened? This puzzle is solved by Paul and his use of the bucket. In the demo recording, we see that Marvin's side of the room is empty, except for a black center square covering a portion of the wall. Look at that design of the floor and wall. It's the same image from Casket 3, showing us the stencil that was painted there and previously censored. We can even see half of the room is black on Anna's side. It was completely green when Marvin had the windmill model inside. Paul brings the bucket into the room, and it suddenly develops a black paint roller, which begins covering the wall. The moment it covers up the stencil, the censor square disappears. This provides Paul with a black key, which unlocks the garage door, where a computer can be found showing off the PetsCop website. In the video depicting the abduction of Care, we see the house interior painted black, including Care's room. The house itself, outside, is also black. When we first see Marvin's house, back when he's looking for it, we find it's green. All depictions of the home in black can, in this timeline, be seen as coming after Marvin was kicked out and Care's abduction. And Raynor was here during all of it. He was, in fact, around the whole family quite a bit, according to what Paul says in episode 11, after looking at Raynor's note describing Care A and how the emergency was handled.
I saw him at a birthday party once. One of the older kids were down in the basement playing video games. I remember one. He was down there too. He's older than the rest of them though.
Also of note is Raynor's Christmas message, which corresponds with the information in the video description by the channel owners. The purpose of this YouTube channel is to preserve and display the recordings within the video game PetsCop while keeping some of their content private. They were first given to us as a Christmas gift many years ago. The game had an interesting journey before and after that day. Raynor was, most likely, a family member, or at the very least, he was close to the family. Certainly close enough for Anna to ask him to come paint in the house after she had a serious falling out with her husband. And close enough in all that time to, seemingly, develop a video game in the garage with models of rooms in the house, including Anna's office. This was something he had been working on since 1996. For Marvin. There's one more item of note in the casket room. Casket number 1, which finally brings us full circle with clues we discussed back in the first PetsCop video ages ago. It's a daisy in a red vase, the same kind we had to pull the petals from in the shed where we first found Care, covering up her face, an allusion to the story of Daisy Had Maisie by Dr. Seuss, coupled with that phrase, good grief and alas, in a hallway in episode 3. About Casket 1, Raynor writes, you showed Care her red, blurry reflection in a vase. You said, do you see that? Look at how ugly you are now. Care squinted her eyes. The reflection wasn't clear at all, but as he began to describe her grisly deformities, she began to see them. Nobody wants to see you like this, he said. But she soon escaped and bravely returned home. In her bathroom mirror, she saw a clear picture. Daisy Had Maisie was all about a girl with a flower growing out of her head who was made to feel ashamed of her condition, so she runs away. By the end, she comes to realize people still love her, and she returns home, resulting in the flower going away. It would seem Care experienced her own version of this trauma during the ordeal with her father. So, we have a timeline laid out, events pinned, and sense made of a good amount of things we've seen so far. But there are still a terrible amount of questions that remain, especially in the wake of new answers. Why was Marvin kicked out of the house? How did the police not manage to track him down at that school building? Where was Care during November 11th? Who was Raynor during all of this, and why was he around so much? How much more connected is Lena to this entire story? Is it really possible that Care is Lena reborn? Did Marvin kill Lena? It certainly seems to suggest that he killed her, or he knows what happened to her, and Raynor knows too. But if Lena wasn't murdered, how did she disappear? One way you can take the statement on her grave, they didn't see her, is in the context of a driving accident. A driver who runs someone over, especially a child, usually says, "I didn't see them." It would make sense considering how quickly the player runs over to the roadway and tries to get the car to hit them. You've already got a few illusions still watching out for cars and images focused on tires and PetsCop. Where does Michael Hammond come into the picture? Is he the same Michael we're seeing in dozens of save files for the game that are secret recordings of playthroughs? Why does this game have so many secret recordings anyway? How many people have accessed this game? How long has PetsCop been passed around in Paul's family? How on earth did we get an overlay of a player's bedroom that caught them ignoring PetsCop in the video on Halloween? How does a video game like this even have that kind of sentience or ability? Paul was onto something when he questioned Tool and wondered aloud about the voice behind it. Is there something alive to this game? How? We've already crossed into the paranormal territory concerning ideas of Lena being reborn as Care and having evidence for it under Raynor. How do we even have something as crazy as Marvin trying to interact with Paul when Paul is the only one playing PetsCop? And for that matter, how do all these crazy random button presses result in coherent words? And where is Paul now anyway? We haven't seen him for quite a few videos now. And finally, what is the meaning behind the Tiara Belle issue? Marvin claims that this is Belle. She claims that she is Tiara. Raynor also doesn't quite know what to call her during the game. And all we know of her comes from her appearance in the Quitters room and the classroom at Marvin's school. Oh, and to add even more on top of all this, what was up with the Easter egg being found in Daniel's game during episode 19? Is this the cousin Daniel mentioned as part of Care's family? Is it important that this is Mike's playthrough? And speaking of the family, when it comes to Jill and Thomas, if you watch the moment that references Jill and listen to what Paul says about it in PetsCop 14 during Care's birthday party, we enter a whole new realm of paranormal fears and major questions.
I think that was based off of a conversation that I had last year on my birthday. If it wasn't just a coincidence, then that means I'm getting pranked. But I don't know how that magic trick works exactly.
This all brings us to the moment where I need to explain something wholesale about PetsCop rather than piecemeal, because I'm sure it did not go over your heads just now how many questions we currently have compared to the answers we've got. PetsCop came out on March 12th, 2017. That is now more than 2 years ago. They've already passed their 2-year anniversary and year 3 has begun. We're up to video number 21 as of April 21st, 2019. It took us 2 years to make what feels like genuinely satisfying connections from all the material that's been presented so far. Now, you could say that connections could be made as soon as PetsCop 11, and I would agree with you. But after watching Care's abduction during that time, you still don't know what Marvin was truly doing in the game. The way everything happened, it looked a lot like he was only showing Paul how to solve the puzzle and catch Care. Marvin was an NPC to us the whole time until that moment, trying to guide Paul to see things and find locations. Why wouldn't he show the player how to solve a puzzle like this? The idea of it being demonstration of a past event in the story is immediately overwritten by the player's ability to follow what he did and reap the reward of catching Care. It came off as instructional rather than a story cutscene. It's only now with videos that had to give us full-on exposition that we understand what was really happening. That's a lot of what's been going on with PetsCop as a web series. When the video uploaded isn't showing us another cryptic, vague detail or message to add to the ever-growing pile of vague, cryptic details and messages with no real connections we can draw, we're being hand-delivered the next bit of progress through direct messages. And when none of that's happening, we get sequences that are just kind of slow to watch. There have been a good amount of moments like this in PetsCop, where you're sitting back and just waiting for Paul or whoever has the controller now to get to their objective. We have the power of editing, guys. We can speed up the process and cut out the wait times without sacrificing realism or suspenseful pacing. The same thing was done for the Halloween video. You could have cut that time in half and had the same impact of what was shown to us. Now, what I'm not going to knock Petscop for is the amount of time between uploads. They have followed the fate of every single dark media web series and online project that came, saw, and conquered and became popular. Sudden slowdown syndrome. And it can be for anything and everything. Life happens. School happens, jobs happen, depression and anxiety happen, financial woes happen, sickness and death happens, romance happens, breakups happen, your car blowing a tire or its brake line happens, and busy months where you just can't get to your creative work happens. When you actually begin to make things yourself, you lose every bit of naive ignorance concerning the pace that creators should be working at. Don't ever stop working on content completely, but don't ever beat yourself up over not getting things done because life gets in the way and other priorities took up your time.
Might as well go check
Some steps
the
of the
fortress
process behind a
one
5-minute
more
video
time.
can take as long as 5 days. That's something audiences cannot and will not understand. So in terms of anybody who's ragging on Petscop when it comes to their upload schedule, cut them a break, and then cut them another break on top of it. That being said, the actual turnout of the content when it comes to presentation of the mystery, clues, and information when uploads do occur does warrant a serious discussion. Petscop does not work like anything else in the field because, despite its appearance and its mystery, it's not playing out like anything else in the field. Petscop in its own universe is an alternate reality game, yes, but Petscop the experience is not an ARG. There are projects that are purely video-based that can still be called alternate reality games, because half of the objective behind the creativity is to present a game for the viewer in which they're actively using information and clues in every upload to make breakthroughs. Every new piece of content has a section that makes a viewer excited because suddenly they're understanding the plot more, and now they can make an even better guess at what comes next, better than they were last time. Every step gets them closer. Petscop is nothing like that. This is the most serial, linear web series I've seen in a while. Most web series you find in this field, they want you to figure out their story as they develop. Petscop wants you to sit back so it can tell you its story. It provides new pieces of information that don't connect to previous pieces of information, then continues to add on to the piles and dance around existing lines of intrigue, driving you further and further along and wondering what the point of looking at a new upload is when it's going to be more of the same. And I'm sorry, but that's just not good. Even when I don't know the specific details of what's going to be shown, I still know what I'm in for when a new Petscop video appears. I should never have that feeling as a viewer. I should be excited because I know that in whatever wacky, glitchy weirdness is shown, I'm going to have that moment where I see something and go, aha, now it's connecting. And it shouldn't take 2 years to get there. I wanted to be able to make a big, explanation-filled, enthusiastic, all-out video before this point. I just didn't get anything to seriously work with until that Easter basket. There's such a tightrope walking ordeal that comes with deciding how much information to provide the audience for an experience and how much to withhold.
A shame.
And anybody who engages this sort of project has to deal with that.
27.
It's a battle. You know if you let out this clue, it could be an instant connection for people.
27 is 6 hours.
Right now instead, you can keep building the mystery towers so
That's
nobody
not that
manages to
great.
knock it down that fast. And you don't want to be taken out that quickly because you made things easy. It's forever an act of trying to keep things at one consistent temperature while regulating hot and cold forces in the same room. I know how it is. I get it. Everybody has to deal with it. But with Petscop, I feel like having such a continuous run of cryptic and vague going on for so long has hurt enthusiasm and enjoyment for the project. I've had a Petscop fan I know tell me on Easter they've been starving for content that gives them answers, and every few uploads, they just get tiny morsels to take in. So the effect that Petscop produces in them is the same as always. Starvation. Marble Hornets worked playing it cryptic and vague for so long because in every upload, or at least every 2 uploads, actual story progress was made that felt like we were making headway along with Jay, getting closer and closer to another major breakthrough in the investigation. With Petscop, every time a new upload has appeared, I've expected to be shown more cryptic things and images, with a lot of running around with a player character or Marvin, and nothing actually answered. When we were first about to be given cool answers in the form of what was in the gift boxes, what happened? We got censored from the creators. And seeing those casket items now, it wasn't even necessary. We wouldn't have been able to tell what any of those items meant before Easter. There's just so much in Petscop that cannot be approached yet with confident theories. When I play detective, I want to find all the clues and get all the witness testimonies before I call the scene. Right now, I've got too many scenes, too many different clues, and not nearly enough witnesses or statements to put a whole picture together. And maybe that's the plan, but the effect it's given us so far is that of watching a very long movie where we know if we just keep sitting here, even though it's been 2 hours now, some character is going to say something or find some object that finally reveals what a whole lot of things mean. And that's just not interactive for an active audience who wants to be as interactive as possible. Petscop is still a wonder kid and an absolute achievement. It hit the ground sprinting and tore up the scene in the best way, but that sprint boost at the start has come to a jogging pace now, and I need to see some moves to stay engaged and feel satisfied. I'll wait for a lot of series as long as they keep the supply line of satisfactory content per upload coming, even when they upload every 2 or 3 months or even 5. But until we get that full hit of worth the wait, It hurts to just keep being handed breadsticks and water at the table in restaurants. You guys have it in you to hit us hard with jaw-dropping pieces, and we both know it. Pull off your gloves and give us a shot. Just go for it. All that being said, do bear in mind that Pets Cop is still great. Really, it is great, but it's also got to pick up the pace and rev the engine. This is an absolute achievement in the field that just needs to crack its knuckles and jump into the pit instead of teasing us at the edge of the stage. I would love to see a behind-the-scenes breakdown of what went into making this thing when it's all over. I want to see how complicated and labor-intensive it got. It's still such a winner no matter if it's animated somehow or a pre-made game. Anything that they did for this, I want the story. Dragging or not, I will never say Pets Cop is anything less than an achievement for all it's done. Now they've just got to shift gears, pick up the pace, and turn up the wow factor. Scare us, shock us, disturb us, hit us with something. But most of all, satisfy us every time you come around. You can do it, and I know it. You shut me up on Easter, so come on and tell me off again, and I'll smile the whole way through. That's all for now, everybody. I'm glad to say this is my first touchstone back for regular
What
uploads
the
now that
fuck?
the series is
Really?
complete.
Fucking
I've got about 4
retarded
ideas
ass
in mind
evade
right now that
bugs.
I want to get to for videos. I
God
just
damn,
want to
Blizzard
completely
can't
get into it
fucking
the
do
whole
anything
next
right.
month. I'm excited, I'm inspired. It
Jesus
feels so good
fucking
to be back.
Christ.
Major thanks to all of my supporters on Patreon, whose names you can see here in just a few moments.
Okay. You know, I think that'll be that for now. It's like it's almost 6 hours, so fuck it. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna call it. So, 27 fucking eggs. That is absolutely fucking pathetic. For 6 hours of fucking work, all you get is 27 eggs. Like, nobody's doing this content. Why the fuck don't they just increase the goddamn spawn rate? It makes no fucking sense. No fucking sense. Fuck it. Let's.
Have a good one. Hey, how you doing? Be good. What's up? Keep it real. Yo. Be good. Hey, how you doing?
It's gonna take forever just to turn these in. Might as well take that out.
Time is money.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Keep it real. Yo. Be good. What's up? Have a good one. Hey, how you doing? Keep it real. Time is money, friend. Be good. What's up? Have a good one. Yo. Keep it real. Time is money, friend. Have a good one. Hey, how you doing? Be good. What's up?
What's up?
Keep it real. Yo.
I hate fucking goblins.
Have a good one. What's up? Be good. Hey, how you doing? Have a good one. Time is money, friend. Be good. Yo. Keep it real. Have a good one. Time is money, friend. Be good. Hey, how you doing? Keep it real.
I couldn't even get me to fucking honored. Are you fucking kidding me? One more. I gotta find one fucking more. Come on. Come on. At least let me fucking get to honored. Are you fucking serious? Jesus fucking Christ. That is so pathetic. That pisses me off, actually. What the fuck? 6 fucking hours and I couldn't even get the fucking honored. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Blizzard should fucking kill themselves. God damn. Come on. One more fucking egg. Where the fuck are they? God damn. No, no, fuck it. I'm gonna find one more fucking egg. I have to fucking find one more. Why did the frame rate increase all of a fucking sudden? Jesus fucking Christ. Come the fuck on. I literally just need one fucking egg. Why is this so fucking difficult? This is fucking sad. Holy shit. Come on, just one fucking egg. Thank you, fucking Jesus. God damn, that's pathetic. This fucking spawn rate is the most retarded shit. There we go. We're fucking honored. Finally. God damn. Overseer's badge? What the fuck? That's worthless to me. Holy shit. At least I got more quests here I can do. And I'll go... Oh, I can get a captain's badge. Wow. Okay, now they're actually going to give me some quests around here. Jesus. I'll just collect these real quick. What the fuck was that? What was the point of that? Yeah, motherfucker down there I need to talk to. I don't think I can do this race. Yeah, follow him. Yeah. I ain't gonna be doing that. Fine then. That as well. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna end this shit now. Finally got up to honored. So, still can't use the mailbox. Why is it even fucking here? Whatever. Fuck you. Alright. So that'll be it. I'm gonna keep on playing. But, yeah, that's 6 hours of farming Netherwing rep. And for what? Basically fucking nothing. Just all this reputation just to get... That's what, gonna be 40 fucking eggs. And then 80 eggs on top of that just to get the fucking exalted. 27 eggs. 28 eggs. In 6 fucking hours. That's pathetic. Blizzard really needs to up the fucking spawn rate for this shit since no one else is doing this. Except for people who just want to get their fucking mounts. Doesn't need to take this fucking long. It literally doesn't need to take this long, but whatever. Fuck Blizzard. But that'll be it. So, thank you all for watching. For however many of y'all actually fucking watched. Nobody's even seeing this shit, so whatever. Y'all have a good fucking morning, afternoon, good evening, good night. Until fucking tomorrow when we catch on with Danganronpa again. Hope all of you stay golden.